There we go. Oh, I guess I can extend it out here. Oh no, I can hear me. Why can't I hear me? Oh, there it is. Got it. Hello. I'm just waiting for Perspective Philosophy. Oh shit. Oh, I know what I did. Oh, I see. I should have been using this. Wrong scene. No. Uses less resources this one. Beautiful. Cool. Oh yeah, that's way better. Oh yeah. I need open kick. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, that's right. Click doesn't update stream information either. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Oh god. That's a much better title. Much better. Okay. And okay, well he hasn't messaged me either, so should be good. Actually, maybe I should check his thing. I might have to say something to him. Stream. Oh, he didn't even start streaming yet. Okay, we're good. Okay. I'm actually burning daylight here. Oh, that might hurt. Oh, it didn't. Holy shit. Alright. Time to hunt some Pokemons. Where's those stupid sheep at? Oh, is it? Let me see. Oh, it is. Oh. Let me see here. It might be because I was using window capture instead of game capture. Let's see. There we go. Much better. Thank you. Coop, I appreciate you. I haven't done a lot of gaming on stream, so it's something I've had to learn recently. Like the way that I'm capturing the game matters. Otherwise, it'll like fuck me over. Oh wait. Oh shit. That's all the food I had. Not for long. That ought to give me some more food. There we go. Need some of these sheep. This is Pale World. So you can kind of think of it like Minecraft with Pokemon. 'Cause it's like a survival game. But you, when you catch them, shit. You can make them work for you as slaves. You can also catch other people in Pokeballs as well and make them your slave. Oh, wood. I don't really like open world crafting games, but this game has a lot of incentive to do so. To like play it. Hey, you fuck. You know what? You get him. What? Whoops. There we go. Sick. Oh, wait. Whoops. No. You get back here. Where are you? I need a bunch of these sheep to run my, I was gonna say camp, but they actually call it a plantation on the game, which is pretty funny. They're really not shy about the fact that you're enslaving the Pokemon. And at some point, you can get guns. I just don't have any yet. I still have a lot of weight I can carry. One of my coworkers showed me a trailer for this game like a year and a half ago, and the trailer was like one of the funniest things I ever saw because they show you the Pokemon and stuff, and then they show them working on like a gun assembly line, and like some of them are like passing out and stuff, and then they show them with like miniguns. And what was the other thing? Uh-oh, I have too much stuff now. There we go. And and then also in the trailer they show one of the Pokemon eating the other Pokemon. And I went, oh shit, I didn't mean to kill it. Whatever. I wanted to catch him. Slightly too many stones. Oh, I don't have any? Well, there's one. Sick. I guess. Oh, that's actually quite a lot of HP. Holy shit. A lot of bang for my buck. Oh, he did message me.
I just realized that you are just below there. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I didn't know where else to hop into.
Oh no, you did the right thing. You did the
Oh, okay.
you did it right. It was me who's being an idiot. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Give me 1 second. I had to pop you out here. Any chance I could get you to do cameras so I can show you?
Yeah, actually you can. I won't be able to do anything else on stream, but that shouldn't be a problem. So
Wait,
wait a minute.
can't you just virtual camera
Um,
it?
yeah, no, I can virtual cam. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say that shouldn't limit you, right?
It kind of does. It's just the way that like so because obviously if you virtual cam with OBS,
Yeah.
it will actually share. So if I play a game on stream, it will share the game as well.
Oh, you don't have to do that. It doesn't have to do
Really?
that. Yeah.
How do you not do that? Do you get it to share like a single like scene or something?
Yeah, so see where it has the virtual camera? There's a little cog next to it.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh my God.
And so what I do is I create a separate scene that's just my camera.
Oh, I already have that.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that. Oh, all this time. I can't believe it for all this time.
I understand the feeling so strongly. Like, because I go on panels and, like, in order for my stream to look right, I'd have to show everybody else. So my camera would be like everybody on the panel. And I always felt so
No, but I've,
embarrassed.
I've, I've been there. I've been.
And
Oh.
I had somebody trying to help me. They're like, the little gear. I'm like, I don't have that gear. I didn't know my OBS. It never prompted me to update it, so I didn't have that gear either. So I'm like, no, that doesn't exist. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
That's the
about,
thing. I,
man.
I, I never noticed that, and and I've never seen that before, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's just that I've just been an idiot this whole time. It's been there. If it wasn't there, like magic. Anyway, yes. Thank you very much.
You're
Okay, cool.
welcome.
How you doing,
I'm
man?
happy to help. I'm doing good. So while I'm talking to you, I just got. Have you heard of Pale World? I just think it's really. It's super interesting to me. The whole thing of it.
What world? Sorry.
It's called Pale World. It's basically an open world Pokemon game, but there's
Oh,
guns and you can enslave the Pokemon. You make them do all your work for you.
I want to
Some of the
say I
Pokemon
saw.
eat each other.
I want to say I saw Pirate Software playing that. I'm not sure because it looked like Pokemon. I was like, is this guy
Yeah,
playing Pokemon? But he's running around with a spear.
yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, man. I like
Uh,
I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. And to be honest, I need more games to play on stream. I'm playing Fallout at the minute, but and Hearthstone and stuff, but I need more like
Play Hearthstone.
chill games. I'm only just getting back into it. I've been off there for like ages. I've got like 83 packs to open or something
Oh God,
because of it.
I just started playing again after, like I'd say like once a year I pop back in to see what's up.
That's it. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. When you pop in though, like I feel like there's like this whole like metas that have been and gone, and you don't even understand. So there's so many cards, man. There's so many cards now, and it just became like I know like Wild's the only thing I could play, and because it's the only thing I could play, there's like it's too wild, you know.
That's my main format. So I always just play the deck that I had made before and hope for the best.
That's what I do. That's what I go on. I do that, or I go on the modes and I go on duels. So I've been going on like duels at the minute, and duels is pretty cool.
That's what's up. But I mean I play Magic, so too many cards is sort of
The
the
meta
thing.
that
Yeah.
is the thing. I'll tell you what. I think I've got a deck here, but yeah, man. Like so, what was it that I can't remember the.
So I'm interested in talking to you about religion. Actually, I had like a little quick list I made up of just things that I was interested in talking to you about. Um, so, like we talked a little bit about Christianity last time, and I sort of gave you my idea that if I was Christian, I would have to interpret the Bible as being something that was like basically anybody who picks up the Bible would get exactly God's message meant for them in that exact moment that they were seeking God. Otherwise, like the Bible can't be anything else other than that.
Well, I think I wouldn't go that far, like obviously myself, but like I'd say that the Bible should be able to conform itself to or rather, we are conforming to the reason in the Bible, and it's more to do with the fallibility of our reasoning, um, than anything else. Bless you. But
Thank
the like that's the way I would probably go with it. But in the same sense that I would agree that I think that what we can agree is that it would be incompatible with a literal interpretation of the Bible. so that obviously a literal interpretation of the Bible will either be one-sided in the sense that it would be unintelligible because it would be like a divine word of God which is infallible whilst we are fallible, and absolutely incapable of being of essentially being resolved. And then or sort of interpreted by a non-infallible being, if you will, or a fallible being. And then the other way around you could put it is essentially that it's meaningless because it conforms itself to the interpretation of anyone, and so it's open to the principle of explosion, so you can read into it whatever you want. So you've got to kind of find the happy balance between the two. And I think that is to say that there is as we read it, we develop and we progress relative to it, but we can, through God's grace, actually come to understand the true meaning of Scripture, right?
Oh, I think that makes sense. I guess my issue with it is that, so I guess the way I put it is this sort of like, when God inspired the word. I mean, I'm not a Christian, but this is my idea of it. Oh, I gotta put you on the screen. Shit.
That's all right, man. That's okay. I haven't got you on screen actually. Is that okay? I've just got Hearthstone open.
Yeah,
and,
that's fine.
Word.
Where are you at? Okay, yeah, here you are. Weird. So basically, like, my idea of what it is would be that, it's sort of like you have like your own like individual, like the Bible's like your own little like call line to God essentially, and whatever he intends for you to understand in that moment when you're seeking God, that's what you'll get from reading the Bible. And part of the reason why,
far too Protestant for me, I will say. That is far too Protestant for me.
well, part of the reason why I would struggle not thinking of the Bible in that way is because why wouldn't it be that? Because it can't be literal.
Well, I mean, I think because, like, obviously your own rational, like, you've got to think about your own rational faculties, right? Like, are you, like, if I was to intend a message to you, and, you know, I can try and send that message as clearly, I can make it so that you can understand that message, but I can't make you understand that message. You've got to also put the work in. You've got to try and interpret it correctly. You've got to try and make sure that you are listening to what I'm saying rather than, you know, hearing what you want to hear or what you don't want to hear. And I think humans have psychological biases such that we can, you know, we'll see someone, you know, we'll see something written or spoken, and we'll assume its meaning in relation to the experiences we've had rather than what's intended by the interlocutor. And I think as well, like, in terms of how words work, concepts, when we're looking at the way that the divine would convey concepts, I think it's worth saying that there is. One second, I've just got to quickly. I struggle to do two things at once. Okay, so like when the divine conveys concepts, there's the concept as it is being conveyed. Let's say a concept of love that the Bible's conveying in its perfection, and then there's the love as we understand it. Now, I think they hold an allegorical similarity, such that they are the same, or like our conception of love is a partial conception of what love actually is. But when God conveys love, it's in its perfect state, and that's not something that we can just apprehend because of our fallibility. It's something that we need to train ourselves to understand, and I think that's the difference. Where I expect that you have to put work in to understand anyone, for one, but more so the divine because of the depth of meaning that's being conveyed in the spirit of the text.
So I'm not saying that you're going to perfectly understand. What I'm saying is that if you open up the Bible and you're seeking God or the Word of God from it, is that what you'll end up getting from it. I think there has to be an appropriate kind of seeking, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
just like blindly open it and be like, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? I don't think that's what God's message is going to be
Yeah.
embedded for anybody, you know? But if you're seeking spiritual guidance, if you're trying to make a connection with God and then you begin to read the Bible, I think that you will get the message that God intends for you the way that God intends for you to get it. And it was written and it was inspired in a way that throughout everybody who's ever like mistranslated it or all the different versions that are out there, that whatever Bible you're picking up when you pick it up, that's what God had intended for you. And the reason why I feel so strongly about this is because you can't say that God couldn't do that. So why would God not do that?
Right. But I mean, like, I think that God couldn't convey a perfect message to your mind without having impacted your free will. Like, he can, like, I think I would agree
Right.
that.
He makes the Bible available.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And I would 100% agree with that. Like, the truth of Scripture is open to all if you are to put the work in. But then, and I agree that that can't be literal then, you know, because it's about constant interpretation and reinterpretation. In fact, you've got to call yourself into question, I think, to get there, right? You've got to be able to go, am I reading this correctly? How should this be written? And that's hermeneutics, right? Like, how should this be read, rather? And that's
Yeah.
hermeneutics. And I would agree with that. Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, but I think that it's whether you would go so far as to say that when I read it, I gain that meaning sort of implicitly, or whether I have to sort of meditate on that meaning, whether I have to work to understand that meaning. Like, is there something expected? Like, I can pick it up and I can try and understand it, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to understand it, like, necessarily. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think if you don't fully understand it, then that is also what God intends for you in that moment.
Oh, really? Well, yes.
Yeah, because
it
you're
may be
lending
in that-
yourself to very much to God's will. Like you're almost stepping, you're stepping not necessarily out of the realm of free will, but you're inviting this sort of like divine interaction when you go into the Bible and you're seeking God. And so this would be a sort of like the bridge that you're building to God. And I just can't imagine the Bible being anything else.
No, I would
Otherwise,
agree
I
with
find
that.
all
I mean,
kinds of problems that crop up without it being that.
no, I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, but then what we're saying is that, like, essentially, there's a point in which it's divinely inspired confusion almost. And then I think that when we last spoke, I even mentioned like the Greek concept of that really in many ways was aponia, a point of enlightened confusion. So like if you read the Bible and it forces you to contradict yourself or forces you into a contradiction, that's a contradiction that you need to resolve within yourself. And that's what was meant to, and you know, I would agree that that was what you were supposed to get from the Bible then as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree with that. So I think we're on the same wavelength there. I guess my issue is with sola scriptura, and I guess that to make it more specific. So scripture alone. I don't think it's from scripture alone. You know, there is a tradition. You have to go and engage your cognitive faculties, work with others, engage with others such that you can develop the necessary concepts to understand the Bible as you're reading it, like the language you speak and everything, and you know, to form like an epistemological structure such that you can ask whether you are right or wrong in relation to your interpretation of the scripture. And so we should be looking at like, how do we understand the Bible rather than like how do I understand the Bible, right?
I guess that's part of I think part of what I think of the Bible as is that it's something while broadly available to everybody is something that would be like intimately personal when engaging with it.
Oh, really? Oh, I don't believe in something. I mean, it depends actually. What do you mean by personal? Like before I say no, what do you mean? You know?
So I guess what the way that I think of it is that if you and I let's say we both read 5 pages of Psalms, the same 5 pages, what God would intend for me to gain and take away from that would very likely, not necessarily, but very likely be something very different from what you would take away from what God wanted to inspire in me would be different from what God wanted to inspire in you when we sought it, when we sought these pages out. And I guess the
Um,
reason why I think it's important to me to distinguish this because I think it's really odd when people debate meanings and things of the Bible when it seems like how could this not be like if you're talking about we're talking about like the Christian God is like omniscient, omnipresent. He's the greatest force ever with like
hmm.
unlimited capabilities. How could it not just embed inspire the perfect message so that every single creature that would ever interact with it could get this like personal
You see,
message?
that's what I thought you were trying to say, and I
Yeah.
definitely disagree with that.
Oh, why?
Because I don't think that you because it's not like the Bible gives us the means to understand it, but it inspires a work of it inspires us to work to understand it such that it builds our soul and our character. It's not like poof, you've got divine knowledge now, and like because in which case, why would you even bother with scripture? Why would you even bother with something which needs to be interpreted? Which like the whole point of it is to unify us. It's to like so if I pick up scripture and I might interpret it using my own faculties, but my faculties are only made truly apparent to myself when I engage in a social structure, right? In the such that I gain self-awareness and I gain the possibility of being fallible, and I can understand my fallibility and understand where I'm going wrong. In the same way, like if I was to pick up scripture and read it, right, and let's say I don't understand the root origins of the words used. Let's say like words like faith, right? And I understand, and I just read faith, and I read it with an understanding of faith. Let's say like someone like Aaron Ra does, right? So like Aaron Ra reads faith to be believing without evidence, right?
Yeah.
And that absolutely goes against what Christians believe faith to be. Like the church fathers, for example, like someone like St. Thomas Aquinas, will argue the exact opposite, that faith and reason are compatible, absolutely. Why would they say that if faith is believing without evidence? Like, how could faith and reason be compatible if it's just belief without evidence? And that's because faith in the root word in the Greek is pistos, and it doesn't mean believing without evidence. It's a form of trust. And if you look at the way that there is this element of interpretation and translation, no matter what, even if you're reading it in the same language, such that you come to understand the concepts and in relation to the grammar, in the meaning of the whole piece, and all of that, there is a work that needs to be done for you to be able to gain the correct meaning of scripture. And rather than just project yourself into scripture, right, you conform yourself to it. And I think if we look at it like that, then what we have is God has given us the means to better ourselves. And the way that we better ourselves is through a tradition and a community working together to understand a shared concept of love, what it means to be loving, what it means to be caring and considerate and compassionate and kind, and all of these different virtues that are set forth in the Bible and in Scripture. And that's what I think needs to. But you can't just sort of have this direct sort of epistemological link to the divine, because it's just going to annihilate free will. Because what you do then is like if knowledge is causative, right, such that your knowledge is like a cause of your action, then what you're like, it would essentially eliminate your own volition. You're not able to make your own mistakes. Like there's a point in which your faith can perfect your reason. Like that'll be like beatification in Christianity, and like when you die, that can happen, but only if you've already accepted God into your heart. So only if you've already accepted that actually God's will and my will are already compatible, such that you've chosen yourself to do that. To do otherwise is essentially to essentially nullify. Like if you don't have any capability of making your own decisions, I think that, or even your own errors, I think that it would be it would essentially eliminate your humanity, and your humanity shouldn't be incompatible with this world of soul making, if you will, right? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that there's a way of, I don't think that perfect knowledge means that you can't be free. I think perfect knowledge means that you are one with God. But I think that there's a reason why oneness with God has to come through us, through our essence towards God, rather than God essentially imposing it upon us. And I think that's the important thing there.
I guess I don't think that having access to what God intends you to know means that you have access to perfect knowledge. I think that if there would be a fault in what would be available to you to know, God simply would not provide that. He would provide you with what you need to know to. I also think that it probably would necessarily be limited to the seeking as well in relation to what God intends for you. Because I don't think that if more was offered than what you were seeking at that time, then I think that it would alter free will, yeah. But I don't think that just the very idea
Right.
of free
So,
will seems to be like you go and you seek the Bible to have like to get an understanding of what God wants you to understand in that moment, and then you're going to
mhm.
get what is curated by a divine perfect being for you to understand. So it's not going to provide you with like it's not going to give you like the guidebook on how to like win friends and influence people, you know, so that
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
like the president. I just think that I think that it's probably a very subtle thing. I think that the fact that most people don't approach it like this kind of like helps the benefit of this a lot. Like I think that if I was a Christian, there would almost be like this thought of like abusing that idea, but understanding that I probably couldn't because like God's not going to leave a loophole for me to abuse the idea. But like it almost feels
But
like
I think
that
it's
kind of thing.
accidentally. I think it's accidentally abused all the time, though, and I think that Protestants abuse this all the time. That's why you get such I mean, look at the churches in the United States where it is this super individualistic interpretation of Scripture, where they end up reading what they want into Scripture, right? Like you've got people who are looking at Scripture and they're interpreting Jesus as trans, and then you've got people who are looking into Scripture and they're interpreting Jesus as hating gays, and and it's just like, right, okay,
Yeah, that's kind of what I
like,
mean is that like when people look at it with intent, with their mind already made, so it's very hard for a person to not look at the Bible without like their own ideas. Like most people, sort of write the character of God and Jesus in their own head and use the Bible to justify the book they wrote in their head, right?
hmm hmm
This is what you're talking about, and I'm saying that if you're seeking the Bible on its face and you're being open to like a message that's available for you, then you're going to be like if but you actually have to do it. So then I think that you're going to be open to like the message that's really there available for you.
Yeah, I mean, there is one thing to say that, like, obviously, anyone who, like, a point of individualism, that anyone who seeks scripture with humility has the opportunity to even, like, undermine the narrative that they've sort of made for themselves, like, made about the scripture in their head. I would certainly agree with that. And as I said, I would agree that everyone can find truth through scripture. It would just be, and I suppose I think the point of agreement would be that I think we would both agree that if someone was to turn to scripture sincerely
Mm-hmm.
and with sincerity seek God, they could do it.
Yes.
My point would be only to say that they can never do it alone, like as in like scripture, like even just well, I don't believe that we are ever ourselves alone, right?
Sure.
In the sense that you know we both speak English, right?
Yeah.
And the way that you've been structured is related to your childhood and your environment in the United States, and the way I've been structured is in related to my childhood and environment in the United Kingdom. And then now we're having a dialogue which is essentially trading specific what like each would describe as like ideas which are basically housing concepts or specific mental abilities, and we are trading essentially mental abilities and different ways of perceiving reality in dialogue, and we hold it constant within the language, such that we can go, hey, wait a minute, am I using this ability correctly? And then we can look towards essentially the rule book of language, and you could go, hey, no, you're not. This doesn't fit in with grammar. This doesn't fit in with syntax and stuff like that. And so we gain like this way of holding ourselves to account with each other. And I think that in general, if you were to totally break away from that social structure, and I mean, I've got some pretty spicy takes with this. Like, I'll say stuff like, I think if you were to totally break away from like this idea of absolute self-identification, I think that leads to basically a psychotic break. I think that's where you're like, in the Freudian sense, like in a point of like even like narcissism, like Freud argued that like that narcissism itself could be a cause of psychosis. And so, I mean, I think that if we were to break away from what is essentially a symbolic order, which unites individuals such that we hold ourselves to account when it comes to meaning, we'll lose the meaning of ourselves and and the world around us, and we'll fall into essentially something that looks like a psychotic break. So I guess it's like, I'm not even just saying this about scripture, right? Like, I'm saying this
Sure.
about the human condition. So yeah, I mean, so long as, yes, I think we can find truth if we engage in sincerity, but we'll have to remember that what, like in the like, it's like an Ubuntu phrase. I am
Oh,
because we are. I am
yeah,
because
yeah,
we
yeah.
are. Yeah.
That is Ubuntu, right? That's not just the phrase. That's like the core
Yeah.
premise. Yeah. You're the first person I've ever heard bring that up. Very cool.
I got told it by someone who studied African philosophy. It's definitely not me. So,
Oh, yeah, that's just like a little nugget that I've had in my brain that I could share with no one because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
well,
Very cool.
it's sophisticated man. I got given it by someone who's more sophisticated than me, and the cycle continues. But this is the thing, right? You share concepts, we grow together, and we come to understand ourselves because we are a group who are engaging with each other. So our interpretations of scripture is likewise the same. Yeah, there is a personal component, but there is a public component as well, and they're mutually cohesive and necessary for each other.
Yeah, so I would say we're still compatible with these ideas here. I would say that it's probably like I don't think there's any version of what I was thinking that wouldn't say that human beings probably have to come together to eventually receive like the truth, anyways. Because well, for one, like in order to get an individualized message, I think you have to have some idea of like who you are. And my understanding of like identity is a combination of how we think of ourselves in contrast with the way that we see others viewing us. We sort of like settle on this. They sort of like conflict and agree at the same like in different ways, and that's sort of how we end up identifying ourselves. But we can come together even with the shared goal like church to receive like these individual meanings that we're going to pull away from it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, to be fair, I think what you're touching on there is something that I would certainly argue for, and I think, I'm an individualist, right? And you know, in when it comes to personal identity, and I think
I
that
could probably extrapolate the meaning, but can you just explain what individualist means just in case I'm not
no,
extrapolating correctly?
no, it's okay. I was about to. I was gonna say
Oh,
like,
okay.
so like individualism, I think has in contemporary society been associated with what is usually known as hyper individualism,
Hmm.
where we're very separate, but we can be taken as separate animals and particulars, right, or monads, distinct units, existing independently of one another. And I think, unfortunately, our political and economic structure like lends into that. It sort of, we're very, we are all very invested in in being who we are, but rather in a way where we're actually constantly buying who we are. And there's a political component of that I'm not too happy about. And I think there's a whole history as to why I think that's happened. But traditionally, well, from from you can see in the tradition of Hegel, and you can also see it like prior to Hegel, and prior to the onset of our more liberal egoist ethic, how we understood ourselves wasn't the ego, it was a combination, like the ego itself was a combination of um, universal species, an individual member, or a particular member of that species. So you've got group, individual, and so your association in a group meant you were a member. Your being a member meant that you were an individual, but you're an individual of a group. So there is this universal component, and then there is this particular component, right? And I think a combination of those two unified is what individualism actually is. Now, hyper individualism is basically that no universals exist. It's a product of a philosophy that no universals exist. So there isn't a group per se, just a collection of already individuated particulars or permanently individuated particulars. And like some philosophers go so extreme in this that the self, like what we are, is actually just a bundle. Like we're never a whole, complete human being. You'll see this like in what's called bundle theory, in terms of the self. And, they might say that you're a collection of your memories, or they might say that you're a collection of your impressions or particular ideas. That was very common at around like the 16th, 17th century, or rather 17th, 18th century, in British philosophy. And or European philosophy, and you'll see it's sort of been transported to America as well. And it really informed what economic system. This is like the advent of capitalism. And because our economic system sort of built on this sort of these fundamental underlying principles, like our politics and our economics are built upon this, we've lost certain structures that were kind of only institutionally holding us together. Like they're the only things, they're holding us together by a thread, as it were. And then when they died, like, when we see the death of the church and stuff, especially towards like the early 20th century towards, and then more and more towards like the 60s where it's clearly dead, you can really see that it's had a massive impact upon how we understand ourselves. And, then you get to the 80s where, in Britain, it's this neoliberalism. You get like your Reagan, you get your Margaret Thatchers, and we have this like hyper individualism where it's, greed is good and we don't owe each other anything. Do you know what I mean? And it's just tragic. It's just, in my opinion, it's unchristian actually, I would say, funnily enough, but it is actually a really sad state of affairs because, well, like we do actually owe each other a lot, and we don't realize how much we owe each other.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a conversation that I've tried to have with my wife quite a bit. The idea, like literally, just like the what do we owe to each other, and it's really interesting to see how almost everybody I try to talk to about it really has no even like beginning idea. Like it feels like they think they do, but as soon as they go to try to verbalize it, they either find it to be like embarrassingly insufficient, or they get frustrated when they run into the problems with the idea they think they have.
Oh no, I think this is some really complex philosophy if we're talking like about how, because what we're talking about fundamentally is what is the problem of the sort of 19th century or 18th, 19th century, which is just what is the self, or even the problem of philosophy as a whole, of just what is the self, right? That's the grounding of philosophy from the Socratic, from Socrates in the Divine Command, which is to, the Oracle of Delphi commanded Socrates to know thyself. And Hegel even says to know thyself isn't just a call to know your subjectivity. It's to know everything about you, because your subjectivity is tied to the subjectivity of others. It's tied to the objectivity of others. And what the self is a unity between, is a mediation between basically everything, universally and particularly. And so it's a call to absolute knowledge. And, I will give, this is the only thing I think I can give, like, Jordan Peterson, because I think sometimes he comes out with some all right stuff, and then sometimes he comes out with absolute nonsense. His politics is trash. But, like, he recognizes that... Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. But, like, he recognizes that self-knowledge is, like, absolute self-knowledge would be omniscience. And that's... So when we say, like, what do we owe each other? It's like... I think even Alan Watts, like, he said, how do you know what's good for other people? How do you know what's good for yourself? And you know, to actually answer, you know, that question. I mean, Alan Watts, I think, basically says like, you know, he's very much on the eastern side of philosophy. He's very, you know, like he's got a total different approach to me than this. But I think what he's calling into question is, I think he says that he could imagine a proliferous band of saints, like as if they could just be destructive because the path to hell is paved with good intentions,
Sure.
and it absolutely can be. You can get the worst people who are the best intention, and that that just shows you how ignorant we can be over what we owe ourselves and other people, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's like I'm a strict deontologist, but I have a really hard time contending with Peter Singer. It's tough.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I think it's he makes a strong case. Whenever that's another one. Whenever I've tried to like there's no like philosophical thing that I've posed that pisses my wife off more than when I talk about Singer. She's like pretty not like interested in any of this stuff, so I just thrust it upon her anyways. Um, but the just like why does a person near you matter more morally than a person that's 1,000 miles away? I think it's very tough for people to approach it.
Oh,
I have a hard time
think
with it.
I think you can approach it even internally with his position, and I think that he doesn't like. So, for example, like you could bring up someone like Henry Sedgwick, and say like obviously what moral, like our moral institutions mean that if we were to care about each other locally, such that we and you know abroad, but have higher obligations locally, that we'll maximize the expression of the utility to a greater degree. And so rules themselves have, and I mean he'll say something similar, right? But you know, he won't go this far. But you know, rules themselves have a utility. So if we're talking about like a normative theory of ethics that prioritizes locality, or rather prioritizes certain bonds between individuals, what we're saying, if that's made universalized, is a greater expression of utility than if they didn't exist. So you would say that, you know, and I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I actually hate all this talk about utility,
Yeah, I
right?
was about to
Because
say you're
that, you
literally
know,
giving me a utilitarian experience, but I mean Singer's is too. But
it's just no, but the reason I'm saying that is because internally from his position, you can argue it. Like you can't actually say it. Like he wants to make it out that you can't because of the harm that's being perpetuated from the global system. But then what you can do is say that what we need to do is normalize the correct ethic, and the problem isn't necessarily with me not having as much obligation to, let's say, someone in Africa as I do with someone in Britain, but rather the people in Africa are not treating each other with the same obligations that I will treat another British person. And you just call the political system in check. Why is there so much corruption? Why don't they have like adequate institutionalization? And it really falls back down to the arguments that were given by by Aristotle, which is like, or and not even just Aristotle, but the Greeks in general, like the value of the state and so on like that. And yeah, I mean that's what I would do. I mean, ultimately, I'm a virtue ethicist, right, or like or a deontologist, but like depending on how you interpret it. But like, I think virtue ethics and deontology are like that. I really hate consequentialism, though. I think it's dumb. I
like
think it's totally dumb.
consequentialism is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my
It
entire
is.
life. Whenever
Uh,
somebody tries, I I feel like it's the easiest idea to defeat in like under a minute.
It's like, how do you understand what's good and bad, right? And like the idea is like they have to what they have to do is provide essentially a principality at the bottom, which is like this is good, this is bad. It's always relating to essentially a foundational moral principle, like but they want to say that it's dumb, like a dumb pain and pleasure distinction. But it's how do you even interpret what is a good pain and pleasure ratio if that isn't the goal of ethics, then what is? So like it doesn't make any sense. Like it's just stupid and it doesn't work. I mean, Plato. I mean, you can go like the best refutation I've seen for utilitarianism. Really, I would argue is Plato's Gorgias, where he just basically says pain and pleasure cannot be the foundational principles of why they're valuable, because I can't understand from pain or pleasure alone which one is better or worse. Like which scenario is better or worse. Is it the one with the higher amounts of pain or the lower amounts of pain and lower amounts of pleasure, or is it the one with the higher amounts of pain and higher amounts of pleasure? What determines the value relationship between these? that implies an extra principle which governs the unity of pain and pleasure. So, and that would essentially be the correct way of living. That would be a natural law thesis, right? That there is a nature or something which, if we align ourselves to, that we will gain this correct amount of flourishing, and that these are actually just indications of that flourishing. So, like, that's Plato's Gorgias, and like, that was his response to, I think it was, I want to say it was Callices, but I have to double check.
Uh, well, utilitarianism is something which I guess just consequentialism. Where does the buck stop then? If you're gonna gauge something based on the outcome, like even if you had the perfect answer for pleasure and pain for utilitarian, you still can't determine something based on the outcome, because where does it stop? If I kill somebody, I did something bad. Okay, maybe. But what if I killed that person and they were gonna go on to kill 5 people, and then but like the 5 people were gonna kill, like, it's just too much. It's stupid. You can't really reason some. The reason why you can't reason something based on the consequences, because the consequences don't stop.
I mean, that's part of it. I think that there's like, it's just that
I just think that makes it wholly unintelligible on its face.
I think it's even more of a foundational problem. Like, how you understand the consequences is an act of moral reasoning which already structures the meaning of those consequences.
That's
So
true.
like there is something which gives you an indication of what's good or bad prior to you, like, otherwise, like, how would you be able to see what's good or bad? And they kind of half acknowledge that, but they just say pain and pleasure, and it just doesn't work. And I don't know. I think it's like, what does what does it mean to be in pain? What does it mean to have pleasure? How do we judge quantitatively the relationship between a qualitative pain? Like, is your pain of, being stung by a bee, like, equivalent to like 1/10 a gunshot? Or what about like the loss of a parent versus being electrocuted? Like, how do I create a hedonic calculus here? Like, what
What
am I
about people
using
who
as
enjoy
metric?
physical pain? Like it gets nutty. It's
Yeah,
a
no,
very
there's
very
loads of
silly
stuff. Yeah.
idea. I agree there. It gets pretty silly. I think that it's I hate to say it, but like I almost feel like people that firmly believe these things just are they just sort of decided, and there's no reasoning with them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of Twitch, like, politics streamers in general, and I think utilitarianism is just like, it's the dogmatic ethic of the time, right? It's like it's the most common position of most people, and it's a lot easier to defend. You know what I mean? Because you just appeal to people's intuitions, where you're like, you think this is bad, right? This consequent, and obviously you can move people by telling them horrific things, right? So you'd be like, if someone was to come shoot your gran, and you're like, yeah, okay, I agree. Someone shoot, like, and they'll be like, is it wrong because they shot your gran, or is it wrong because they broke this moral law? And it's like, man, like, you've already set it up such that I don't care. I only care about this person because of X moral principle. And I'm this, like, uncaring, unfeeling, robot. And that's like the way that they sort of attack deontologists. They're like, it's like robotic, like, nonsense. Where it's like, no, there is something wrong in the moment, such that the principle and reality are one and the same. I am witnessing wrongness. You know what I mean? And it's like, it is wrong, and that's why I'm understanding the consequent as wrong. And it's just, but I think in general, deontologists can do the same. Like, you can get deontologists that are like super dogmatic as well,
Oh
where
yeah,
like the consequent doesn't matter, and it's like, oh really? Like, so, but do you think
yeah.
the consequences matter? Or
So I guess I'm a deontologist only in like by definition alone. I am so like my moral system is specifically like I wouldn't prescribe it necessarily to other people. My moral framework is designed based on my own interpretations of things, because that's all I can really do. But I understand that it might not work for other people, but I just have to follow it. And yeah, if something's wrong to me, it's just wrong. And I think that if I realize that I'm doing what's right, and for some reason, and like, but there's something wrong with it, then I have to evaluate and see if I'm misunderstanding the rule. However, I can only do that when I'm not in the middle of the situation. Because I'm doing it in the middle of the situation, I might understand that I'm just going to be tempted to cater to my own desires.
I
Uh,
mean, there is a sort of point of, but it's this sort of like, how are you understanding your desire? Like, I don't know, like I guess the way I see it is like I think there's a wisdom in like knowing that you can be misled by your desires. I think there's a wisdom there. Like, I think anyone who introspects very, even just like they, just honestly with themselves to a small degree, will see that sometimes they do what's pleasant rather than what's right, and they'll justify it to themselves in the moment. So there is a
Oh,
point of going like, 100% we're capable of doing that sort of psychological bias. But at the same time, we'll have to recognize that it's not that we shouldn't that what it, and this is why this is why I love virtue ethics so much, right? That what is good is it's not just an abstract moral principle, but a lived experience, such that like deontology is literally like it's like when we look at the sort of roots of like say consequence and or like teleology and deontology, it is literally like first and last, right? And I think that the unity of first and last is the moral event, or rather the event which we are understanding and conceptualizing. So like from the Aristotelian sort of virtue ethical perspective, it's like, yes, your intentions matter. Yes, the consequences matter. And even how I understand my intentions is directly related to the consequences, and how I understand my
hmm.
consequences is directly related to the intention, right?
Yeah, yeah. So if I have a rule for something, it's because I understand what the likely outcome is, not because I know what it's going to be. It's just going to be what I understand, what I think is going to happen. But what actually happens, I wouldn't say would. Like if I did something that I thought was right, but it turned out being bad, I wouldn't say that I did a bad thing.
So sorry, say that last part again. So
If I did something that I thought was correct, like a good example, if I see somebody who's walking and the weather's bad and I give them a ride, because that's generally what I'll do. If they do something bad to me, I wouldn't say, "Oh, I've done something bad here," even though like if they hurt me and now now I'm like lesser valuable to my family, which I think is like a really high duty to me is to be a value to my family. I wouldn't say I did a wrong thing. Because my general understanding of giving somebody a ride is that they usually say thank you, I help them get where they're going, and everything's cool. We're both enriched from the experience,
mhm, mhm.
right? So it's
Okay,
based on
yeah.
my perception of the consequences rather than the actual consequences.
You see, this is the thing, but like, what if, like, because I agree that like that's part of it, like then, but like, what if your perception was the part that was wrong? Like, would you say that you would then be informed about like so that your perception of the consequences should be informed like a posteriori from the actual happening, the actual like instantiation of the of your application of like the moral law there, such that
I,
you can kind of go like, oh wait a minute, like I'm clearly not reasoning correctly, in the
yeah,
sense
that's
that
when the
one
rule would
I
have to be
thought
changed.
yeah, okay, then I agree. I mean, I think that's what there's a great actually little if you're interested in reading it, it's very small really for anyone talking about Hegel, and it's there's an essay called consequentialism and deontology in Hegel's philosophy of right.
Yeah, I want to read that.
Uh, um, and
Dude, I'm a philosophy nerd. I just don't have people to talk to about it.
well, that's good, man. It's by Dean Moyer. I think it's Dean Moyer. It's Dean Moyer. I know that. Is it Dean Moyer? I want to say it's Dean Moyer. One second.
But that also means I
Um,
probably have the wrong idea about certain things
yeah.
because I can only like internalize it and not share it. I have like one friend who's super like well educated on philosophy, but he has a weird way of engaging with it and then communicating it too. So it's it's an interesting journey, I'd say.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
if you
I
want to
mean
send me a
like
link to that book, I will absolutely read it.
yeah, I mean
Um,
it's just this is actually just a paper because my God, I wouldn't want to have to I wouldn't give I don't know how much people read these days, right? Like because like I don't read enough. I know that, and but I will commit to reading books and stuff if I've when I've got to. Like you've got to, right? That's part of the job for me. Now you can't say that everyone has time for that, and I get that. But I remember like Rationality Rules. I spoke to Rationality Rules like years ago, and he was wanting to understand something about ethics, and I recommended him a small book on ethics. It was like I want to say it was like 200 pages, like about 150, 200 pages. So like for ethics, that's like tiny, really. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
Sure.
and it was like contemporary philosophy. We're not talking like, you know, it was written in a way that's comprehensible, and in plain English rather than like, you know, like what's it called, like
As opposed to
Hegel or
Kant.
something. Yeah, no, Hegel, Kant. Yeah, like as in opposed to like, you know, some of the like the German idealists and stuff, or like the post-structuralists or whatever. You know, I'm not asking him to read like anything about bodies without organs and stuff like that. You know, and you know nothing that abstract. But it's just like, you know, he just wouldn't do it, and he was just like, you know, have you not got like a paper or something? And it's just like, man, I thought you like when you're trying to argue for something like this complicated, and you're like, oh, where can I go and learn this? And I'm like, oh, well, I learned it, you know, from this book. And then he's like, oh no, not that, like that's too much. And it's like, look, I get it. Like I've already spent like an hour with him on call, explaining it, and he's wanting like additional sources, and I'm like, well, here's the source, and he's like, oh no, too big. And I was just like, well, you know, it's like, come on, man. Like, I can't give you everything here. Like, it's not fair. Like,
Especially if they're fighting it the whole time too.
well, that's it. Like, so, like, I mean, like, I think, but then there's the point of like, that's his job, and I feel like he should have read that. Like, so maybe I'm being like a little bit like, is it? I can't actually say the word. I can't say it. I'm not even gonna try to say it. So maybe I'm being like maybe too harsh on the guy. And I know
Maybe.
people have lives and shit. But like I don't know how much to recommend people now.
Uh,
Oh, doggo, angry doggo.
it's okay. There's somebody probably walking near the house, which
Oh,
is
I have dogs.
tragedy.
I have a dog. I have a dog. You know, it's
I've seen your
exactly the
dog.
same thing. Yeah, he's sweet, man. He does the exact same thing.
Um. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. So if there's something that you need to or really want to read, but you don't have the spoons for it, you can always copy the text into a speech to text if there's no audiobook for it as well.
I use Speechify.
Oh, yeah,
And
there you go.
this isn't sponsored. You know, it's actually really good. I haven't tried Speechalo. That's supposed to be a good one as well. There's like a few of them now. There's like you can even use one. I think there's one built into in Microsoft Word now, and I think there's one built into Google Docs as well. But with Speechify, you can do it so like you can download the PDF into Speechify, and it will read it as well, which is just nice. So like
That is
like
nice.
yeah, it is nice. The only thing that I don't like, and I did actually message them about this, is let's say you've got like a Kindle, right? Or like a Kindle version of a book. I said like I messaged like them on Kindle about this. I'm like, is there a way for me to like integrate this into Kindle so I can actually just read the books? I'm like, I cannot, like, what's the point in like like some of these books they'll have like WhisperSync and Audible and stuff like that, and I get it. Like Kindle want to make money off it, and so they protect it. But like, there's a lot of books that don't have that, and
Oh,
like, you know, so like, how much like. And then it's also like the additional cost, and I mean, you can't actually say this to Amazon. Hey, wait a minute, why are you charging us so much for like you know? It's just like, oh god. But then it only encourages me to just get a PDF of the book and then
yeah.
use that. Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
I'm
it's
kind
like
of shocked
I
that they
would
would
have bought the
protect
book.
it.
Yeah, well, I would have bought the Kindle version, but I'm not going to now because I can't use this with like the thing that I can actually use to read it. Like, you know.
Yeah, that feels weird to me. Like if I purchase these words, let me use them.
Yeah,
Very odd to me.
clearly you don't. But the thing is this is the weird thing. Like, and this is actually, I don't know if you care about talking about this sort of stuff, but like what I've found, and in general, society and ownership are just going complete opposite ways. So capitalism's moving away from this idea of like owning private property. Everything's becoming like rented property. Everything's becoming like part-time ownership. So that like, you know, you're on Spotify, you don't own your music. You're on iTunes, you don't own your music. You know, the only way you own your music is if you get a physical copy of the disc. These days, really, like you don't actually own the music. So if I die and I wanted to pass like my music on, I can't. Like it's like, and you know, or if a corporation wants to take something down off Spotify, it's gone. You know, and like iTunes, it's like a contract until you die. I think Bruce Willis or something tried to leave it to his daughter, and he was like taking a court saying like you can't do that.
Oh,
Yeah, there was like a court case there. Then you've got like stuff like obviously private property, like in terms of housing, we are being far and far like more and more alienated from owning our own homes, right? Like that's clear. Like it's becoming like absolutely centralized or like more and more centralized, or collectivized in this respect. And then you've got, everything from cars, like people are having to rent cars rather than own their own car, because the cost of car ownership's gone up.
A
You've
lot.
got, I mean, it just seems everything. It just seems everything is like we're being alienated from private property, and what's replacing that is a rental system which prevents you from actually acting in accordance. Like, it wouldn't be so bad if it was. I mean, I wouldn't like it in general, but it wouldn't be so bad if it was something like, have you ever seen like public housing in the UK, where it's kind of
No.
like, don't worry about it, it's your house, do what you want with it, just don't break it, right? You
Sure.
can, so like, that's essentially it. It wouldn't
That
be so
sounds
bad.
nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. I think public housing in the UK is actually really quite nice, but like, council housing's actually class. Like, I would, like the thing is that like you, for example, like you can get like a house, like rent a house for like £200-300 over here if you get a council house, and that's solid, man. Like, like per month. So like, I mean, you're talking like, what's that, like $400 maybe a month for like a 2-3 bedroom house.
I
Like,
pay
so
$1,100 for rent for a 3-bedroom house. It's only 1,100 square feet.
a three
No,
bedroom house though. I mean, that's not. I mean, that, like, be fair, that's
the
what we
rooms
would be
are
paying.
small.
You should see some of the prices in like some places in the UK now though as well. I mean, the same as the United States. Like some places in the United States, like obviously local economies and stuff. It's
Well, I don't know.
obscene, man.
There's
Like,
nothing included with rent. That's just for the house. I don't know how that works in the UK. If there's usually like utilities or
oh
anything
no,
included.
we don't
Oh,
get
okay.
anything. Nah, nah. Private accommodation sucks as well. This is the nicest place I've ever been in, right? And I pay like 550 for a 2 bedroom flat.
I'd
So
kill
that's
for
like
that.
that's like that, yeah, I could imagine. Like, so that's like a uh about $600-700 for
I
like,
just
or
rent
600
two.
odd dollar.
I'd just rent two and have like my own separate house. What the hell? My wife and I can have our own houses for what we're paying right now.
Really?
On
Oh,
those and that costs well $1,100 versus what it would be like what $1,200 then. Yeah, I'd pay an extra $100 to have a whole nother 2-bedroom house.
yeah, essentially, yeah, right. Well, but 2 bedroom flat, not a house. So like, but like, it's a nice flat. I like it. I'm very happy with it. And to be honest, it's a little bit under market rate because I got it before the house price started just like fucking booming. Like, so I'm a little bit under market rate right now. Thank the Lord for that. And but yeah, like that's really that's good here. But like a 3 bedroom house, as soon as you go to houses rather than like flats, it like skyrockets in price to like 800-900, like for the 2 bedroom, like not very nice houses either. And then it's just the fact that the landlords don't give a fuck. Like slumlords are like a real problem. Like landlords just do not give a fuck with how you live. Like you could be like, I had a landlord and he says to us like, one, he wouldn't clean up sewage from the yard, right? I'm trying to get him to clean up fucking sewage. Like it's overflowing with shit. Like, I mean, like human feces is overflowing out of the drain, and I'm like, please fix this. And it took him 3 months to get the actual human waste removed from our yard. And this happened like 2 or 3 times. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, it's not even my fault. Like, my neighbor's blocking the drain, right? And the manhole cover or something's in our yard. So it's like bubbling up. And I can't now use my back door, right? Where my bins are. Right? So it's just like, and then it's a human, this is human waste, right? Like, this is the whole street is essentially
Seems unsafe.
yeah, it's really unsafe. So I end up having to call environmental health. I'm expecting to get evicted. Honestly, I hate the whole system, right? The whole system's just messed up. There's loads of stuff.
On the subject of private property, I think that the subscription-based model is really, really garbage. I think ultimately, my perfect society would say that there is no private property, but it would be a system where like, okay, I needed to use a video camera, so I would just like log in, but it would also require no money as well. No private property should entail no money. It would just be like an automated system where you could check out a car or you could check out a video camera, or you could check out whatever you need and then just return it when you're done using it. Sort of like a library of everything. But yeah, with the fact that it's a capitalist system, moving away from private property onto a subscription-based system, that's it's nothing more than just like that. It's greed at the highest level. That's all it is.
It's the worst. It's the worst of both worlds, right? We're getting
Yes,
like a
yes.
collectivist economy. It's feudalism. It's feudalism. It's neo-feudalism, right? I don't want look. I don't like communism. I don't think communism works. I don't want to be in a communist state, right? But this isn't even communism. This is communism. This is socialism for the rich, right? Like, and it actually is. Like it's like if they have a problem, they're getting a bank bailout. Oh,
Yeah.
don't worry. Like they're getting bailed out, man. The government will make sure that the taxpayers pay all your problems away. Like, you know what I mean? Or like they'll just have money just forced into their pockets so that they can go and buy more houses and stuff. It's like, oh, like, you know, that makes sense. Like, what are you like? Why are you doing this? Like, and then nobody does anything. Although, to be fair, like, it's like, what do you even do in terms of collective, like our collective pressure against our governments now? Because we allowed essentially corporations to export all of our labor force to basically what enemies, by the way. Like, what I don't like ideologically speaking, what enemies like China and stuff. Like it's just such a mess. Like you couldn't actually design a bigger political mess than what the West has actually put itself in. Like in some respects, we're great. Like best places in the world to live, right? Like no doubt. Like I do think that we are probably the most advanced ideologically in the world to live. So, you know, if there's someone that's thinking like, well, if you hate it here, why don't you move? It's like because everywhere else sucks more, right? Like no doubt. Like not even like 100%. I completely. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we can't do better. Do you know? And that things aren't, that we'll have problems that we're not resolving. And I just hate that you can't even criticize this without getting like well, why don't you move to China? And it's like, because China sucks, man. Like that, I don't want to be harvested for organs. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
China does suck. Yeah. Yeah. The everything being on a subscription freaks me out pretty bad, which is ironic because I use HP Instant Ink, and it's sort of you're kind of forced. Like even like you mentioned Spotify, you are so heavily incentivized to move to it because it's cheaper than the alternative, but it's only going to be cheaper than the alternative until the alternatives are forced out of market. Then they can raise the prices on everything.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
just monopolization. It's like, oh.
But it's such a slow burn that it doesn't feel like it at all. None of the alarms go off. For the time being, it's like, hey, I'm getting a sick deal right now because we're all
Because
so
it is a
accustomed
sick.
to the
That's the thing. It is
Yes.
a sick deal until it's not. That's exactly it.
Yeah,
Like,
because we don't see we don't. We have very, very short-term thinking, and especially when it comes to money. We have very short-term analysis of finances, so we're only going to see like what's going into our pocket today and not what's going to be coming out of it in 5 years.
and let's be honest, these aren't like the people who are like are playing this like blue ocean sort of approach, like to like investment, are plowing so much money into making these systems like actually pervade long enough to gain market dominance. Like look at it. Like Uber wasn't like Uber's not. I don't even know if Uber is even profitable yet. You know what I mean? Like it
They ought to be.
wasn't. No, like there's loads of them. They're not even profitable. They're built on constant investment, such that their prices are too good. Like it's like gambling mechanics, right? Give someone a deal that's too good to pass up. That's like break the psychological aversion to like not to engaging in this form of transaction, right? And then once you've gotten enough people on board, or once you've gotten them on board, well then you've basically snagged your whales and you can like milk them like and essentially hunt them to death, right? And like that's what I think is going to happen in this respect. Like you get like your Ubers, your Amazons, you know, your corporations, you know, that are essentially alienating us from private property, right? Or rather, getting market dominance in this case, because Amazon's an example, getting market dominance, like pushing out all of the competitors. They keep the costs down, right? As into the consumer, like the offer the consumer that the go after consumer preference with a ravenous hunger, right? That like it's insane. They'll be like the cheapest option. They'll be the most convenient option. They'll be the best option on the market, like as you've already said, such that you kind of have to be an idiot to not use them and use
Yeah.
that competitor. But the only way they're able to do that, because there's nothing profitable in that, is to essentially burn people's money into investors. And they're like, don't worry, you get stocks in a company which in 20 years' time will be worth like billions, like hundreds of billions. And that's how it's working. It's like, oh, shoot me. Like, you know, it's like, what are you supposed to do? The only thing you can do at that point is have a government with a spine. Like, like, and it's like, but you're never getting a government with a spine. Like,
Well, even saying a government with a spine, but like, if you can't appeal to your constituents that what you're doing is right, then you're not going to be a government at all for much longer. So like, it's tough, right?
it is tough. It is tough. It's just, I mean, it's
Depending
it's
how you
Aristotle.
define spine, I would say that Trump had a lot of fucking spine to pull a lot of shit that he did, but we voted him the fuck out.
Well, Trump's like a different kind of. Trump is like
Dude has planetary-sized balls. Okay, that's
The
the one thing I
guy's-
give him credit for.
the guy is like, no, you know what I think it is? I think it's like narcissism to the point in which he just doesn't think he can lose. Like British aristocrats are like this, right? It's like they're gonna win by divine favor. So like a British aristocrat is just like, no, we are better than everyone else. Like I don't know, like to the point where they say we can't lose. Like the idea of losing something like World War II is never actually clocking into a British aristocrat's head. They're like, no, we're gonna win. Like it can be absolutely dire, but we are actually better than everyone else, so we're necessarily gonna win. I think that's essentially what happens with someone like Trump.
That's
where he's
really
just
funny.
like-
That fits the very caricature idea of what British people are.
Well, unfortunately, while aristocrats are like there is a lot of like to be fair, like British aristocracy have some of the best traits people can have. Like you can get like if you get a good British aristocrat, they're an aristocrat, not an oligarch, right? They're truly upstanding, dutiful. Like they have this sense of justice that pervades their being, such they don't care what people think of them. They'll do what's right, and you can get those like few people that are like that. They'll be like, you know. But then you get the British aristocrats like what we see in our government, and they just do not care about anyone else, and they just think that they are more important, better, superior, naturally born better, like bloodline sort of shit.
That's kind of
So it's yeah.
scary.
Yeah, no, it's like a proud thing. Like, well, like most of our government comes from like one school, usually in British history. Our government typically comes from one school in the UK, which is called Eton, like one private school. Yeah, that's the Tory party. They almost like exclusively they go to Eton and Oxford.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Eton private school, and then they go to Oxford, and that's where they do that. Like they usually do PPE at Oxford, and and then like the inner circle typically go to things like the Bullington Club, which are like the Riot Boys, be absolute dickheads. That's your Boris Johnsons, your David Camerons, you know.
Oh.
That usually, yeah, they're like related and stuff like that. Like not
Sounds
together.
very Skull
like
and Bones.
oh yeah, it's very like old boys club. That's like the way that like the Tories work. It's a very old boys club. Like you know, chums. They're chums and like friends. Like they're like chums and relatives. It's really bad. Really
Are you
bad.
familiar with
But
the
yeah.
Skull and Bones?
No. Sorry.
So it sounds. I mean, it kind of is a conspiracy, but like it's like definitely like a legitimate thing. Like most of our presidents, like a lot of big movers and shakers, were in this like. It's kind of like a college club to be in, called the Skull and Bones Association.
Oh, really?
Has ties with like Freemasons and stuff. Yeah. So
To say a cult, like yeah.
yeah, it's I would say it's pretty culty. Yeah. It's the closest thing I could put it next to is like Freemasonry. But it's just
Yeah.
sort of like its own deal also. But I would imagine there's a lot of overlap. And yeah, just like a lot of people that are big movers and shakers in America were in the Skull and Bones in their
You had the Freemasons over
adolescence.
here as well. You had the Freemasons over here as well. Like, but like, yeah, but like, it's the same. Like this is like, yeah, it's the same thing here. with the like there's like the Bulletin Club and there's loads of there's like it's just the old boys network, man. It's always the same. Just it's different things in different places, but it's always the same, right? You know what I mean? It's just networking.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like
there's
it's
very
not.
pragmatic reasons to do these things.
Yeah, it's not what you know, but who you know, man. That's where power comes from. Like a lot of the time, let's be honest. Like even when it comes to like, it's very like that. That being said, like I will say, like this is why I think capitalism has at least like I'm not a capitalist, right? But like at least capitalism offers a kind of it is a democratic attack on oligarchy to some degree, like in its like original sort of not in an unregulated way, because I think that actually leads to oligarchy. But like in what it was sort of set forth by like liberal thinkers, the idea was essentially to increase social mobility, and it did. Like it did for a long time. Like old money sort of dwindled to new money. You still got oligarchy in the end, but like at least like you know some rich people like were born into wealth, impoverished themselves by being fucking idiots. You got poor people who are very clever who enrich themselves. You know what I mean? So you know, definitely. I don't know. Like, there's definitely positives to capitalism that like I think we're losing, unfortunately.
Oh,
Like
sure.
actual capitalism.
I don't disagree. Um, I did have. Oh, so I think I might have said something to you about this, but I don't really know what your answer was. I do, I guess I'll just say I think that if you're a Christian, you can still be agnostic, and I think you should be. To try to bring us back around. What do you think of that?
Well, if you're Christian, you should be agnostic. Did you say?
Yeah, you should still understand that you can't know.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be agnostic. I think I've said that before. Um, um, because I believe that we can't know, but I think we can know. So I would affirm that we can actually gain knowledge of God. I used to hold the opinion that we couldn't, because it's the most perfectly conceivable being, and me as a fallible agent can't perceive the most perfectly conceivable being, and so could only talk about him allegorically or via negativa. And so that led to me being an agnostic, because then, well, how can I have knowledge of him? I can't. I can only have knowledge of what isn't him. Well, then clearly I should have like it's agnostos, right? It's
Yeah.
meaningful to talk about, but it's essentially, you know, there's no actual conclusion. Well, I disagree with that now. I think you can actually and must necessarily imply knowledge of God, even in a basic ontology, such that my knowledge of objects and how I interrelate to everything in the world and myself already implies an implicit knowledge of a perfectly conceivable being, of a perfect being.
How do you square that with your inability to have a perfect perception to begin with?
You don't need a perfect conception. Like God can have a perfect conception of himself. That's fine, but it's not about having a perfect conception. It's just the implicit conclusion of the argument. So, for example,
Or
something like the
sorry,
argument.
you have an imperfect perception. You don't have the cognitive faculties to really be that certain about really anything. Like, I mean, it
Like,
comes down to like axiomatic things and stuff, but like, so I feel like when it's something that's that big of a deal, I think it would be rational to say like, I have a lot of faith. I am thoroughly convinced, although like I must concede that like I certainly can't know. Almost like
no,
the
you see,
atheist who says,
I'd 100% say that you can know. I'd
"Oh,
100% say you can know.
see, I think certainty frightens me." Like when atheists say like there's maybe like a less than 1% chance that there is a God. I think that that's too, what obviously too low of a number to be good faith. But I also think that claiming maximum certainty is also, I just feel
Oh
like it
no, I
has
mean
to
like
be.
you
Uh,
can't be certain. You can't be absolutely certain about anything in the sense that I think that all of our knowledge is fallible, right?
okay, then
Um,
good. So you're a little bit
but like,
agnostic.
well, what I would really say is like I could be wrong about everything, right? Like I could be. Like you've got to have an open mind and be willing to talk. Otherwise, you just asserting you're right, right?
Yeah.
Unless you are God Himself, like obviously you can be wrong.
Yes.
Um, but I do think that we can have essentially doctrine which are evidenced and are true, and because of that we can have knowledge of God. So like for example, I would say like the PSR, the principle of sufficient reason, I think that provides evidence or like a proof or for a necessary being, um, and that necessary being can only be understood in relation to being divinely simple. So that's if it contains all the reasons for its existence, it must be perfectly actual. If it's perfectly actual and contains no potential, then we can infer how it would relate to us and how it relates to itself. In which case, we can gain knowledge of God's characteristics, such that we can see that He's omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipresent, right? Likewise, I also think that in order to make, I think in order to make even, objects intelligible, but also things like mechanism, scientific approaches to reality, all of that, we already have to imply a teleological approach to reality. Some people think that you don't need to do this. I think they're woefully mistaken. And such a teleological approach to reality, combined with a principle of sufficient reason, I think leads us to affirming the truth of an ontological argument, because you've established a metaphysic, which implies that there must be a unity of all being as a necessary being, and that would be a perfectly conceivable being. And a perfectly conceivable being, if it is one, like, if perfection is essentially just, if goodness and being are interchangeable, right? And something is all being, then it's all good, which means it's perfect, it's absolutely complete. Then it must exist if the principle of sufficient reason is true and a teleological argument has been established. Now, the point in which I would argue with, like, atheists and stuff is whether this is true, where they'll go like, well,
That's
you know,
that's where you're that's where I would have the argument saying, well, because I'm like 60-40 agnostic. But like I am agnostic, but I say like 60-40, there is a God, there isn't a God. That's sort of like where I sit on my own like ideas about it. I think that I like, for me, I know that I can't know. But where I lean towards like what I think, like 60-40. Although the one thing I think that you can't argue with anybody about is like revelation. If like they have a religious experience, I think that's just by default it has to be real. It's just they might have a bad interpretation of it, but if you were to talk them out of it, then I think you've just rendered them insane. So you can't really have that conversation.
I don't know. I think that there's interpretation of revelation, isn't there? It depends on what we mean by revelation, though. Because some people just take revelation to be like a feeling.
That's a pretty low fucking bar for revelation, then.
No, but it is like a divine feeling, like they can feel it in your chest. I'm sure Mormons talk about it like this. I'm almost positive that I've heard Mormons talk, but I mean Mormons aren't really like Christian
They need
and
to
like
raise
the
the
same.
bar up, then I think.
Mormons need to raise the bar up for a lot of things, man. But like, I'm sure Mormons talk about it like this. But at least I've heard Mormons talk about it like this. But I love Mormons. I do love Mormons. I think they're the sweetest people. Like, but that philosophy is always bad.
So maybe that's even closer together too. So the only reason that I'm not that I don't have more concrete ideas about there being a higher power is that I just understand my ability to like deceive myself, so I'm very cautious about it. But I would say revelation. I had an experience where I don't know if you want to say I was praying or I was just like reaching out, because you can consider me an amateur theologian, so to speak. Since I was 13, I studied religion super hard, so naturally I'm going to try to engage in some of the ideas. And when I'll just say like praying, sort of praying. It was like, for lack of a better way, because there's really no words for it, it was almost as if somebody turned up the gravity in the room. And I felt like an inexplicable like weight around me, and I had considered a lot of things that I had never considered before, and in a lot of ways just sort of felt shameful about certain things about myself. But in doing so, gave me a better understanding of myself. These are things that I wouldn't contest feeling shameful about if somebody else had brought them up to me.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I
it's
would say
like
this is revelation to me. There was also like this physical element of
agree.
like weight, or like I guess not in a literal sense, but like the having the gravity turned up. So to me, that's like that's revelation to me. Or if somebody says like I had a vision, but if somebody says God spoke to me in English in my ear, I say that's a crazy person. God
Yeah,
doesn't have a
usually
mouth; he can't
I
talk to
would,
you.
yeah, I would usually say the same. It's like one of the things is like, and this is like the whole point where I think like revelation has to be like always has a public component because like you have to look at it like it could be in theory, right? Like that you're having this moment in which, you know, the divine, like, you know, there's a miracle or something, but like in like it's the I guess the point is to say that like how do you interpret the difference? Like how do you know, like have you ever seen, and I think a really great example of this um is have you ever seen the movie, I think it's Joan of Arc?
Mm-mm.
Right, so in the movie Joan of Arc, I'm not a fan of Joan of Arc as a saint because I'm English, obviously. But like, um, but essentially, there's in the movie Joan of Arc, the she you know she has these visions, these divine visions, right? And she uses these visions as a justification for killing the English, who are actually currently invading France.
Yeah.
So you know, I mean, to be fair, we're kind of the bad guys, but you know, still, I don't think saints go
What
around
a
killing.
British response to that. Oh my God. Well, we're kind of the bad guys, but still, don't kill us.
You know,
While
but
we
it's one of
kill
those
you.
things where, like, no, I never said like don't fight back. It's just that I don't think God's getting involved in our wars. I think the Pope's nationality has a lot to do with this. Anyway,
Sure, sure.
but
I was
like,
just giving you shit.
no, no, it's fine. But like, I think that yeah, like, essentially, what um, like, essentially, what I think no, what I think's a really good point that's made in this film is there's this, you know, she's having these visions. Anyway, she's captured by the English in the end, and she's gonna get burned at the stake. And she's in the like dungeon, and she's praying for our visions to return. And there's this guy in the dungeon, right? Um, and he like appears to her, and he's like, they're not gonna come, like the visions, right? So she's having like a hallucination of like this guy saying, you're not gonna get a vision. And like we don't know if it's a hallucination. It's not like, you know, like you don't know if she's just totally crazy or she's having these visions, and that's kind of the way it plays out. And he's like, and then she's like, they will come. Like, you know, God is speaking to you. And he's like, God is speaking to you. And it basically goes on to say like, you know, how she's interpreting these visions. Like, so she's like, well, what about the wind? And he's like, you know, this moment, this vision of wind, and he's like, it's just wind. And she has a moment of where she's dancing with Jesus, and she's like, well, what about this? And he's like, just dancing. And then she's like, what about the sword in the field? And he's like, oh, the sword in the field. So all of these moments or explanations of this, how this sword got in the field, from the likely, you know, to the unlikely, to the
Sure.
inexplicable. No, you went for this, and then it has like, you know, it has all of these different scenarios of like people fighting. It has someone, you know, dropping the sword when they're running away, and then it has someone just tossing the sword into the field because they're sick, clearly. And he's like, but what you went for was this, and it's just a sword beaming down from light and being placed in heaven, from heaven, being placed in the field.
Sure.
And it's just like, well, yeah, man. Like, it's like, how do you know that all of this wasn't even the devil convincing you to kill people in God's name, right? If you are a true Christian, how would you know any of this? Like, you could be completely crazy. This could be an evil demon. Like, you know, and what you're doing is just murking people off, you know, and that's like, it's just like, and clearly there's like a point of interpretation of like, how do you interpret revelation, right? And I think it's like one of the most important points of like, you need reason, and reason is public.
So I would say in the what you just described, this seems to be somebody looking for revelation and finding it in the most convenient kind of way. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But when I say somebody, if somebody explains revelation that is intangible, these are the kinds of things I would never argue with somebody. I would say there has to be this like intangibility to it for me to not argue it, because for me to say like, hey, no, you're crazy, is to say that like you need to doubt your very understanding of like your interpretation of your senses, and I just don't think somebody can do that. If they
Oh, I
do,
think
if they say I didn't experience what I experienced, well, congratulations, you're a crazy person now, right?
like I don't know. I don't know, man. Like I don't think you have to like you can say like like it's if in fact it's the opposite, right? It's like you're not saying like they're a crazy person. What you're saying is like unless you want to be a crazy person, you need to doubt your experiences. Like for example, like that's what like in the words of Foucault, right? What insanity isn't having unreason, right? Having a fiction isn't insanity. Having an idea isn't insanity. Being unable to free yourself from a fiction is insanity. So if like you say to someone, let's say they're like, God spoke to me and it's blah 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 blah, or like this has made an impression on me such that it is like I don't like it was an act of like divine like revelation. It's like you have to say like why is it divine? What was divine about it and what did you learn? What is essentially the truth of this interaction such that you don't let them convince themselves. Like otherwise, you could be like, one of those guys is like, again, like, the God told me to do this horrific thing, and you don't go like, oh, I'm proving them like essentially I'm saying that they're a crazy person. It's like, well, what if they are a crazy person, right? Like, what if they actually are? Like, like you have to be willing to go, but are you sure? Like the church, for example, is really strict about what it would consider a miracle and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
it investigates to the point in which it's like. It's the biggest bullshit caller ever. Like it's not like it's like it will basically treat you as if you're a fucking liar because it has to, like because it like basically everyone else will. Like it can't accept it. It has to do a really thorough investigation into like how did this happen? Is there an alternative explanation? And all of this sort of stuff. And it's the same thing I think with divine revelation. Like, are you sure like this is an action? And like and also like revelation only perfects reason. So if it's contravening reason, it can't be revelation. So I have to be able to say to you, if you're saying something like irrational, that's not divine revelation. You're fucking crazy. Like, and I'm doing you a favor, man, because if it's then you can bring your sort of self as an object and you're like, hey, wait a minute, why do I think that? And maybe you're right and I'm wrong and you can explain it to me. But until you can explain it to me, do you even really know it yourself, right?
Sure. I guess I've never ran into somebody who claimed to have a revelation that would contradict reason. Outside of like the fact that like they're having some sort of experience from like an ethereal being, which I think some people would argue is outside of
Yes.
reason.
Yeah.
But
Some people would.
within the confines of their own logistical system, it's not contradicted, and I don't have like it's not going to contradict anything that is like uh, it if the revelation like with the things that I would say might be illogical, they're at least consistent with the net, and it doesn't bump heads with anything that is falsifiable. So we're good.
Right. So it's like sort of specific conditions where like, but again, then I guess then there is the public component, right? You're like, like it isn't going against like a public reason. What you're saying is that there's a personal component to it that you can't say no, that didn't happen if it's
Yes.
not contravening reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'm fair enough. I think I would agree with that. Like if anything, that's respecting their reason, right? Like like that they are even capable of like otherwise you're just being a kind of a dick and you're like you're just saying nah, you shouldn't trust your own like you can't trust your own
Yeah. You can't trust your own
perception.
experience,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's the
you're
thing that
exactly
the component to revelation that I'm mainly concerned with here is experience, and I can never tell somebody that they didn't experience what they did, because thinking you experienced something is what experiencing something is. Yeah? Like
depends on what.
tautologically, if you think you experienced something, that is your experience.
No,
What
but
would be, can you give me an example where that wouldn't be the case?
I think I experience being a galaxy and an ethereal being floating through the universe as I have been induced myself into a drug-infused, like, schizophrenic event or like psychotic event. I have never experienced being a galaxy. I've experienced being a human tripping balls, right? like, you know.
Sure, then I'd say that they probably just used the wrong words for it.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Like the
agree with that. Like,
experience
they're
is
not
like
just
the thing they're
true.
communicating is true. They're just communicating poorly.
It's true that they had an experience, but but that's the point. It's whether they correctly interpret their experience. That's the point about, like,
Yeah.
essentially the public use of reason, and that's why I would say yeah.
Yeah, so
But even
I
how
don't
they,
argue the
yeah,
experience, but I might argue what was really happening there. So I met a guy. Any chance you've ever read the Albigan Papers?
haven't. I have not.
It's really, really good book. It changed the way I thought a lot. I think I was like in my 20s or something. I had really bad depression, and I went to the nut house, and I met this guy in the nut house. He gave
I
me
just
this
like,
book.
and then I went to the nut house. I like the casual like you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. If
But,
you've been there, like we don't. People who've been there don't take it that seriously. We call it what it is.
oh no,
Um,
I know. I make the same sort of jokes about mental health as well. I think the only people that are like super like fragile about mental health are the people that have never experienced problems or like had like personal association with it. Because otherwise, you learn not to take it so seriously.
Yeah, the people who
But
don't tiptoe but aren't virulent about it, you can tell that you live in it. I get it. He gave me this book, and which ended up being really interesting for later in the thing I'm going to tell you. But he was convinced the reason why he was there is that he firmly believed that he was Jesus, and as you can imagine, I was totally fascinated by this guy, and I asked him all kinds of questions about it. And like, why do you think you're Jesus? And one of the things that he said to me was, well, when I was 1 years old, I wrote my name. To which I immediately said, did you write Craig or did you write Jesus? And then he just looked at me like confused, like he didn't understand the question. So fine, fine.
oh, you're meeting them with the moral signifier there. Like that's shown like a contradiction. Like you like the only way that he would be able to interpret that is just alienate you as like as essentially a speaker. Like that's like I like like this is what makes like people treating people with like schizophrenia and stuff so hard because they just instantly put you in like in the you're in a conspiracy against me camp. And
He wasn't perturbed by it. He continued everything else, but I
that's
just
good.
think that confused me. He's like, he might have even said, I'm not sure, because I don't remember arguing with him about it. And then, so one time he was meditating near a tree and it went with him. And so this was the really interesting thing. So, like, I never contested any of his claims, but what I said is, why do you think that you're Jesus, though? Could it not be that you're just sort of like a sage of sorts? That, like, you could be, there's like a number of other, like, going off this like thought process, there could be a number of other things that could cause you to be able to demonstrate these capabilities without being Jesus. Why Jesus? He said, I never thought about that. And then he thought for me, he goes, no, I'm pretty sure I'm Jesus. I'm like, okay, that's cool. In every other respect, he was a totally normal dude, except for the Jesus part. So, like, for like, I think like 3 days, I had no idea why this guy was in there.
Yeah,
Later,
yeah.
I left and I read the book. Phenomenal book, especially on religion. The guy who wrote it left to be a priest, and then he left the priesthood because he realized they didn't have any better answers than him, and just sort of did this spiritual journey. Very, very good book. But in it, the author met a guy who was completely normal, except for the fact that the guy thought he was Jesus. And I was just, when I got to that part, I was like, "Get the fuck out of here, dude!" That's how I got this book. That's so weird to me.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Like the thing is that like I think like it's really fascinating like in terms of mental health. I think mental health in general is fascinating, but I mean in terms of like I'm a big proponent of like psychoanalytics
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So, but it's you know, and I think we underestimate like how much it can teach you about ourselves. Like old art about madness used to have like, have you ever seen like old like even Renaissance art about it where it's there's like this kind of it at the point of like you know something like at the point in the turn of modernity in the Renaissance, right? When like you know Shakespeare is sort of at the perfect point for this. And I think this is one of the beautiful things about Shakespeare, right? Is like madness and magic are, it's like a mix of like medical explanation or like science coming around, and at the same time almost this demonic sort of unintelligibility that, but it leads to these like moments where it's for example, like with Macbeth, there's no need for any magic in that whole thing. Like there's no magic, you don't need magic, but there can be magic, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And it's just incredible. Like it's like there's things like that, but one of the things is like the art at the time really reflects this, where there's where there's oh bollocks, where there's like the paint everything shrouded, so when it's mad and like it's darkness and it's depicting madness, there's like shrouded figures, and it's there's things that are discernible, but it's hard to work out. It's kind of fuzzy, where it's almost concealing something hidden beneath it, and and I really love that, because I think there's a truth to that, where it's obviously like the medical approach is meant to sort of deveil madness, and I agree it does, but I think it undermines, like, essentially, because the medical approach took this very top-down analytic attempt at understanding humanity, it sort of generalized too broadly, and we see this in the sciences today when we look at how you actually have to engage with mental health. There is this personal component in therapy where the therapist and the patient have to be on the same level. They have to be talking to each other as equals. They have to be engaging each other like freely, and like there has to be work on both sides to try and understand one another. Where the therapist is revealing the person to themselves and understands when the person's engaging, they might be expressing something that's not, in the contents of what they're doing, but in the way that they're expressing it and stuff like that, and then have to like sort of give that back to the patient. And I think that that's almost implicit in the medicalization of these things. We ended up with a way of approaching madness that like took away the mysteries of the human mind and replaced it with this idea of, that we just have direct access almost, which I'm definitely not a fan of, to say the least. But
Interesting. Why not?
well, mostly because I don't think that you have direct access to anything. I don't believe in like there's an epistemological problem where I think being directly aware of something seems to be untenable, where there isn't this sort of need for interpretation in reality, there isn't this sort of logical component in reality that you're interpreting. There is this already like sort of pre-given consideration of something which you sort of put together like puzzle pieces, but it's already as if what we've assumed is that we understand the structure of the puzzle and what it looks like, when in reality I don't think we do necessarily, and it's something that we're having to learn and develop as we go along, like as if we are putting a jigsaw together. We don't have a blueprint already, where I think a lot of the time we like to look at it as if we do have a blueprint, and we do have essentially like a sort of already an already like pre-structured arrangement with the world, an immediate knowledge of the world, and I think that when you apply that to subjects, it leads to horrible ethical conclusions, and that's where you get things like egoism, and you get like these different approaches in ethics, and then politics. I think you get like you typically get liberalism and libertarianism, and in the social sciences you get this empirical psychology where we're reduced to these sort of expressions of a generic disorder rather than an expression of a unique psychology, which is a combination of universal aspects. There is a universal cognitive faculty, we do have a universal human nature, but also the particular expression and the lived experiences of an individual's life, such that it's interpretable and even changing, like in how this has interrelated between this point. You get this relationship which forms a psychology which needs dealt with at that point of the individual, not at the point of a kind of abstract medicalization. And we'll just start putting people in stupid boxes and claiming that we can fix them. And then you get like the pill culture, where you can just give people drugs and it's going to help them. Now, I'm not saying I'm anti-drug, because I think drugs can help. Drugs can be very good, right? I'm currently like really wanting ADHD medication, right? And I think ADHD is a thing. But it's
Sure.
understanding why and when and how to use drugs. And, you know, and I think psychology is coming around a bit more than it used to be. But like empirical psychology was, it's like the actual worst for this sort of stuff. I think I just missed a turn on Hearthstone.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault. It was
Um,
my fault.
so yeah, I think that we have enough basis to go off of. But there's an individual aspect to these things where like if somebody's not getting like results and whatnot, we would say like, well, then you probably need to try a different therapist. So like there's you can have all the information in the world, but I think you could still not be able to help a person particularly just because you're not the right fit for them, more or less.
But I even think there's an ethical part of it where I think that, like, and I think Lacan pointed this out, that when you treat someone like, I'm the doctor, you're the patient, do as you're told, you're not actually learning about the condition. You actually have to you have to be more humble than that in order to be a therapist. You actually have to listen and talk to them. Obviously, have your unique medical opinion, which they can't actually access without you, and obviously also have this, you know, psychoanalyze them. Like you're the role of the therapist, but the role of the therapist shouldn't be seen as this stupidly um like sort of top-down relationship, and I guess that's my problem. And especially since that what this causes then is like an essentially an epistemic access problem where they don't understand who they're dealing with, and they don't understand things about generalize, and then they use those generalizations to form an understanding of those particular patients, and then they use their understanding of those particular patients to inform them on psychological studies and inform them on like behavioral analysis, and then form even more general conclusions, and then you end up with this essentially like spiration into like ignorance, and then you realize, oh, wait a minute, empirical psychology's trash. It can only reproduce 30% of the experiments that it's done, and you know, it's clearly unscientific, and we'll have to do something about it. And it's like, well, maybe if you hadn't taken that top-down approach so much, it wouldn't be such a problem.
Hmm. Sure. But I guess you don't. Do you think that there's a better alternative?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of psychoanalytics, right? And I think that, like, so I think that psychoanalytics needs to be more embraced. And not that I'm saying that the empirical doesn't inform us, because psychoanalytics obviously does say that the empirical informs us. But we also need to understand the structures of thought. Like, so we need to understand the pervading structures of thought such that we try and understand the motivations of why people are acting. Then we need to have conversations with those people and see how they're actually acting. And then deriving from a relationship between that universality and that particular expression, an individual case, which informs us about the sort of categories that are then sort of implicit, like how this is actually how minds actually work. I also think that in general empiricism sucks, and don't just be an empiricist. You know, and I think in general psychology, right? Like I've got a friend at like that is a professor at a university, and really smart guy, and he was writing in psychology, right? Like you know, in neuroscience and psychology. And he's like, you would not believe the things that these people just assume. He's like, we would be assassinated for this. He's like, you know, you know, he's like, they'll just assume something, like, as if it just can be assumed. They won't talk about that they've assumed it even. And he's just like, and then when you bring it up to them, they're like, oh, well, I guess I hadn't thought of it like that. And he's like, well, we've been writing about this for about 60 years now. Um, why aren't you engaging with any like philosophy of mind? So the thing is, in like psychoanalytics in general, it's very philosophically influenced. And I think in general, psychology should be philosophically influenced. And my worry is that many, and science in general, actually, if you see science in general, you will never see worse philosophical takes than from fucking scientists, right? Smart people, right? Like, I love science. But, oh my, actually, maybe like religious dogma can cause it. Like, so you'll find like people who are
Sure.
like pastors or something, you know, like, and they'll be like, praise Jesus, philosophy's a sin. Like, you know, and then you just, it's just like it's that scientism,
They
right?
both have the same cause, though. It's that
Yeah,
rigidness of thought.
it is, and But the thing is that like, so you'll find that you'll get this nominalist empiricism that pervades like almost all scientists, and then our understanding of concepts becomes like, our ontology as a whole becomes like instrumentalism. So like, you know, you get someone like Sabine Hossenfelder to Philip Goff on Twitter. I don't know if you saw that interaction. It was one of the few interactions I actually caught on Twitter. And he's a panpsychist, and I'm not a panpsychist by any means, but he's a panpsychist, and she's a she's actually like a nominalist, right? Nominalist, instrumentalist, such that she's saying like electrons don't exist. It's just a useful model. And everything comes down to the point of useful models. And it's like, look, at the end, you're going to have to bottom out at a point and go, and something actually exists for you to even be able to say it's useful at doing something. So something is actually, really, 100% useful because you're talking about it being useful to something you've already presumed. So you can't actually just say it's instrumental to something unless you're saying that there is a real thing it's instrumental to. So you can't just be an absolute instrumentalist because then it falls apart, right? So you get this like, it's like to the point in which you go and like, you know, I don't think most scientists even go this deep into philosophy. They just sort of do science.
Yeah.
You know, but like it forms the basis of all of the thinking and the structures of thinking that they're engaging with. And I think it's actually, you know, and I worry that it limits us as a society in general, that we're scientists aren't engaging in philosophy. And like another culture, let's say like we're competitors in the international market, if their scientists are engaging in metaphysics and our scientists aren't, our scientists are going to probably lose when it comes to theory. And I don't like that. Like, I don't like the idea that they're not going to be able to pick up on their own cognitive biases as easily. Now, I'm not saying like philosophy in general, like just philosophy of science. I'm not saying they have to do everything, you know, but like just a little bit, even just sort of to get the structures that philosophy, like the ways of thinking that philosophy's essentially good at making like apparent, which is skepticism, having like holding yourself into as a sort of object of your own perception. Where you're like, am I bullshitting myself here? Like you know, like, and that would be really great, but it just, I don't know, man. Like, there's just like so it's not just psychology, and that I would say that is the problem there. But you know, and I'm not saying like, you know, like, you know, and I know this conversation is about religion, so I'm not like, oh, you know, religion will solve everything, just believe in God. Like, that's not what, you know,
Sure.
I'm not saying that, but
I
like,
think
come on.
scientists are among the most religious people I've ever met in my entire life. They just have a different doctrine. Once something's been established, if it's not, there's that rigidness I was speaking of. To where if you pose a different idea, it cannot be entertained if there's data that suggests one way of thinking. But science should be constantly evolving. So like if I was running an experiment and I posed a hypothesis, like it's like it can't even be discussed until I have results, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing. But like, look, how look at some of the best scientists. Some of the best scientists were very philosophically minded, whether it's like Newton and Leibniz, or whether it's, you know, Einstein. Einstein read Kant, and he was like big into like philosophy. And I think like you know, people like to put it down to like you know, like, oh, but it's just about interpretation of the data. It's like, no, there's like the reason that Einstein is radically different to his peers was there was a creative power there that was in Einstein that was not in his peers, and that did not come from looking at the data, you know what I mean, alone. It come from free thinking and out of the box thinking, and that's probably tied somewhat to do with the fact that Einstein was undoubtedly autistic. You know what I
Oh,
mean? And he, you know,
absolutely.
uh,
But I think the reason why scientists that are good philosophers are very good scientists because they know what questions to ask to answer.
yeah,
That's why,
exactly.
like the pioneers of uh, quantum physics, especially like you look at Feynman, you look at Einstein. These were very unusual characters in the scientific field by a lot of
Yeah,
metrics. They were not normal. They were outcasts even in their own.
Feynman's class, man. I love Feynman. I love that man's life, man. Like
He is
he's such a
the
party
coolest
animal as well.
person.
Like,
Yeah, he's one of the coolest people I've ever heard of. And then you hear him talk to like a painter about how a painter will look at a flower and then how he as a physicist looks at a flower. And there's so much wisdom in there. But if you've seen him, if you bumped into him out in the world, you would probably think this guy needs to get his shit together. And I think
yeah.
that's amazing.
Well, that's the thing, wasn't he? Like day drinking and stuff. Like he was like an
Oh
alcoholic, and he
yeah,
started to realize he's like an alcoholic and stuff.
yeah. He drank a lot. He was an absolute whore. And then he would show up and give some of the most inspiring lectures that have ever been given.
I'm sure Freud. I'm sure Freud was a cokehead. Like there was like that was another one. Like I'm sure Freud was like he gave a lecture like totally
But he
high
probably
on
thought it
coke
was
one
good
time.
for him.
No, that's the thing. Like he used coke as a treatment, but he also became
Yeah.
addicted to cocaine. But like he was like saying like one time he's like I'm pretty sure I was talking absolute basically like I'm pretty sure I was talking absolute gibberish, but the seemed to the audience seemed to like it, so that's all that really matters. Like like it's just like for fuck's sake.
Impressive. Uh,
It's
it's impressive he was able to get away with it.
oh, I'm not
himself.
surprised. That's the thing. I think like Freud. I think is probably like I don't know. Freud's a very interesting figure. We'll say that, isn't it? Like, but like a lot of them are like, there's a lot of curiosities about them, and I guess that's basically part of it. It's just like philosophy like opens sort of mental windows and doors, right, to new possibilities and ways of engaging with yourself and the world around you, such that you can hypothesize and you can make better hypotheses and conclusions and understand your biases and stuff like that. So I think it's really great. But I don't know, man. I'm probably just like bitter for the fact that scientists never read philosophy. It just really pisses us off. Like it just really pisses us off. And it's
That
just
makes
they have
sense.
the nerve. They have the nerve to call us dogmatic when it's like religious. So if you say something religious, I see something like I'll see a scientist or something on Twitter post something just stupid, just like Richard Dawkins, for example. He's an idiot when it comes to philosophy, right? To be frank, right? Like it's just like you know, for the love of God, like at least be good at what you. Like, if you're gonna write about philosophy this much, at least read it. But like even in his discussion with Alex O'Connor on theology, he's like, okay, loads of theologians have called you out. Loads of theologians have said that they'll debate you. Loads of theologians have said this and that and the other. Have you ever considered reading theology? Right? Considering that's what he's writing on.
Yeah, I imagine he would not. Hey, chill. Okay.
Well, essentially what he said is, no, I do something better. I do science. And that would be fine if he had held that opinion and just kept it to science, right? Like, I don't have any problem with the man's work on evolutionary biology. Like, the man's clearly a genius when it comes to evolutionary biology. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, why are you writing about philosophy right now if it's about evolution? Like if you're an evolutionary it's like, I don't start writing about evolutionary biology, man. Like, I don't like burst into your bubbles, right? And write, oh, I've just wrote a book as a philosopher on evolutionary biology. This is how evolution works necessarily. And I mean, I have opinions in terms of the philosophy of science about how things must work in terms of mechanism, but like I can't give you like a detailed description of the evolutionary development of the eye, right? You know what I mean? Like I can't do that. That's way beyond my scope. So like, why are you giving me an argument as presented by David Hume, which he did way better than you? You've dumbed it down. You've made it so it's a bad argument now. And at least when Hume gave the argument, it made sense, and we can all engage with it. The way you're presenting the argument is just trash. So it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like if I just ripped off his work or some other famous evolutionary psychologist or evolutionary biologist, just, just used it and twisted it to do whatever I wanted with it, it ruined the meaning of the piece and then published it as my own, became an international figure and did like presentations. And then when someone says to me, Lewis, why don't you read evolutionary biology? And I retort, I do something better. I do philosophy. Assassinate me. Like, I mean, don't actually assassinate Richard Dawkins. I'm only joking. Don't act like,
I didn't even touch that.
Don't come on, man. Clearly.
Yeah, it comes off as like aggressively dishonest. Plus, if you want to talk to people and convince them that they're wrong, you have to understand where they're standing. So it shows a lack of care for the reported purpose of what he's doing, right? If he really cares about making people, taking people away from religion, it seems like you would need to give a very good understanding of that religion, at least to read some of these things. Otherwise, I really feel like you're not actually doing what you're claiming that you're doing. You're probably just grandstanding and wanting to be right and wave your dick around, which is how he always comes off to me, to be honest.
Well, I think that's about right. I think like in general, like there's a point in which it's just you're not even being true to yourself in some respects, right? Like, or to your proposed goal, right?
Yes.
Like, and I think that's true, and I think like it just comes to I think it's, I don't know, there's a level of arrogance there that maybe he does think that he's just superior to the people. I don't know if it's like he's scared of debating, like, the people that have called him out. Like, there's people that have called him out that are, I think, would clearly rip him apart. Like, whether they're right or wrong in the first place, they clearly have his life in a debate because, well, they do philosophy and theology, and he doesn't.
Sure.
And maybe there's a fear there, but I think there's also just like, maybe it's just like a painful amount of arrogance where he just won't even, like, as if he is simply better than them for doing science, right? Like that, because as he's saying, it's like a religious approach where it's like there comes to a point in which it's like, if you really think science is superior to everything else and you're a scientist, or your ideas not superior to everyone else's, and like that's the way a lot of them write books, man. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is writing books about like amazing ideas. He's like, I had this amazing idea. It's like, you haven't had an amazing idea, right? Like, just start from the possibility that this idea is in fact not amazing, and I'm actually going to find this incredibly mundane. Like you know, and you'll say stuff like, about like veganism, and it's like, wait, why didn't you even just research it? Like, it's just it's everything. Oh, I can't hear a word you're saying, mate.
I just laughed.
Oh, right. Oh, like, I thought you were speaking there. It's just, oh, no, man. I mean, I'm probably overly invested in this, right? Like, I really am, but it's...
I understand. As somebody who very much enjoys science and philosophy, it's really difficult to see that the people in the fields don't seem to have, like... There's just, like, no cooperation. There's no, like, not cooperation. There's no... We're not sharing minds like we ought to be.
No, I agree. Like, no, I agree. Yes, I agree. Like, I absolutely agree with that. Like, like, in many ways, it would be really, like, for example, I picked up a book, right? Sabine Hossenfelder, like, on YouTube anyway. Like, she does, like, science news and stuff. I actually really like her content, right? Even though I disagree with that philosophy. Absolutely, right? I like her content. It's a big, huge channel. And I bought a book, I got a book on Audible, Existential Physics, right? And, existential physics, I'm like, oh, here is someone who is taking philosophy and science and quantum physics and putting them together, and they're exploring the human condition in the realm of this, like, in this incredibly deep, open interpretation of how humanity would, like, essentially work, what it means to be in a quantum world, maybe. And I was like, maybe that's my expectations being far too high, but like that's the expectations I had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I got was the same nominalist conception of metaphysics that you always get, and it's just like, fuck's sake. Why did you even put existentialism in the title, man? Why did you do it just to hurt us? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it it's
Set you up
I don't.
just to knock you down.
That's it. It just felt like it's like I've been misled. You know, like I've been lied to. I'm upset now, and it's just like it's a good book in some respects, like some things, right? But in reality, like from the philosophical standpoint, it just comes to the point of like, have you even bothered trying to read any? Um, and I would love to have picked up that book, and went, wow, an absolute masterpiece. You know, like this is the like this indicates to me a truth about the world that's informed, like about philosophy that's informed through physics, and that would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. But I'm never gonna get that, and I don't know why. And I don't know why I'm never gonna get it. Like it feels like I shouldn't have to. Like there's no reason I can't get it, right? It feels like I'm being deprived of it. Like, and I want that, man. I want that. Like, I want a physicist who actually reads philosophy to do physics, to come back to philosophy and go, look, like kind of like Aristotle, right? Where Aristotle wrote the physics and then he wrote the metaphysics, and the metaphysics and the physics are tied together such that they are like a unified piece in understanding reality, where he's like trying to explicate the fundamental tenets of reality and explain what we perceive and the appearances of the beings themselves, and that's what I want. And like that would be incredible, like a truly like when you hear about this when like Stephen Hawking or whatever, and they always want this like grand unified theory,
Yeah,
right? Or a theory, or a yeah, or a theory of everything, or anything like that, right? And it's like, how about you think you bring philosophy into this, because like if you really did want a theory of everything, like that's what a lot of us do. That's what a lot of us want, and I truly want that. Like I can honestly say, if I could just like please give me that, like but it's just like, nah, man. I'm never getting it. I need to let it go. I need to just, yeah, just lying to
Um,
myself.
I mean, maybe. You never know. Um, hmm. I'm not sure how I would want that to look. Maybe I don't know. I'm pretty nerdy with stuff like that, so I think if there was like a joining of the two categories, I think I'd be really interested in hearing somebody who's like approaching that sort of subject. I think I'd be pretty interested in getting a better scientific philosophical understanding of like what thoughts are. Do they have any like or like one of the silliest ideas that pops up in my head a lot is like, how much does a thought weigh? But this is something that you could approach scientifically, but you would have to be extremely philosophically minded to even approach.
Well, I don't know whether that you
As
could like.
silly as it sounds, but I think that
You think that's an answerable question? Because I'm not sure that is.
it's
Like,
an
I don't think that.
approachable question.
Mm. No, it is. It is
And
like,
I would love to read an approach by somebody who is of the mind to approach it.
yeah, like, well, I guess this is like I don't know, like it comes to the point of saying like, maybe, maybe it is an approachable question in one respect, but I guess it's like, I think in the approach that you would find, like, I would be honest, I think that you'll find that empirically, that quest, like an idea, obviously, like I would say that obviously, like, I'm an idealist, right? So I don't think that
Yeah.
like obviously like ideas are going to conform to the material world, but vice versa. So maybe like obviously like it would, but at least in doing that, at least you could try and go like, all right, well, like how, like what is an idea? How would it work? Like if by approaching, like one of the things, like like Berkeley, by approaching empiricism from this point, he ended up becoming an idealist. And maybe it's like, if people, even if they did try and approach it from the point of like, how could we understand what an idea is, and if it just got them to ask that question, that would be so much. But it's all presumed, and it's these presuppositions, right? That like kill us. It's just killing us, man.
Uh,
Oh, I should have attacked with that first.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to replay it in my head. What's the presupposition?
In general, like there's like we'll have various presuppositions about what an idea is, or
Oh, yeah.
what an object is, like a specific ontology, or how we gain knowledge, or any of these things that are just never challenged. And if we even got them to ask questions, like by going like, all right, here's this specific empirical question that really is going to force a metaphysical introspection. I think that would do a lot. Like it would actually have a lot. Like if you go, how much is an idea weigh? And then they've got to
Yeah.
go, well, wait, before I can wait, I've got to know what it is. And if we could just get them to ask the question, what is an idea? We might get like leaps and bounds of like, you know. But I do worry that a lot of the time you do this, and what you get is an idea is just essentially, oh god, one second, I just
Electrical synapses in the brain.
yeah,
But it's more than
electrical.
that. Clearly.
Well, I do agree.
Because there's electrical synapses in my brain that's making me breathe when I don't realize it. This is very different than having a thought.
But, yeah, but like they'll still say like
Yeah.
even if like they'll take a dogmatic materialist interpretation of that. But
Right,
that's
which
the
is
thing.
why
They
I
won't even
want this.
question it. I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. Like at least give them, at least make them, at least like if they did it, like at least then you could like. I don't know. There's a lot of neuroscience, man, that makes me want to cry. So, like I don't know, like they just sort of assume a lot. Like I
Yeah,
don't
without
like.
any, there's nothing to back it. Yeah. I had this conversation about black holes with a viewer of mine, and he got really, really mad at me. So, well, like, I don't really, like, there's clearly something there. We can tell by things interacting around it, but I'm not. I think it's a little bit cocky, the kinds of claims that we make about black holes, because we don't even know what it is. We're just saying, like, I can't see this here, but we can see things happening in and around this area, and, so, like, I agree that something's happening there, but we make a lot of claims that we just sort of take for granted about it, which is ridiculous. It feels very unscientific to me.
Oh, there's loads of stuff. Even like I think like there's actually loads of stuff like in relation to like the reasons why lots of theories become popular, like with string theory, with dark matter, with
I
like
hate dark
loads.
matter with a
Do
passion.
you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
don't worry, man. I promise you. I promise you, it's real. Like don't worry. Like
Yeah.
you know.
It
Absolutely.
exists because it must, or you're wrong about something else. Period. Like there's this
Yeah.
completely like otherwise all of my math is wrong about this other thing that I also can't prove, so it must be correct, and I hate that.
Yeah. It's not. No. Yeah. I get you. I'm with you. Like, but yeah. But yeah,
Like in what other arena would this be an acceptable evidence for a conclusion? Never in any.
I mean, like, I think there's like obviously like there's like that's the thing. Like, it's obviously trying to give an account for gravity, right? And like the operations of gravity. And I get it, like the sort of macroscopic universe, which I can understand, right? Like, and I can sympathize. But like, if it can be but like we are presuming that it can't be accounted for in another way. Like,
Yeah, it just requires an admittance of some degree of like ignorance. That's it, and that's the thing that's pretty hard
dark
to get.
matter's like one of the mods has just said you should stop talking about this because dark matter's observed. Like, dark matter is like the whole point of dark matter is that it's never directly observed. Like, we'll only observe its effects. That's the idea, and the whole point is to give an explanation of like the macroscopic universe to explain like large cosmological structures. And like the way that they're working is to basically there seems to not be enough matter in the universe, and so that we're using it as essentially as a like we can't see enough matter, so there must be this other matter that we're not seeing. Whereas like there are other explanations that are actually legitimate that might be that essentially
Yeah,
I'm
they're
sorry,
saying
really
because
quickly.
the mass of the universe doesn't equal what we think it ought to, dark matter must be responsible for this missing mass. And I
Yeah,
know the LHC
sorry, I
purports
was
to have observed it.
I was just yeah, like Sorry, I was just making the move on Hearthstone, so my brain just sort of because like the thing was going down, and so I just had to quickly just swap over. I can't do two things at once.
No worries. But I'm not wholly convinced by that either. I'll have to review it a bit more, but I have a hard time not thinking that there's motivated reasoning and saying, hey, we detected it, but we don't really have a definition for what it is, anyways.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, I agree. Look, I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, I'm willing to defer to physicists, like, in the sense, like, I will find out. Like, they'll tell me, and I get that, but I do think that at least, like, even hearing, like, it's like, are you challenging the presuppositions here? You know, and that's what I'm really care about. Like, are they like from a philosophical standpoint of just good practice, like, like philosophy of science? Like, are you thinking about how you're thinking? Right, you know, such that like yes, this might be like this, but why are we assuming this in the first place? Is like a really um um I'm gonna come into VC and yell about this. Absolutely, man. No doubt. You're welcome. Um, but yeah, like yeah. I don't know, man. It's just like it does seem that there's a lot in it. If we just had a little bit of overlap in between the fields, is what my main goal is about this, right? Like just a little bit, just a little bit. Like, come on, I'll read some science, you read some philosophy, and everyone will be happy, right?
Yeah, I agree. And I guess kind of one of the things I've written down is sort of a bridge of those two things. One of the I had a long conversation in Wix Discord just with random people about my ideas about God and the universe and all that. And one of the things that I brought up that people seem to really struggle with, and unfortunately, the person who sided with me was President Sunday. I do not like him. I think he's a
I'm
fucking
not
hack,
proud of
and I think I don't have a lot of positive thoughts about him. But he agreed with me and sort of argued alongside me about this. That the problem with understanding, the problem with supposing a creator, the strongest one for me is that we assume the universe that it's in its default state, and that it continues to be in this state. Whereas I suggested this idea that the universe could very well operate very much like the world of a video game. Like I'm playing a game right now, and everything that I can do has to follow all the rules of the game. But there could be a patch that happens, and that the patch happens, everything is retroactively fit to the new rules. So like my video game character that I'm playing with, they would never know if something was fundamentally changed about the rules and laws that govern this world after a patch. It would just have always been this way forever.
Yeah.
So the universe could have existed or could be changing all the time, like the laws of physics and all that, but we would never be able to detect it because it's just the nature of how that would work could just
I
change our
mean,
understanding of it as well.
I agree with like a retro causation in general, like as a Christian.
Yeah,
Like so,
I guess you
like I
have to
think
for
that,
God at some point.
yeah, like well, that's the thing. I say that I think that God essentially, God's relationship with reality is such that it's already completed and eternally manifest and sustained by His act of creation. So it's like a single moment for God. Like all of reality would be a single moment of in timelessness for God. So like, and that's what it means to be eternal, not like an everlasting, like goes on for infinity. That implies like temporal limitation. God brings time into being. It's but anyway, so like, yeah, I do agree with that. That obviously is possible, or even I would say even necessary, but the specific conditions from which allow us to understand like laws of objects, ontology in general, um, isn't derived from the nomological laws from which we perceive, right? Like, or rather, like a specific set of, um, like mechanical laws from which we perceive, and we have to say that there is something true in all universes, like modally speaking, such that I can say that it doesn't matter if it was this universe or another universe, this would necessarily be true. And I would say that would be something like the principle of sufficient reason, which underpins science, such that we would be able to even mark a distinction between universes.
Yeah, I would say that if this sort of model exists, then we just wouldn't be able to.
But I think we can. I think we do necessarily. I think we do, and I think we actually presume that this truth is possible at the point of physical analysis. Like physical analysis is just to say that we can gain. Like we assume logic and a knowledge of like what I would say a logos at the point of any form of epistemological analysis, such that we can even understand the concept of change implies that that something could stay the same, which implies an existence which is already knowable, right?
Are you saying that it would be impossible for the universe to exist in a state where, um,
No, the universe could change. God could do whatever the fuck he wants, right? Like that's absolutely the case, right? Like God, like that's like he could choose to have never made this universe, right? And I
sure,
think that bends people's minds because they're like, what? Like it's like, well, he did. No, he didn't. No, right? That's not how it works for God, right? Like, it's not temporal. So there is this sort of retro causation. Like you could patch it, you could modify it, you could change it, whatever, right? It's
yeah,
um now, yeah, that's absolutely fine. But what no, regardless of whatever happens in the universe or whatever changes, there is a certain ontological conditions that are true metaphysically. So metaphysical conditions that are true of all universes, or logical conditions that are true of all universes that are that confine and define ontology, such that any specific world would have a specific set of conditions. Any possible world would have a certain set of conditions which are true in all possible worlds, such that that is what it means to be possible, like in terms of possible. When you think of like modal logic and like the laws of modal logic, they are true in all possible worlds, such that it is that something like possibility, actuality, necessity, these things are true in themselves. And I think one of those and if when you get to that point, you can argue from something like the principle of sufficient reason to gain ontological truths, and to even explain what truth is, right? So the or even have a notion of truth, because otherwise, like you'd end up in a form of like epistemic anti-realism, and everything's just going to form a flux, and you're gonna fall into kind of a Heraclean consideration of the particulars, but you aren't going to have that logos, that sort of structure, that pervading structure which explains change. And then it just begs the question: well, what is change? Or rather, you would be begging the question in saying something has changed, because it's like, well, how can you say something has changed if it hasn't if it doesn't have a logical relation to itself and something else, right? Like, and this is the whole point of things like identity and difference. Identity and difference have to exist in all possible worlds, right? Um,
so I guess we can make claims like that about the current state and like with everything it being the way that we understand it right now. But it very much could be the case that like the universe could have existed, could uh, previously or in the future exist in a state where cause and effect doesn't work, for instance.
it depends on what you mean by that.
But it could mean
Like,
that
as in, like,
the way that time operates is so outside of our understanding, because the laws of physics, just simply as we know them, don't apply in a different universal state. That it would be unintelligible or alien to us with the state that
um,
the universe exists in now, the way that we perceive things.
I'm not saying that there couldn't be a different conception of time, such that there would be like time in what we see as cause and effect, which are just logical interrelations, would function differently. That's not. I wouldn't go so far as to say that's not possible. Like I wouldn't suppose to know whether it is possible or not. I'd have to give it more thought. But
Hmm.
regardless, the identities and the difference, the fundamental tenets of logic would always be governing any ontology which happens, and that's where we would derive the notion of God from the principle of sufficient reason, such that you could derive it from any possible world. So it doesn't matter. Time could work totally differently, because the principle of sufficient reason, unlike other cosmological arguments, doesn't rely on a.
Oh,
And this is why I use it actually, is just specifically to say it doesn't rely on something like linear causation, right? It relies upon essentially rational or self-identification, or rather self-unity.
I'm
So
sorry.
like,
I think so. I'm not saying that this idea disproves the idea of God, but rather it provides a sufficient alternative to creation than
I don't think.
a creator, God.
How does it provide anything different to like? I
It
don't think
doesn't
it
disprove
changes
it. It's just an
anything.
alternative suggestion as to how we are in the state that we're currently in.
I don't think it. I don't think it proves anything. I think all it proves is
Well, I
that
didn't say it
like
proves. It's just an alternate explanation. I'm not.
no,
I'm not
I mean
providing
like I'm not
proof or
sure how it.
suggesting proof.
I'm not sure what it explains. That's what I'm asking. Like I'm not sure. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't.
Are you familiar with somebody posed this idea? I can't think of the guy's name at the moment, but he suggested that it could be the case that the universe came into creation in 1949, or I might have the year wrong, but that everything before that was just simply like a baked-in memory, a universal memory of a past that never happened the way that we would consider something happening. But like poof, everything started happening 1949, and since then we've been moving along, and all the books and all the history and everything are just sort of like
Fictions.
patched in. They're not really fiction, they're true, they're a fact of the universe, but they just
They're
simply
a
didn't
fic- they're,
exist prior to 1949.
Yeah, but they're a fact of a universe that didn't exist. So they're a fiction. They're a fictional. It's a fact that it's a fiction, right? Like they're a fictional. Like in
uh
the same way that the works of Shakespeare are works of fictions, but it's a. But if I was to say I own Macbeth, that is a real. It is a fact that I own Macbeth, right? Like you know, like um.
sure, that probably works
So
that way.
yeah. I mean, I don't think that's the thing. I don't think it would matter. I still think that you would still be able to affirm the principle of sufficient reason.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, like the universe could have started 5 minutes ago. Um, it doesn't. Like linear causation could evolve into something else. We could understand causation in a radically different way, and I think that the principle of sufficient reason is still gonna work
well,
because it's essentially arguing from the point of logic itself, which is a prerequisite for all of these structures, right?
sure, and I'm saying that I was using that example to sort of paint this idea that something that isn't like a conscious entity could arrive at like the universe that we understand. It's just an alternative explanation, not one that I put a lot of stock in, mind you, but it is an alternative that does not require. Because like the Big Bang Theory
Well,
isn't really
look,
a creation explanation at all.
yeah,
It's an event explanation. That's it.
I agree. No, I agree. Um, I agree that, like, but in which case, like, you're gonna have to have this pervading principle of sufficient reason, and I think that implies a teleological relation. I think there's a teleological relationship with nature that is implicit in all ontology. So I think that, and just from logic, I think you can come to these truths. Like, I'm very big on Hegel's science of logic, and like that metaphysics necessarily works in a logical way. That all metaphysics works like this. It has to work like this. So it's kind of like I see this as providing like different ways in which the universe, as an event, or rather as a static block of creation, is expressed. So like different universal expression, or like expressions of a universe, like different contingent objects with different powers interrelating to each other, such that we can even talk about different sort of mechanical laws in the universe and structures of relation. But one thing that hasn't changed is logic and the basic metaphysical truths which govern all of creation. And I think that from that point, it doesn't matter what universe you're in, how it began in terms of the event, but rather you'll always come to the conclusion that there's a God there. And that's where that's how I would argue against it anyway.
I'd have to think about that. I'll probably have to play this back a couple of times of your reasoning there, and I'll have to get back with you on that then. But it's It's
No,
interesting.
no, it's all right.
I
Like,
feel,
there's
I feel like there's like a part of me that's like there's something that I disagree with there, but I really have to think about it before I propose that disagreement.
That's absolutely fine. That is absolutely fine. I mean, to be fair, like there's a lot. These are things that you have to contemplate your whole life, really. If I'm being honest, like so it's not like, oh yeah, I figured it out, guys. Don't worry, solved it. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, done it. Finished philosophy.
Um, by the way, I don't know if I'm like taking up too much of your time here. I had two other things written down I wanted to ask you about.
That's absolutely fine. Do you mind if I just quickly pop to the bathroom? I'll just be 2 minutes. Is
Yeah,
that
go
cool?
for it.
Right. Cheers, man. Be right back, everyone.
Oh, yeah, chat. Oh, yeah, it's Pale World. No. I'm spending a lot of time just sort of like building up my resources here. I gotta get out into the world a bit more. And I want to make sure this place is self-sufficient. Oh shit. I have a bag. Oh, wait a minute. Dash travel. Oh, man. Oh, hey! Thank you very much for resubscribing. Departure? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I appreciate it a bunch. Thank you so much. I haven't been on Twitch too much with some of the stuff that I was doing. I can't do it on Twitch, so I know I definitely lapsed in subscribers. But oh, actually, a bit more than I thought. Not a lot, but still more than I thought. Either way, thank you very much. Ah, I think I'll die if I fight this guy. Dry.
Yeah.
Cancel that. Okay, this guy's a beast. Lower level, but he's messing this Pokemon up. Okay, he's taking a little damage. He's alright, he's alright. does it say danger? Come on.
Hello, man.
Hello. Ooh.
I'm just gonna quickly tell me chat something. 1 second. It's just essentially, I don't know if you want it on your stream or not, but basically someone said like
Go for it.
about ask yourself. I think someone said ask yourself reacted to me saying something on stream and that I don't believe in evolution. I do believe in evolution, so I don't know where he got that idea from. I think that he's and what I said about ask yourself on stream last time was genuinely just me saying that I think he's a deplorable human being.
I was trying to think of his name. Like
Isaac.
yesterday. Just
Oh,
ask
really?
yourself, yeah, as an example of bad vegans.
Oh, he's the worst. He's like actually the worst. Like I don't know. I like. Oh god, he's unbearable as a person. He's just like. It's not even about being vegan. It's just who he is. It's just.
But he was the
It's-
example. You just cured my brain cancer, dude. I've been thinking about it since it was yesterday, or the day before.
Yeah, I don't know why he has to be like this, man. I don't know why. Like, it's actually embarrassing when it comes to like the vegan community, like that he's a representative of the vegan community because he is such a hostile, narcissistic, horrible human being. And I don't know if he's improved. Maybe he's improved. Then I'm just throwing him under the bus, and maybe he's grown as a person. But like, I haven't seen any evidence of that. But maybe he has. Maybe maybe he's like from when we last interacted. But like. The guy's like, he's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to describe it, like, other than like, seek help, like, like it's how he actually talks to people. It's like, do you know, he actually talked to an Emirates professor. So him and like Dr. Avi, like they called out like an Emirates professor in philosophy and said, join the Discord if you want to talk with the big boys. It's like, are you fucking serious? It's like this guy's like an award-winning professor, and you're the big boys. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, what? Like, that's like Dunning-Kruger, man. It's like, come on, like you have to have something wrong with you to like even think that. Like, where's the humility? Like, what's actually went wrong? Like, like I don't know, man. Like, it's just unbearable. Like, Vegan Gains, at least like I don't agree with most of what he says in terms of like he's sort of the foundations of ethics and stuff like that. But at least he's like, and I think like Vegan Gains can be a dickhead at times, right? Like
Yeah, he's got
like,
a whole other slew of problematic
Destiny.
things.
Yeah, but like Vegan Gains, I can respect, right? Like he can be a dickhead at times, but I believe he has conviction, and stuff like that. And even Avi, like I think Avi's not a bad guy. It's really just ask yourself as like that sort of like locus point of just fucking crazy. And it's just like, oh man, like, and it's just like, come on, man, like, could we not like, the thing is that like Earthland Ed really is like the best of what I think he is really the best of what he's the best vegan advocate. I think we'll have some other good ones like, Joey's all right when he's not talking to Tristan. Bloody Tate. That was a terrible one, but otherwise Joey's pretty great. Gary Yorovsky I miss. And,
I actually wrote him a letter. He lives not far from me. Like I could go to the city he lives in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes to like 20 minutes depending on traffic. Yeah.
Really? That's cool.
I want to have an in-person interview with him because like he's he's the biggest badass of all like known famous vegans. Like there's not a lot of vegans where you'd be like he can and he absolutely would kick my ass. Like he'd have no problems doing it. He's definitely more on the radical side, but like I like it. I don't know what to say. I like it though, the way that he is.
Oh no, I think he's cool. I mean, I think the guy's got like his own issues in terms of his misanthropy. Like you can have like quite a misanthropic view of humanity. Bless him.
Sure,
but
he certainly does seem to have that. Yeah,
he's probably black-pilled. He's probably black-pilled when it comes to certain stuff. But the guy lives by what he says, man. Like without a doubt. Like, And he's
actually a legend.
so smart. Yeah, he's actually so smart and quick-witted as well. Like he's actually like the way he conducts interviews better than like loads. Like he's like the gold standard of being like, I'm gonna fuck this person up in an interview. Like it's just like so good. He had a big impact on me when I was going vegan. Like I'd say he's one of the people that really impacted me.
I found him just after, but I was just like, man, if I ever had my back against the wall, he would be the person I would want to be able to tag in, to just like,
I know
all
what
right,
you mean,
help me
yeah.
out here, man.
you go for the rise, man. Like,
Yeah, any low blow somebody can like throw at a vegan, like it just doesn't apply. It just doesn't apply to him.
yeah.
You can't say he's not healthy. He's built like a fucking truck, man.
And he actually just shows what all up, right? Like it's actually painful. Like he really does.
That's a good
but
way to put it.
The thing is that he's really great. I think vegan gaze is solid. Like I think there's like empty cages on Twitter. There's like lifting vegan logic. There's loads of good vegan activists. It's just it's the influence that Ask Yourself has in the sense like he sort of like apparently he's like a really big vegan server. And
Yeah.
like it's just like I could just like I know a lot of people have that first like oh I was kicked out of that a long time ago. But like you know, 'cause you can't disagree with the guy. Like if you disagree with him, he fucking kicks you. Like he's such a freak. Like he had like a part on his server that was called like Perspective Philosophy and Shadow Starshine Deprogramming or some shit, where basically he'd like drag people and bully them into agreeing that my video about name the trait.
Oh,
wrong.
I was waiting to insert that. I think that right or wrong isn't really my concern. I think that it is the worst persuasive argument you could possibly make to somebody who isn't interested in being vegan. If you wanted to convince somebody, name the trait is going to move them further away from considering it. It's so dehumanizing. It's so grandstandy that I just think that it's never going to reach somebody who's not already like heavily leaning towards veganism. It's just it's a very, very bad, it's like for like better to put it, it's like an inhumane argument. It doesn't reach people in the way that you have to reach somebody to make that kind of a change.
I think so too, but I think it's even as well, like, I think it's a bad argument. Like, I just think it's, like, like, it's just a consistency test. And then because the way they implement it, like, there's one thing to have essentially a consistency test, right? I'm not opposed to consistency tests. I will run a consistency test. That's what, I mean, shit, it's just like, but that's like a basis for like the Socratic method or like how to start a conversation, right? That's one thing. But it's the way they implement it. It's like, no, you must accept you're in contradiction. No, and it's like, look, like even if like talk to them, ask them what they believe, because a lot of them are like, they'll say something that's not non-contradictory anyway, and then they'll just try and drive it home, make the guy feel like an idiot. And like one of the things I showed in my video is that they'll reach, like they had this dialogue tree, which was just absolutely insane, right? Where like it would be like they've either reached absurdity, right, or they're in contradiction, right? And I'm like, wait, what? Like, they've reached absurdity or they're in contradiction. So the way they talk about absurdity is like, I think you're insane, right? Not like absurdity, like philosophically speaking, which is like reductio ad absurdum, which is like it's empirically or logically impossible or highly unlikely anyway. You know?
Yeah.
It's not like, it's just like, you're crazy, right? And like the crazy like conclusions, like, they'll set it up like they'll literally have conversations with people that involved like fucking wizards or like detached human minds where like it's like a floating human mind. Can we Holocaust this and stuff? And it's just like, man, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about now. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about animals being killed like in real life and how that's bad, not like some hypothetical human cow hybrid on like that has the intelligence of a cow but the body of a human or something like that, in like the most weird way ever, where it's like it has literally the mind of you, like it's just madness. This like and stuff where it's like metaphysically impossible, and that's one of the reasons I like brought it up, is to say that, you know, it can't be, it either is that thing or not that thing, because it's like they used to say that it would become that the all of the traits are equalized. such that they were, and it's like, well, no, if all of the traits are equalized, there was only ever one object, right? That's the identity of indiscernibles, right? That's like, so like the law of identity, if it's or the identity of indiscernibles is essentially to say that if it, if it is exactly the same in all discernible ways, it is the same
That's
thing.
what it is, yeah.
Yeah, so there was loads of problems with it, and then you try and bring these up, and like the way that he just started reinterpreting the argument to fit his way of arguing. And I said, well, like, okay, if we have like a weak interpretation and a strong interpretation, that's fine. You're taking the weak interpretation, in which case it's just a consistency test and no one's actually wrong. If they say, yes, I'll kill a cow but not a human, and what matters humanity but not cows, like, then you can't really do anything. Like,
Yeah, that's what Destiny did to him.
Well, that's the
They
thing. That's
care
what,
about people.
well, that's what the thing is that they make it out like that being inconsistent, and shit like this, and it's like in reality, like, you're moral anti-realists, right? And let's be frank, they mightn't even be able to describe what they actually care about, right? But it doesn't fucking matter because you're a moral anti-realist, right? It doesn't fucking exist. All they're describing is a psychological disposition. So if that's the case, they're telling you right now they don't give a fuck. And you're a moral anti-realist, all you can really say is like, oh, I guess you don't really give a fuck. And they're like, yeah, I guess I don't give a fuck. But you've got to convince them that actually, no, secretly, deep down, you give a fuck. No, they don't. That's the, like, they might not. They might, or they might not, right? Like, it's just stupid. It's just dumb. It's just the worst way of approaching veganism. In fact, it is just absolute, like, and it's an absolute atrocity that this is how most people are introduced to veganism. Because if you spend 5 minutes thinking about this, but these guys are dogmatic dickheads, and I don't want to spend any more time talking to vegans. And then it's just like, no, come back. I promise, we're not like this. You know? And it's the worst.
Yeah, I usually try to, I use dogs as a really good example for the fact that people do care. That's usually like, or that animals have feelings. Because if you have a dog, you can't say that your dog doesn't get scared, doesn't feel love, doesn't have pain. People have a very intimate, close relationship with dogs, and it's very easy to see their emotions, like on their face, in their behavior. And this is usually how I try to get a conversation going. If somebody approaches me, I only have vegan conversations with people that want to have them, because otherwise I'm just going to do more harm than good. I firmly believe that. But why is he sleeping on my work
I think you've got to have
bench?
people approach you from like an activist standpoint. And you can't force the conversation. But I think ultimately it's the conversation's meta-ethical, right? It's like, what is valuable? You know, what do we mean when we say something's good, when something's right and wrong, and why? Like, who, and what are valuable? Like, that's what we need to talk about. What is the sort of foundation of moral value? And the thing is, they just want to walk, like, sort of gloss over that, and so it becomes this fucking mess of just trying to convince someone that, like, you care about this. Let's see how consistent you are. But it's like even if they're wrong and they don't care about that, like, you've already accepted it's not real, man. It's just a psychological description. So they psychologically describe themselves wrong. Boo fucking who? You know what I mean? Like that, like, and it's just like, where do you go from this conversation? You're like, ha, you've lost. It's just like, oh my god, man. Like this.
If you're a vegan and you care about winning, if you're an ethical vegan and you care about winning an argument, then I would say that you are, by my definition, a bad person. You have a cause that you care a lot about, and you're using that cause instead of actually trying to make the world a better place through that cause. You're trying to use it to fulfill your own ego. This makes you a very bad person to me.
Yeah, you mean like, as in, like, rather than them, let's say, like, trying to win the argument for the benefit of the animals, humans, the environment, they're trying to essentially gain like an ego boost over someone else, rather than trying to convince them that what they're actually doing is wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
The first time I ever on stream, there's a guy, Smeth, who he talked to some vegans, and all they were doing was just like making fun of him and like trying to dunk on him, but he was just like really just not he was like not engaging as much as he possibly could. I was like, Smeth, I normally wouldn't do this, but like, I really want to talk to you about veganism. I just want you to understand this is not everything you heard from them is bad, and they're bad people. It was painful to watch. It was frankly some bullshit.
I
So
know
I had to
exactly what
reach
you
out
mean.
just to kind of set that up to just say like, hey, we're not. This isn't normal. This isn't right. I don't condone this ever. And I'm sorry that it
I
happened to you. And just try to be a better representative.
I mean, I completely agree. Someone just in chat said, but any given set of axioms, you can show truths that are not provable by those axioms. I'm assuming you're saying that, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're trying to say that like you can essentially just assume axioms. I'd say that's just bad philosophy. You can't just this isn't like you can't just presume that which gets you to the conclusion you like. Axioms are like in the ancient Greek sense of the word were meant to be self-evident truths. Um, this isn't mathematics. This isn't just some sort of abstract theory of quantity in terms of like if numbers worked like this, then this is how it would work. This is more about this is logic, and this is the point of pure self-relation, something which necessarily has to be the case in order for something to be. It's not. This isn't. This is at the point of metaphysics and ontology where it meets logic. This isn't some sort of like mathematical hypothesis. Like, yeah, you can hypothesize about like worlds which, if up was down and left was right, and so on. Like, that's a nice little thought experiment. You have a good time, but that doesn't tell you anything. And I think the only reason that we're there in even mathematics is to go around this route is because of like a incompleteness theorem. And I don't even think that the incompleteness theorem is like legitimate. I don't think that it's the better approach. I think I'm even on the quantitative realism side of things, but I think that it's very much in relation to quantity. Quantity and quality are very much interrelated, and how we understand them have real logical implications. These are forms of judgment, and these forms of judgment are governed by certain epistemological laws, or rather logical laws, that allows us to engage in these sort of epistemological structures. So I just don't think this is like a good way of approaching life in general. It's like if I walk outside and I assume causation doesn't work, um, I'm still gonna get hit by a bus and die. And that's the truth of it. So yeah.
Yeah, it can only change how you think of things. It's not going to change the things.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And this is the thing. This is what they do with everything. They're like, I remember my first conversation with Ask Yourself, him screaming at me that good could be anything you want it to be, and it's just like, oh fuck. If you believe that, then why are we even having a conversation? Like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, well, I'm glad that good means like if good can be anything I want it to be, then good means that I'm right. That's this thing. It's good that I'm right. Thank you very much, and see you later. It's like fuck off. It's like what a stupid like position to like take. You got this is where like Rem. I don't know if you saw his conversation with like Rem the Bath Boy. I should take him apart for that as well.
I haven't. I don't
Oh,
like Ask Yourself, so I don't really watch his stuff because he makes me mad.
oh,
I think he's
I don't watch him.
not a
I
good
don't
guy.
watch him like it's been years. It was just years ago when like it was about like against things like oh no, was it? Oh no, no. So Rem argued against there was one way he wrecked Bosch. It was like moral anti-realism, not moral anti-realism, epistemic anti-realism, and that's the one I'm confusing with it. Um, where you affirm where it's like actually if you go to the point like the nth degree of moral anti-realism, you'll hit a point of epistemic anti-realism, and if you affirm that, then you've basically lost truth. And yeah, I mean that's the way I don't think it's honestly, I think that it's the same sort of camp. It's like, unfortunately, Destiny even falls into this sometimes. I don't know if you see Destiny argue like this, like, but when he
Yeah.
starts talking to them, and it's just like, so Destiny when he's talking to normal people does not argue like that. Destiny when he's talking to them argues like that, and it's actually bad because it's like Destiny becoming a bit dumber. Um, And it's not because of the vegan side of things. Like, I think veganism is necessarily true. And, like, there's times when I think, Vegan Gains has called Destiny out, like, in a contradiction and stuff like that. But it's just the moral side of things, like, the ethical side of things. It's just so bad, man.
Um, I think that Yeah, I think that Destiny just simply doesn't believe in any. He thinks that morals are just preferences. That's it.
I think that Destiny's actually just a secret egoist. Like I've talked to him before, and
I
I'm
don't think
like,
it's a secret.
no, no, because he's like, you'll say that he's a moral anti-realist, but he's actually an egoist. Like I think he thinks there is an actual good and bad in relation to him, not just what he thinks is good and bad. I think that he assumes that he has direct relation to that, but I think that he thinks there is a real good and bad, and that he can be wrong against it. Because I've spoken to him before, and he sort of accepts that, and that wouldn't make sense if he's a moral anti-realist. Um, like it's sort of like well, at least in the same sense that if he was like a purely like non-cognitivist, where he's just expressing his current emotional states or something like that, rather than like say a psychological truth about himself. Because then you hit like a kind of psychological egoism, which is an objective stance, but it's not. It's an, you know, it's a particular. It's like an egoist stance.
I don't know. It's tough to say. Do you think that there's? Well, I guess from everything that he's said, at least there's that side. I guess I don't know like the truth of the matter, but from the arguments that I've heard him make, like he seems pretty consistent on not believing that. But he's just like hardcore social contract. That's basically it.
Yeah, but I
If
think
there's
he's getting
anything
hardcore.
good, I would say that it's the good is the adherence to the social contract. That's it. That's the only thing that's good. Unless it's
Yeah.
what's good for me.
Well, no, but that's the thing. It's what's good for him, and what's good
Yeah.
for him is, and it's where that like comes from. So in my conversation with him, he ends up affirming egoism and saying that there is a good for him external from his opinions of what's good for him, or his like attitudes or dispositions of what's good for him, and there is like an
Oh,
actual
yeah.
good for him. And in which case he's not in the same camp as someone like Ask Yourself or like Vegan Gains or anything who's like non-cognitive, or like rather they're actually cognitivists, but they're moral anti-realists of the sort of cognitivist line. Oh god, I do fucking hate that that meta ethics. It's just such trash. Oh god, I hate that you can think about it. It's like
Yeah.
you know that it's just like 20th century philosophy. It's like early 20th century philosophy and like British 20th century philosophy, and it's just really bad.
Well, I think it's bound to happen, right? It's the kind of philosophy that happens when a lot of things that were unanswerable are now answered. It's just sort of where people are going to naturally arrive because it's going to be the simplest and most convenient, most like personally favorable explanations. Yeah.
I think that I don't know. I don't even know if it was that as much as that. I think that a lot of it, like if I'm honest, I think a lot of it had to do with like dooming over the fall of the British Empire and like the First World War, like just
Oh.
like I think that had like a big impact on British analytic philosophy. That, and it's obviously a historical tradition that's been developing for a while. Like it was like Protestant nominalism that led sort of this direction. Where they get like you get this sort of like you know, in like people like John Locke, for example, in terms of conceptualism, you get this atomistic corpuscular model, which is like a representation of a reality which is separate, where truth is gained from, and it's sort of built up alongside. But there is no relationship between those sort of like real universals, like real like logic. The same in like Hobbes is like a nominalist, and he's very much in the same where it's like only particulars exist. And so like the British tradition sort of had developed along those lines for a long time, and like a long chain of like nominalists and conceptualists. And you know, you get like people who accept Kant in analytic philosophy now more than you did then. But at the time, it was very much like someone like Bertrand Russell, for example, is very, you know, and then you had like logical positivism and like the logical positivists and stuff. It was just empiricism ruled the day, you know. And I think part and parcel of that, like the rejection of like a consideration of an understanding of goodness, I think did tie into the political events that were unfolding. I think partly it's historical conclusion, and the other side of it is essentially um, in relation to like the dawn of the 20th century and the First World War.
Yes, I don't know very much about like the history of philosophy and how that would shape like the conclusions that people come to in what's popular. I guess I think I never really consider it in that way at all, ever. That's a pretty interesting way to think about it.
I think you've got to take it in both ways, where you've got to be able to say like, okay, like what is this in itself, rather than being like, discounting it. You obviously, but then obviously, like in the same way. So for example, Immanuel Kant, it was like the son of a neo-Lutheran parents, and neo-Lutherans teach to never lie, like they're like lying is always wrong. And then what do we see in the philosophy of Immanuel Kant? A philosophy which defends the thesis that lying is always wrong. And that's not to say that we should discount Immanuel Kant, because I think he's one of the greatest philosophers ever. And
Sure.
it's not like he's reasoning from a biased perspective. I don't think he is. But I think he's coming to those conclusions because he's reasoning from the same position as Neo-Lutherans reason from, and he's reaching Neo-Lutheran conclusions. Because there's certain presumptions that are, or presuppositions that are implicit within his work, right? And it's realizing like how, like, not just these events, but like sort of historical movements and eras are logically structured such that they can be interpreted in relation to a development of ideas, and that's the Hegelian coming out in it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that I don't know how people could get stuck on the it's always wrong to lie. I say it's always wrong to lie unless the person has an authority over you, in which if you were not unable to lie to them, even if you just were simply not able to, you wouldn't be able to exercise real autonomy. So like you can lie to your parents and your boss.
Those are the only times you can do it.
Well, for me, yeah, it's somebody who holds sufficient authority over me to where if I didn't at least understand to have the option of lying to them, that I wouldn't be able to actually live my life. I would be living like however they wanted
Their
me
life.
to, because they
Yeah.
have sufficient means of like if he's my boss, he can make me starve to death if I am unable to lie. You know,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
there's
Like,
just
I
too
do
much
think that there's
power.
like a freedom from coercion, but I think that's I think that in general, what you're showing is that it's just in general, it's about recognition. It's like, are you being true to the game? And the game is essentially built upon on a mutual recognition between participants. It's like kind of like in poker, right? Like, are you lying when you bluff? It's like, well, yeah, in one respect, but not in another, because you're being true to the game. And I think it's the same thing if you are. So if a Nazi knocks at your door, and you disagree heavily with Nazism, you reject that as essentially a legitimate like authority, then you're playing your part when you lie to their face and you say Anne Frank is not in your attic.
Yeah, because it follows the rules of
Yeah.
the game I'm playing, which is if you have sufficient authority over me to where I can't actually have any autonomy. If a Nazi knocks on my door, my autonomy's fucking gone, dude.
Exactly.
The only way
There's
I
a
can
point. It's
claim it
like,
is to lie.
yeah, exactly. No, I completely agree there. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
But otherwise, I think that lying unrestricted dilutes literally
Truth.
your identity.
Yeah. Oh, well, I would agree. Oh, I like that. I definitely like that.
Yeah, I was
What makes
17.
you
I
do
wrote
that?
like a whole thesis about basically that because our identity is made up of how we view ourselves in contrast with how other people view us. And when you lie, you're creating a version of yourself where there is a difference between who you are and the version that you've created in the other person. And now your identity is made up of this contrast between who you know yourself to be and who this other person thinks that you are that is not accurate. Which means
That's
that you
it.
have
I
diluted
completely agree.
yourself. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
no,
you.
man. Yeah, that's space, man. That's nice. That sounds like Hegel or Lacan. Yeah, that's very nice. I like it.
I appreciate it a lot.
Mm.
I was like a summer of hardcore nerding out, pacing around in front of my aunt's house, like mentally writing down this stuff. But I still think it's true. That's why lying freaks me out. If somebody close to me lies, I have like I have an extremely like abnormally strong reaction to it, because to me, if somebody close to me lies to me, that's like an integral part of my world, I have like reality is being rewritten in front of my eyes now, and like all the things that are contingent upon the things that I thought were true are no longer true, and it's very hard for me to grasp this like radical change in my understanding of like the world, essentially my world. So it's
Yeah, because
very hard for me to deal with.
undermining a spirit of trust, you might say. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I mean, that's why, like, in general, like when we talk about revelation and stuff like that, I think that it has to be intersubjective, right? Like, and I think epistemology in general has to be intersubjective.
Yeah, it has to be. Like
Well,
I guess
I'm glad we agree.
uh, just on the basis that you can't. I guess
Self-recognition, isn't it?
I feel
The
like
unity
there's
between like what you think you are, or you think the world is, and how you think you are, like who you think you are, and who you are, such that it is authentic.
yeah, I think that if there's not another if there's no other subject, I don't even know how you recognize yourself as a self. You're just sort of being then, right?
I agree. I agree. Where's the essence, man? Like the essence of your existence. Like that's it. And the unity of being in essence is truth, not just being. And I
Yeah,
think
like
that's the difference between, see, like the Protestant nominalists, you see that I mentioned before. They reject the existence of real essences, such that there is no real universal or essence in reality. And so it's just a nominal essence, something that is used to essentially gain pragmatic value or is instrumental within us achieving our particular desires. Whereas I think that falls apart because you wouldn't even know what your desire is, what it is that you want to achieve, or anything along those lines, unless you actually affirm something really does exist and actually take it as a reality. Um, and so like, and
well,
and
what's the
like
difference
this
between
is
a
why.
human and a dog who sees itself in the mirror without somebody else to recognize you
Well,
first?
that's the thing. Like, well, this is like I agree, right? But like, this is going to cause like a massive problem in philosophy. Like, this is what causes like a massive problem in like it caused a massive problem in like their philosophy, which is why they had to go. So this is why like you get like this. Funnily enough, this is why you get people like Destiny arguing the way he does because he's arguing from a traditional egoist conception of the self, which he's inherited from the Anglo-American tradition. So it's like you've interpreted the self through the way in which we engage. Like the omni-liberals are liberal. Holy shit! You know, like he interprets himself as a as a what are they called? Like a as a monad, as a unit, as separable from other individuals, and as such, he interprets himself directly. He is only like he's aware of particularity, but not like a universality. There's no sort of united human essence, if you will. That like that's why when he's debating someone like Trent Horn, like Trent will say like, "Is it humanity?" and then he'll be like, "It's not humanity." And then he'd be like, well, is it like, is it these specific conditions? And you'd be like, it's not those specific conditions. And he's saying like, it basically seems like you want to have your cake and eat it too. And it's because the way in which he wants to approach it is from a psychological egoism. Um, and so it's actually only really ever about him getting his own way.
Yeah, it is.
And then it's just like, you could just say that. They're saying like, is it about animals? No. Is it about humans? No. It's about me.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Well, I've heard him explain it as such though.
Oh yeah, but not against Trent Horn, right?
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, is it Trent? It is Trent, isn't it? Is it
You,
Trent?
you can't ask me. I'm the worst person in the world with names. It's so bad.
I am terrible with names. I'm terrible with names. I actually am.
Um. Oh.
Did you have
Uh.
anything else that you wanted to ask, by the way?
Yeah. I have two things written down. One of them was that the easier one for you, I'm sure, is the I don't understand. I think if I was a Christian, I would be compelled to not be vegan. Um. So I think that's I think that you've said before that like Christianity isn't just like compatible with veganism, but like I think it like
Implies it, yeah.
yeah,
I'd
yeah,
say that
yeah.
it.
I don't understand that at all.
So I would say I'd argue from our stewardship. So like Christians understand ourselves. So in one, I think in a metaphysical sense, I think our humanity is only understood in relation to animality, and a recognition of animality and animal flourishing is essential, such that we actually affirm that it is valuable in the first place. In order to assume what is good or bad for humans, we have to understand what is good and bad. It's implicit, and that includes animals. Um, at a metaphysical standpoint. Scripturally, I think that when we look towards how this plays out in the exposition of Christian narrative, man is given stewardship over the animals. We are there to essentially um, guide animals and protect animals, be their guardians, not their persecutors. In scripture as well, like when we're given the authority to consume animals, Noah's only given the authority to consume animals because there's no other alternative. Otherwise, you'd die. If you look at the Catholic, the Catholic Catechism, the way the Catholic Catechism works is to say that we should avoid unnecessary suffering to animals, and we should follow the example of like Saint Francis, and I think I can't remember who it was. It's Saint Philip.
Well, wouldn't people just argue it's the eating is necessity? So like, because that's what people say anyways.
If you say that it is a necessity, then like that's the thing. Veganism is a stance against necessity, where you say like, no, it's not necessary. If it was necessary, vegans would say we shouldn't do it. Like so, like you wouldn't be able to argue for veganism at all, because we say it's possible or practicable, right? So if it's possible or practicable to avoid animal suffering, which is basically what the animal suffering and exploitation, then perpetuating animal suffering and exploitation seems to go against the Catholic Catechism as well, because it says to avoid unnecessary suffering towards animals. So I think it's absolute. I don't think it's just compatible with Catholicism. I think it's implied from our ethic. I think it goes against Christian virtues of love and recognition. I would go so far as to say that our desires and who we are and what we are is only really intelligible once we realize that our animality forms that the recognition of our animality and the goods, our specific animal goods, forms a core component of how we structure ourselves, our own desires, how we structure ourselves in terms of our species and our species essence, such that human goods and human flourishing is only possible once we move through animal flourishing. And it's a recognition of essentially practical reason of the fact that I would even go so far as to say if we didn't already recognize this, then we wouldn't have been able to structure and develop a language, since what we're recognizing as behaviors towards common ends between members of the species. And the only reason we're able to say that we're moving towards common ends in the first place is to recognize behavioral qualities of positive and negative, because that's where we get the conceptions of things like species. So it's like, don't put the cart before the horse. The foundations of judgment, epistemologically, are ethical recognition towards some sort of end goal or flourishing. And we can see that in animals as well, those same behaviors.
So, just to be clear, are you saying this is compatible with Catholicism or Christianity, or you're compelled to by Catholicism standards or Christianity as a whole?
Catholicism. I couldn't speak for all of Christianity in the sense that, like, obviously, I think Christianity, like, when you look at, like, so there's some forms of Christianity that are just absolutely what we call quote unquote Christianity that I wouldn't want to say was Christian, but like is absolutely wild, and like people try and justify persecution and slavery and all the horrible things. And
I would when I say Christianity as a whole, I mean like the core uniting tenets.
Well, yes. But it's whether, like, I would say so. But as a Catholic, I'm going to say that those certain tenets, like, for example, I think love, and I think in terms of metaphysical necessity in general and how we can understand love, I think that would imply veganism. So, yeah, I would say Christianity as a whole. Like, if love is the guiding principle of our lives, and we have to understand how to identify our neighbor, and we also have to love God, and loving God essentially gives us the capacity to love others. we love the universality, that we love the good, then we have to recognize the good in animals and respect the good in animals, and that is to bring around ourselves as stewards and protectors of animals. So, like, to recognize all the good in nature, and that's why, in Genesis, when God made all of nature, it is good, because all of what is God makes is good, and so we need to respect that goodness, and perpetuate it to the highest degree, and that's what it means to be a steward. So yeah, I guess like if we're saying like core tenets of Christianity, I would say so.
I guess the thing that would naturally arise for me is that because most people aren't going to interpret the Bible the same way that I do. So I imagine that the main argument against this is just that the Bible specifies which animals you can't eat, which implies that there are animals that you can eat and probably should.
I mean, like, remember that like interpretation of the law. Like, obviously we're not Jews, so it's not like direct laws. Like, it's not
Sure,
about
I
the
mean,
laws. It's not the
it's
spirit
saying
of the law.
God, right? Like if saying
So
if you can't eat, if you're not supposed to eat pigs for this reason, it seems like, and then I'm not even trying to like give you a hard time. I'm just trying to like genuinely understand how this gets separated. I promise I'm not.
No. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm not.
I'm trying to be polite because it's this is your religion. I usually don't like to get personal when I
Oh no,
am
no,
like
mate.
even like
Like,
debatey-ish with people.
you're not doing anything wrong. Believe me.
So I guess to me it just seems like there's an implication that if there's a warning against eating some animals, would you not interpret this as a suggestion that some are meant for consumption?
Well, I think there's two things to say. I think like even when Jews read the Bible or like the Torah, like the Old Testament, they understand it, and like, it's not just the Old Testament, but like the I guess it depends. Like there's the Talmud in that as well. But anyway, the when they read the Old Testament, they interpret the laws as being applicable to as being like certain commands as being applicable or not applicable to certain times, right? So they do have sort of universal laws of what can and can't be eaten, right? That's where you get kosher. But they have also interpretations of whether it's appropriate or inappropriate, whether this was a specific commandment for this time or not, and that's hermeneutics. So even in the sort of very literal interpretations typically posited by many Jewish sects, although not all Jewish sects, you could even argue from that sense that it was appropriate then but not now. And that would still hold. And especially since Christianity has done away with animal sacrifice. Christianity moves us towards the spirit of the law, and Christ himself said to not follow the letter of the law, like essentially, or rather to not, he come to fulfill the law, but also that to help us understand the law, and like essentially understand the foundations of the law. And you can see this in people like St. Paul, where it's not about just following the law, it's about understanding the law and perpetuating the spirit of the law. And we are given one law above all, and that is love God with all of our heart, mind, and soul. And similarly, love our neighbor as we love ourselves, right?
Sure.
And that is where I'm arguing from, and that's like a very core tenet of Christianity, such that, in general, one, I think a literal interpretation of scripture is not very good. Like it often leads to contradictions and contraries within how you could even structure yourself, right? So you don't like
Sure.
read it as like God is telling me to do this now, and I must do this for like. That's why like you'll find like Protestants that are really hung up on like calling priests father. They'll be like, that's blasphemy, because it says
Oh,
there is no one there's no one but your Father in heaven, right? Like do not call anyone father but your Father. You have one Father in heaven. And it's a very literal interpretation of the meaning of that passage. And so they take it as like literally like, do not do this, rather
yeah.
than like, what is this trying to express? What is the meaning behind this?
Essentially, just
And
to
so,
understand that God's God and there aren't any others. Yeah, that come before Him. Yeah. It's just a reiteration of that point, I think. Yeah.
yeah. And like like excuse me. And so when it comes to like biblical interpretation, I think I think there's right and wrong ways to interpret scripture. I think that it would be wrong to interpret scripture as contravening metaethical necessity or metaphysical necessity of how love would function. And if love is the fundamental tenet that is, or the fundamental command, as we could say, that really unites Christianity, that we are called to love God, and to love God is to love all being, it is to love itself, then and that similarly implies a love for ourselves and our neighbor. I would say that it also implies a stewardship to animals, which is expressed in Genesis, which when we unite the piece in terms of interpretation, we can see we have obligations towards nature and not, and we shouldn't look at it towards like, what has God told us to do? But God has also give you essentially free reason. I need to take a drink of water, sorry.
No problem.
God has given us free reason. Not just to understand what has been said, but the meaning of what has been said and why, and understand the underlying reasons. And I think a lot of the time you'll find God doesn't command us to eat and consume animals. He's only on certain circumstances said that we can, under certain conditions, if even in a literal interpretation, and in certain ways. But a truer expression of the Christian ethic is to be compassionate and loving towards our fellow creatures.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, have you ever tried to use this argument against like another Catholic to see how they?
I used it against an Orthodox. I already know another Catholic who's vegan, but but I've used it against someone who's Orthodox, and that was on the Crucible, and it actually went all right, really. Like, you know.
Yeah, I was just curious if they hand waved the whole thing off or what.
Disagreed, but didn't hand wave. Like, but yeah.
Interesting. I find having a disagreement with somebody who's like deeply religious is pretty difficult to it's pretty difficult to move really religious people in my experience, because they have their understanding of God as the reasoning for everything, and their understanding of God it is basically to that where if they were to like disagree with me, they would have to like disagree with their understanding of like what God wants, or like where their place in God's plan is, or something like that.
I think
So
that's
it's
a
very
specific
hard.
kind of there's a specific kind of religious person that's like that, but
Well, maybe there's a reason why I end up arguing with those people.
that's likely, I think, because they're infuriating, typically. But yeah, like 100%. Like I completely like I can understand that in a lot of that, because I think it comes to a point of just like they're the ones that have the spiciest behaviors and conclusions, and so like they're the ones you're going to argue with the most, but they're also the ones that are the hardest to convince out of any position. And it's just, it is weird, man. It is actually like the people that need to change are probably the people that won't. Like, you know, because like if like in many ways, like, you know, it is that kind of approach to funnily enough, you see this in psychoanalytics with approaches to like psychotic people, or like psychotically structured people in for Lacan. Like they're people that reject the moral order, like essentially moral symbolism, the name of the father, and that leads them to push off. And that's not to say they're all bad people or anything, but it's to say that the way they relate to other people is not really to internalize a moral structure in the same sense, and that causes them problems in life. Or at least it likely will. It's more likely that they'll have problems in life, right? And
Yeah.
one of the biggest problems is treating people who end up developing psychological problems when they're structured like that, because you can't convince them they're wrong, because the way they look at you is essentially as like an outside oppressive force that they're going to reject. So like you can't actually convince them they're wrong. and it's just it's like a real problem. Like, and when you see like people getting treated for like, there's a reason why they give medication for things like schizophrenia and pre-schizophrenia and any form of like pre-psychosis. Not pre-schizophrenia, but pre-psychosis. It's to essentially bring down the sort of drives, right? It's like kind of like numb them a bit, and it's just because like it's tied to that libido, right? It's tied to that drives, to that desires. So like, if you bring that down, it makes it easier to talk to them. But like, the more they want, the harder it is to get through to them that they're wrong.
Sure.
So like,
Yeah,
the
of
more
course.
invested they are in it, like, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, the more invested they are in it, like, the more likely they're to not listen. So you give them medication, like an antipsychotic, and in many ways you bring down their emotional state, and now you're more like easier. Now it's going to be easier to talk to them, and that's why it's like a combination of therapy and like drugs and stuff seems, to, at least from what I've seen, seems to work the best.
Yeah, it stops the
Um,
progression because usually these kinds of things start off as a certain issue and then you can spiral out. But you can, if you can prevent that spiraling through reason, sometimes you gotta have some meds to help that process along
yeah,
a bit.
yeah. But when it comes to like the other structures, it's like not so difficult. Like, so if you tell a neurotic, like neurotics can like you can induce guilt in a neurotic like really easily. Like that's kind of the whole point of the neurosis. So like, if they've got like a contradictory moral stance, you can kind of reason them to show that they're doing something wrong, and it will force them by their own standard basically to accept a moral law externally. So like, because they're already kind of externalizing the moral law, like neurotics are a lot easier to treat because they'll listen to therapists. Like they'll go to a therapist because the neurosis isn't working. They'll be like, look, like it's not working anymore. Help me. Where like a psychotic, it's normally like, um, you know, this person did something completely insane and they got themselves killed or something. Um, and now we're taking them to the doctor. You know, like
Yeah, yeah.
like
It's usually that uh, I'm not the problem. Everybody else is the problem.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And perverts are a little bit of mix between them. And I think it's really interesting, like, because perverted structured people, like, I was even reading like psychoanalytic studies on, like, so they're like perverts who, because not all perverts are criminals or anything like that,
Sure.
but these were specifically like pervert criminals, right? Um, and the
How
way
exactly are
that
you defining a pervert, by the way? Is it just somebody with any kind of paraphilia?
Oh no. So specifically, the way that it's defined in Lacan is by like essentially like a relationship to the moral order. So where
Oh,
they will essentially disavow the moral order. So they'll self-associate with the moral law. So what they want is right in terms of their desire. Like they desire what's right, and what is right is their desire. Whereas
okay.
the psychotic will essentially relate to the moral law as essentially a foreclosure or rejection, and um, the neurotic, they'll repress their desire, so they'll accept and repress. Um, they relate to the moral order in a way that's sort of mediated between the two, in the sense that it's not an internalization of the moral law in the same way as an outside force, but an internalization as a self-association with the moral law, right? And then
I see.
you, and so like these are people who like usually will not understand the consequences of their actions as being necessarily wrong. They'll convince themselves that they weren't hurting anyone, and that because they'll essentially see like what they want is good, because they will think that what they want is the pleasure of both parties or the good of both parties, but the way they've interpreted the good of both parties is coming from their specific stance. So like
Yeah.
they'll have basically thought like what I'm doing isn't harming anyone, or what I'm doing is like, you know, maybe they're enjoying it and stuff like that. So when you get like
Or I know
criminals that
better.
are,
Yeah.
yeah, or like, well, less I know, well, like I know better, but like not to the same stance as like someone who's it depends, but
Like
like
I know
it
what they
depends.
actually want.
Yeah. Often like yeah, and like, you know, you end up like they end up essentially like they can sort of twist themselves round, but you can show them and like like they're capable of love, right? And they're capable of like emotional connection, and they're capable of they're not capable of just like they're capable of self-association with others in a way that like, through the symbolic order. So you can't actually show them that wrong. So like these are the kind of people where they'll be like, oh my god, what have I done? Um, you know,
Sure.
and I think they're very interesting because they often like they can you know it's sort of this self-realization where like they've sort of they've not entirely detached from reality, but they've sort of associated like they've like if anything they're horrified that of what they've become or what they've done rather than essentially detaching and pretending that they haven't done that or that they because some people will just be like, I didn't do that, and they'll believe it, you know what I mean, like
Yeah, because
or
they
they'll be
couldn't
like
imagine themselves doing it.
exactly or that the or they'll think that it wasn't wrong at all. They'll be like, no, it's not wrong, right? Like totally like rejection of the moral order. These people will often be like, no, it is wrong. I shouldn't have done that. What the fuck? Like, who am I? And it's this, and this is why, like, I think in like Freud just thought that all perverts were mentally ill. Um, like he just thought that they were all essentially crazy because he just thought that it was a sign of a split ego.
Oh,
Um, um, how do you trade this?
for tradable cards, I
Oh,
think you have to drag them to the deck.
yeah, I just did that. I just worked it out there.
Okay,
Thanks.
no problem.
Um, yeah. So I think it's really interesting. Like this, but I was reading one. That was like basically like it was like a pedophile. So like, there's
Yeah.
like a pedophile guy, and he was like beaten by his father and stuff, and like there was that one was like that was like he basically realized that like he was kind of coping with his like it was like a lot of psychological cope. That was like really interesting. Then there was like another guy who was and I think it was like really interesting where it was like it was oh God, actually I'm gonna get absolutely slammed. Oh wait, no, if I'm gonna win. I might win just because I don't think he can actually kill us. Like if it oh he had to kill his own he had to kill himself. Okay. Wait a minute. I don't know if I'm gonna win still. But okay, I'm very close to either winning or losing, and I'm not sure. I think it's a win. Hopefully, it's a win. Okay, but like if he throws a bomb. Oh. Anyway, so sorry, I was just getting distracted by the game. But yeah, like it's but like there was this guy, and he's like so crazy, he's flashing people, right? And
Oh,
and he very much like managed to convince him that what he was doing was wrong, and he accepted help, and he actually went to help himself. But like at first he was very much adamantly against it, right? Like he's right, like, and he's got this sort of arrogance about him and stuff as it's sort of described. And then he realizes like it's wrong, and like I was just listening to like the researcher talk about like the actual structure of the patients and stuff. It's like really interesting stuff. Like um it actually it's just like there's some really cool stuff in like psychoanalytic. There's some things that go over my head still because I'm not like as well read on it as like I'd need to be. But yeah, man.
yeah. I like psychology was one of my favorite classes in college. I get that. Also, when you said I'd never heard anybody that I've ever streamed with say pervert in any way that wasn't a remark on somebody's like sexual characteristics. So sorry that threw me off.
Oh no, that's like I mean I think that's sort of intentional where it's like perversion. It's like
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
deviate. It's like a specific kind of like deviation that like Lacan sort of like where like perverts are more likely to be perverts, like in the colloquial sense. So like a pervert is more likely like a perverted structure person is more likely to be perverted in terms of their desires because of how they associate. So like think of it like this: if you self-associate with another person, like then like such that like you like what they like in the sense that like their desire determines your desire in relation to a moral law between you two, and that's the construct of the moral law, then between that you can end up like rationalize that in like so many different forms of like self other relation where it may be harmful to you or harmful to them, but because you both say you enjoy it, or you think you both enjoy it, or you've interpreted that it leads to like forms of like fetishism and sort of kink that would have otherwise not been like sort of normal for like the average person. And then like, like this is yeah, it's just wild. It's wild. Like and it very much is to do with, I mean, Lacan and Freud, right? Like it's like, Freud, it's just everything's sex, man. Everything's fucking sex. Like
It's a pretty strong drive. But yeah, you and I were supposed to. It has to be for another time. But actually, supposed to have a debate about sexual fetishes because I'm really super
oh yeah.
pro that.
Oh yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, like I think
Yeah,
there's something that are totally harmful, yeah.
yeah. You
I do.
posted a meme one time that I just found like it's very hard to offend me honestly, and I was like this is fucking bullshit. Um, and then I seen you post. I was like, what? Yeah. Obviously for another time, but I think it's an interesting conversation. The last thing I had on here was abortion and veganism, because
Oh, okay.
you and I
Yeah.
actually had a disagreement on Twitter, and I think because it's Twitter, I couldn't explain myself very much. I think that abortion, in any sense, is self-defense on the woman's part.
Oh, I definitely disagree with that. I
It's not in the
definitely.
same way that we would normally talk about self. I know you don't. It's not in the same way that we would normally talk about self-defense, but I think that it has to be because. So for me, I think that
Is
all
there
of
a
the
How does it have to be though? Because like, can I just ask a quick question though? Like, look,
yeah.
like when we're looking at self-defense versus so like, if it's in defense, like it's in defense of not just like what I want. Like when we're talking about defense, we're talking about, let's say, like necessity, right? That like there was a necessity, a need for you to commit action X. Otherwise, you know, essentially either your flourishing would have been frustrated, or you would have been violated, or something would have went wrong, right?
Hmm.
And like in order to give a meaning of for that wrong, you're gonna have to relate it to the lived experiences of that woman, such that you say like it's obviously there's like pain, suffering, stuff like that, but also like um such that it's incompatible. Like her flourishing is incompatible with the flourishing of another, such that it's like it's going to cause them, like it's going to frustrate their good.
Yeah.
Um, and like I don't think like all abortion, certainly like in certain circumstances, like medical abortion, I think you could certainly argue that,
Yeah,
but
and I,
not
and I
like
know that
all
you think if there
abortion.
was sexual assault, obviously, like nobody ever disagrees on that. That's like a that would be like I think actually Andrew might I think he might have argued even in sexual assault you still do, but very few times have I heard somebody argue that.
I think
But
the sexual assault, I think it depends upon the psychology of the woman in question, and there's many factors of whether it is a medical abortion or not, and it's case by case. It's not something I can go all the time. Like,
I
um,
actually think that if it's okay, or if it's not okay for a woman to choose to get it, then like I can't imagine a good reason that would be given that wouldn't also apply if she was assaulted. So like if the reason why you can't do it is because this is like a baby and it's a life and you can't kill a life, I can't imagine the argument being that because something bad happened to you now you get to murder. So I feel
no,
like that's a
it
bad.
wouldn't. No, I would say like so. I think there's a difference between. I do think that there is a difference between metaphysically. I would argue the point of ensoulment is sentience. Um, so like I'm still working this out in terms of teleology, so it's like something I haven't really like sort of finalized myself.
Sure.
But so I lend myself towards the point of ensoulment really being sentience, but such that the soul is actually the function of the being. It's sort of it is there, but it's only made manifest. It is only the truth of the being is only manifest at the point of sentience, which is the psyche, the actual lived experiences of the being. That's what it means to be a person, such that the unity of the animal is made manifest. Before that, it's not an animal. It's a or at least it maybe it is an animal. I'm not sure. Like I'm trying to work this all out in terms of teleology. In terms of like abortion for like medical purposes, we usually say because like obviously the harm to the mother would be greater than that they would essentially
This
be
would
an
be the
evil that needs to
traditional
be
self-defense argument.
like it'd be like it's a rule of double effect. right? It's a necessary evil in order, not a necessary evil, but it's not even an evil. It's an act not done for evil, but done for good in order to prevent a greater evil.
Yeah, it's the same
Um,
reason why you can shoot somebody who's going to kill you. It's
yeah,
totally
yeah,
fine. Everything else
yeah.
is sort of cast aside.
Exactly. And that's the same thing. I think if you were to say like this woman will kill herself,
If she's forced to be a mother.
if she's forced to give birth.
Yeah.
And I think that like and you know that she's going to kill herself. Like the psychological harm is that such that I think you could probably argue from that point that it is a medical abortion. But like obviously I'm still working this out in terms of teleology and stuff. Like I'm still trying to work it out. Largely though, I'm very much against. Like I don't believe in any abortions for convenience. I don't think that you can have any abortion for convenience. I think that's absolutely wrong.
Any abortions and what?
For convenience. Um,
Oh, I do.
yeah, that's the thing. So
And
that's where I think that we disagree
yeah, so
primarily.
I would say that when I say it's self-defense, what I mean by this is that if I, so for me, I think that anything that, for the same reason that I can lie to people that have undue, like, have a large amount of authority over me, if you're pregnant and in by having the child, it's going to restrict your autonomy in that kind of a way. I think that you just have the ability to say no. I don't want to have my autonomy restricted in this way, like because
What's
you're not
autonomy?
able to be you. Then be the ability to make your own choices. And
I mean,
if
you
you're
are
pregnant,
making.
you can't.
You can always make your own choices.
You don't. You have like even legally, you have restricted freedom if you're pregnant. You can't do certain things. Otherwise, like you can be held legally accountable for certain actions you take while pregnant. Like
Yeah,
you
but
can't drink. You can't work
I
certain
agree,
kinds of
but
jobs.
you can't. I mean, the law always applies, so like, there's always a restriction upon you. But you wouldn't say that's necessarily a restriction of your autonomy, would you?
Well, when the thing that you're remedying is putting like new laws upon you that you can just shoot like
All right,
you
but
wouldn't choose.
you
Sure.
drive a car, so like, is driving a car like that applies new laws to you when you're behind the wheel of a car, or when
But
you
you could,
become
but at the same time, anytime you're driving a car, you can choose to stop driving it.
you
If
yeah
if you're like,
okay.
I can't stand these traffic laws, I'm getting out, I'm not driving anymore. You have that choice, you have that option, and I'm saying like this is what makes it okay. But if you're pregnant,
All
I'm
right,
saying you also need to be able to have that choice as well.
right. So you're saying that you should be able to choose between what laws are applicable and not applicable to you.
No. Just like driving a car, you can stop driving it, right?
Yeah, but
And then
like in
those laws are
general.
no longer applicable.
I agree with driving a car that like that's what you can do because like I mean they are applicable but they're not applicable to you because you've stopped performing the action.
Yeah.
But like law in general is a universal construct that pervades all of our society that like no matter what we do laws are added or laws are engaged and applied upon us that restrict our autonomy. And it seems that like why would you like in terms of in general like your will is restricted or not autonomy but like volition and like what volition is restricted, but wouldn't normally see that that goes against our freedom, right? Like I would normally say that the law frees us, um, and it seems like how you understand the law. But like, but on that point, I'll give you a minute to remedy it over because I've drank so much water, I need to run back to the bathroom
Sure,
again.
sure.
Right, so one sec.
I probably should just not even have brought up the law. It wasn't really a big sticking point for me, but it was just like an offhanded example. Why do they keep getting stuck down there? Go eat. Let go. He's stuck too. Dying in this game is a huge pain. I need to get some Pokemon that can farm my stones better. I need to get some that can mine. I wonder if the ones I found in the dungeon. Oh, he can. Let's go. Excellent. Now help him out.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So what justifies the law acting upon you and limiting your will then?
When I said law, this isn't like a huge sticking point. This was just like an offhand example. But I would say that if there's something that you can't, if you are under a condition where laws are going to apply to you and you can't change it, this is what I would say is wrong.
Well, you can't change it in general, right? So you're under a condition, right? You're born into a state, and let's say you can't move out. In general, like the way in which you relate to the state and others, or anyone, any state, anywhere you go, there's always a law applied to you, right? And it restricts what you can and can't do, of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, even in relation to yourself, right? You can't kill yourself, for example. And so
That's a bizarre law to me, but yeah.
You see, that's the thing. I think that's where we disagree. So I
mean, it just doesn't make any sense to say that you can't kill yourself by law because, like, who are you going to prosecute? That's what I mean by that one's silly.
Oh, right. You mean in terms of consequences? I mean, I think obviously the consequences.
Bizarre.
The consequences is to say that you're violating. Like the point is to say that you are attempting to violate a codified point of structure that would mean that you are either guilty or irrational of a wrong. Right, you're either wrong, which is it's likely that you're irrational because you're actually doing something that's self-contradictory. So we're gonna get you medical attention rather than throw you in like a dungeon, right? Like
Well, it's the attempt. It should just be the attempt that's illegal, like suicide being illegal.
Fair enough. If that,
That's all I was commenting on. But no, I'm saying that if there's an external something external to you forces new laws upon you that other people aren't being held to, then I'd say that this is whatever happened to you is wrong and you should be able to remedy it. That's what I'm getting at. So like if the laws apply to everybody the same, which they generally do, there's no issue because this is just sort of how we get by in society, right? We all sort of just like follow the same laws and all that. But like my main issue with the pregnancy and why I consider it to be self-defense is that you have something that is and when I say autonomy too, I think that all of your rights, like if I don't have the right to my own bodily autonomy, if I can't choose what I do to my body, then I would say that I just really don't have any rights at all. Everything, like my right to be an agent is dependent on my ability to have my own bodily autonomy. And if you can't defend your body against, I don't care what the reason is, then I would say that like you just don't have any right at all. Like it's all an extension of that.
I think that there's a point in which, so for example, like we would normally agree that someone trying to kill themselves, so we should stop them, despite that being an act of their volition. And the reason that we would do that is to say that when we talk about the right of bodily autonomy, what we're actually considering is this as a right is the product of a natural explanation of what you are, how you exist, the moral law, of what makes you valuable. And so what we're saying is when we say that you have a right to bodily autonomy, we're saying, and the right to expression your freedom, what we're saying is like, yes, you have to have free reason. Yes, you should be able to make free rational choices, but that doesn't mean free choices without limitation in relation to yourself and others and their good. So it's always limited by quote unquote the good, and the good is a universal that pervades us all. So if I commit a wrong against someone else, that the law will say no, you're not allowed to do that, and it will correct it. And that's the idea of right and wrong in terms of law. There are rights which necessarily need to be respected, and then there are wrongs which are to be punished. And so there is entitlements, and then there is points in which we should punish those that break those entitlements. And when we look at the entitlement of someone over their body, yes, but only to the degree in which it actually reflects, and this is the foundation of all rights, that it reflects something that is actually metaphysically grounded as good. And the point of bodily autonomy is to say that there are limits of bodily autonomy already, that we accept that certain conditions limit our bodily autonomy. If we make certain actions, that it limits our bodily autonomy. If I get in a car, for example, or if I even just like my existence in the world in relation to other people, like it limits my bodily autonomy in the sense that my free volition is always limited, and what I can do with my body or to myself is always limited in relation to what is good. I can't go and hurt myself continuously. It won't be allowed. If I say like, okay, you can eat me, you're not allowed to eat me and kill and eat me. Like, you know, like in
The
the
only
same.
reason I think that we say that it's okay to stop that person is because we have an understanding, like it may be incorrect, but we have an understanding that this is not actually what this person wants, that there is something happening that is interfering with their ability to make decisions for themselves.
I think what we would say is that even if it's what the person wants, what they want is wrong in relation to what is good for them. And I think that's the difference. So I'd say like it's not what they should want or ought want or what they truly want in terms of the foundations of their desire, and that's why we stop them. It's like when we talk about what somebody wants, like unless like you know if we take it at face value, like it like it's not really the foundation of it's not really the foundation of a moral principle. The moral principle is what founds the desire, and the expression of that moral principle founds the desire. So like you are driven towards something which is good, right? And trying to express that goodness is why you desire X. So it's like you desire X, your first order desire, which is like really just like, I want chocolate cake. Why do you want chocolate cake? And if I delve into it and I start like looking at the second order desire, it's like I want chocolate cake because it makes me feel good. And then I can form other like interrelations between that desire in relation to like contrary desires and stuff like that, such that I can go, actually, my desire for chocolate cake was wrong at a certain time, because I don't want spots or I don't want to get fat or, you know, or whatever, or health concerns or whatever, right? And I can be wrong against what was good for me, and I might have thought there was a good for me, and I've desired it, but it's not actually turned out to be a good for me, and I've misunderstood myself. And like as I've said, and I think as we agreed before, the self isn't a product of a kind of you already know it. It's a unity between individuals, right? Such that your relationship to others structures yourself. Like you gain information from others, recognizing you, and you recognizing them. And I think from that point, you can say that there comes to a truth which unites us all in terms of how we ought or to respect each other, whether we are, and I don't think that matters whether you are, you know, in the womb or whether you are essentially the mother making the choice. Like your value is determined external to your decisions that you make in your life. You are valuable, and so is the and like so like in other words, your right to life, your life is derives your life and liberty are derived externally or necessarily or innately from what you are, not what you want.
Why is it that if well, actually I don't know where you stand on this. Do you, because so I think it's anybody is justified in like are you familiar with Dr. Kevorkian?
Is he the guy that was helping people kill themselves? Is that?
Yeah, when they were like terminally ill patients who were like, I don't want to fucking do this anymore.
Yeah, I
Help
think
me
there's
out,
points in
doc.
which, yeah, I think there's points in which you could say that euthanasia could be justified, but I think that's different to
Well,
like
all right, if,
because I
as
think
long as you have that, then the real question is, why is it okay for that to be on the table? But we would, I can't imagine that you would agree that
I I
to
wouldn't
the other
I
side.
wouldn't. So, for example, like euthanasia isn't just about you. One, like there's the point in which
Wait,
this
wait,
is the subject.
wait. Let me ask the question before you go, because it might be a lot different. So I think
Right.
it's okay in some circumstances for somebody to do that, but we would never say it's okay for somebody else to make that call if this person is a conscious aware. Like obviously you could pull the plug if they're like brain dead or whatever.
I'm
But
gonna say
if I'm
like
like no, I know the cancer's awful and I'm in tons of pain all the time, but like no, don't fucking kill me. Nobody else could then decide euthanasia was the right course for me, correct?
yeah,
Why?
because I think that what you're indicating is like a point of whether it would be whether one that you have your own free reason and that needs to be respected in relation um to this pervading point of recognition where I am recognizing that you are making a decision about yourself. But
Mm.
again, likewise, I don't think so. If like you remove the individual subjectivity from that, that seems to not respect that they can make decisions in relation to themselves. So that seems to violate their free reason and violate this principle of recognition. Likewise, if you remove others, so if you say like, no, I get to decide for myself when I live or die, I think that's equally as irrational. You cannot by yourself decide whether it's appropriate or inappropriate to die. That's why we say that there has to be medical professionals involved, psychiatrists, essentially people who are looking and interpreting the situation so that we can see like, is this a situation which is in which the persistence of an individual's life is causing them a greater harm to their flourishing than ending their life. And that's why we'll say that euthanasia is different, because what we're looking at is the specific circumstances, not the just the specific will of the individual, but the circumstances in general. Now, I think that implies that there has to be a unity of recognition between two people. We might even say, like, look, we think this person is wrong, but I think there's an overall implication in society that if we don't respect an individual's um, uh, desire to survive, that this power would be abused, even if we did have reasons to believe that this person was wrong. That this not only that this power be abused, but it would create a structure in which we wouldn't be able to find the truth of the situation because we're not actually listening to the person reporting upon their experiences.
Sure. Um, Now, I guess I want to ask a clarifying question. When did you say that like if you're vegan, like you would have to be against abortion at all stages of pregnancy, like 6 weeks can't do
No,
it?
I think that it would be. I think if you're a vegan, I don't think there's a difference if you're a vegan and a Christian, right? Like, I think vegans just have to affirm that abortion past the point of sentience for non-medical reasons was wrong. So it's only it's at the point in which you are respecting the right to life of a sentient creature.
I see.
And I think vegans should, in general, like approach teleology differently. But I'm still trying to work this all out myself. Like, so I'm not saying that, like, you know, like in terms of ensoulment and how it works and the explanation of, like, there's a part of us that thinks that in order to explain the temporality or the dynamis, as Aristotle would say, of a being, like the relationship between the first instance and the last instance is function, which is essentially the soul of the being, the form of the being's present, in order to give an indication of the nature, which explains why the zygote develops and turns into a fully grown fetus, which then grows and develops into a fully grown fetus and into a child, and then that child goes through its developmental stages and turns into an adult, you know, ages and dies, or ages, reproduces and dies, you know. So there is this like sort of progenesis of the species that needs to be logically interpreted, but also there's this there's the there's the point in which, if I'm put as an idealist, I think that all of this is a reflection of retrocausally of a consciousness, and that what we are in terms of a species essence is understood in terms of animality, as in terms of sentient, in terms of our sentience, and so that all physicality is actually an expression of idea. And so what exists prior is the idea, which makes manifest this understanding of this continuation of the species. So, like, the conscious beings that have reproduced have then led to this, or even, like, you know, God at the point of creation has led to this process, which is then teleologically understood, and it's understood in reference to the moral goods that are the moral goods of you know, of sentient creatures. So if it was to go against the good of all sentient creatures, that this being was to be born, including itself, which would necessarily have to include itself, it seems like it would be a moral wrong then. So, like, there's a point in which I'm trying to work out where I've got to say, like, okay, I'm not sure here. I've got to do a little bit of metaphysical research, a little bit of meta-ethical research, and kind of iron this out in my personal philosophy before I can give an answer, because
Sure.
I don't I just don't know. And I guess it's annoying that I don't know, you know, because I want to answer it because it's a big part. But I'm gonna have to tackle this during me PhD, hopefully. But like, yeah, it's just that's the point in which I could not give you an answer. That's
What about when we're uncertain if there's sentience or not, in that like gray area where we're not quite sure about? Because I know it's like, what is it? Is it like 16 to 24 weeks is when sentience happens? Is that what they're saying?
I wouldn't even say that. I think moral hazard in general, like, I think we should say that we should, like, in the same way that vegans don't kill, like, that we don't operate in such as to presume the sentience of another creature that is exhibiting the possibility of sentience. So in some respects, like, we'll say, like, not sea urchins,
Clams?
like clams and stuff like that, where we'll say, like, okay, we're not sure. This seems to be like a fringe case. A lot of the time, vegans will often go and argue for moral hazard. They'll say that the moral hazard of doing such is too great, that I can avoid doing this, and that the harm of doing it would be greater than the good outweighed. And there's a point of risk-reward relationship that needs to be essentially outlined, which I think would be interesting for a paper. But I would lean towards the fact that it being such an extreme moral hazard, it would be unjustifiable if we believe it to be sentient. Which is why I would say so. I like the possibility of it being sentient, so it could go as low as 11 weeks, 11, 12 weeks.
I see.
But I mean, there's the other side, which is the moral hazard of not doing it.
Yeah.
And I think that this is where you gain arguments for things such as, from this perspective, where you could say abortion for rape and stuff like that. The moral hazard would be greater. But again, it depends upon how we understand, like, it has to be, again, like, I think that ultimately the moral hazard of a failed abortion is always a risk. And that needs to be considered. Like, we you know, you could create a person who's permanently disabled who would have otherwise not been disabled, and so you've essentially committed what is an act of grievous bodily harm upon an individual, which is essentially what happens with failed abortions. They're awful, and or like kill a person such that they're born and then die, which I don't think anybody really wants.
I'd say a person who wants that probably isn't really worthy of like considering their wants.
Yeah,
Sounds
exactly.
like an evil
Yeah,
person. Yeah.
that's evil. Yeah. So,
So I think that if it's a gray area, I'd have to default towards the woman because, in one hand, I have something that I'm not sure if it has a right, but like if it has sentience or not. But on one hand, I know that the woman does, so I have to default to her right to have her agency exercised.
I think it's a point of whether, like,
I'm not sure if I believe in
which-
moral hazard stopping an act or not. I think it's just sort of up to the agent.
think moral hazard is in general like probabilistic reasons all we really have. So it's just like levels of moral hazard in terms of like where we say that this is definitely going to be the outcome. What we're saying is that this is most probably going to be the outcome of this sort of action.
Yeah, like would you eat a clam because of moral, or is the reason you wouldn't eat a clam because of moral hazard?
I wouldn't eat a clam because of moral hazard. I also find that disgusting. Like I don't know how it makes them anyway. Like there's a
So
way to say.
I've considered it because like I've looked into it a lot, and there's like it's like akin to jellyfish reasoning to think that they're like it almost seems like they're just like higher evolved plants. Even there's like an argument to be made there.
Yeah,
but
but
I haven't just
yeah,
because
no.
I think the idea of eating like flesh and muscles kind of at this point has sort of grossed me out.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
But I think that
and
like if you were like, hey, you have to, if somebody's like gun to your head, you have to eat an animal. Like clams are gonna be first on my list because
yeah,
one, like
yeah,
I've
like
enjoyed them in the past, like clam chowder.
because for the exact same reason that I wouldn't eat them versus a plant though, because in the same way that like clams will be first on the list in the sense that there's that possibility that they are not sentient, right? Like whereas every other animal basically, or like most other like high animals, I'm gonna basically go, yeah, they are sentient. Like, and likewise with them in a plant, I just realized like Hearthstone's just crashed on us. But likewise between them and a plant, I'll go like, there's no chance that the plant is sentient, or very very low chance that a plant is going to be sentient. I don't. I think the chances of plant sentience is a bit of a joke, to be entirely honest with you. I don't know how.
Like and if they are, then at least I understand. Well, at least I understand that like they have like there is no other fate for them. They can't they still can't flourish. They still can't exercise any agency in the same way an animal could. So why do I care? It's about
I mean, they could flourish. I mean, you could just not get in their way, like so they could live their nice little tree lives and stuff like that. I guess it's more of the fact that, regardless, you're gonna have to eat something, and so there's considering you like it.
oh
Sort
yeah,
of like,
I didn't even jump to the
considering
yeah.
yourself.
That's well, if you can say you have to eat something, and then if we're just equating sentience, then like the eating animals argument gets a bit stronger. But I would just say that like a plant can't exercise agency, so I'm not taking away anything. I'm not taking away agency when I'm consuming them, right?
I mean, you could. Yeah, I would agree, but you could be taking away that flourishing if they were conscious.
Yeah, I
So
probably
like,
used the wrong word.
but in general, I would even say that I would even say like that you if the alternative is to what like eat animals which eat plants, it's like the it's trophic levels, right? Like you're gonna end up just eating more people, like so it's like it's you have this argument with like non-vegans all the time when they're like, well, look at how many crop deaths there are, and it's like we have that many crop deaths because we are feeding animals a
Yeah,
lot
it's
of
still
fat.
more. Yeah, yeah. My mom thought she was clever with that when I was like, no. What are you talking about? Did you even think about that before you said it?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it's like
so the solution in not killing field mice is to continue to kill cows and pigs anyway. Like no matter which way you look at it, it's like a very very silly argument.
now you're killing the field mice and the cows. Like
Yeah, yeah.
that's the it's just like but yeah, like yeah, is there anything else that I can
No,
answer
that
or?
was it. I really appreciate the amount of time you've given me here. It's
Oh man, I give you all the time in the world, man. You're a sound guy.
I appreciate that. When I could afford it, I was part of your Patreon. I literally paid to talk to you and to have you
I remember.
reach out
I
to me the
remember,
other
man.
day to say like, hey, do you want to talk? It made me feel really really good. You're still one of my favorite content creators. Your I can't think of the exact name. Something in Hell. Your like short documentary about the
Oh, working in
butcher
hell.
house.
Yeah,
We're gonna. Yeah,
yeah, man.
I try to stress that to people who say like they care about people. Like if you care about people, stop eating animals because oh my
Yeah,
god, it's the worst job in the entire fucking world. And it's led
it
me to
is
research
so
other
fucking.
people. People have like gone undercover and stuff. It is. I wouldn't wish
It's
that job on my worst
no.
enemy.
Neither would I, man. It's absolutely horrific. Like it is like the perpetration induced traumatic stress. Like like
The pits. It's
like
it's
uh
so. It's terrifying to even consider. I genuinely think that that's the best thing that you've made, strictly on like impact.
I think it is as well, but I don't think it got as much
It's not
like
popular because people don't want
as
to hear about
popular.
that
Yeah,
shit, dude.
That's- Yeah, that's it though. I think that's true. I think it shows like why like veganism is necessary even for humans. That's like the I've always said like I think you can argue from a purely egoistic basis, not for veganism, but you can argue for a plant-based um a plant-based society. So like from social contract, like destiny and stuff, it's like you are breaching the social contract by demanding other people go and suffer in that hellhole for you.
Yeah,
Um,
especially the poor and the stupid. I don't know how else to put it. They're the ones that have to do it, and they get like the people that
it's
don't have
just
any
that
other
they're trapped.
options.
Yeah, they're trapped. They're trapped in a system that is going to use and abuse them, risk their life, their liberty, man, like, and then destroy their mind in the process. Meanwhile, the overall broader society as well usually won't have anything to do with them because they think they're deplorable. And it's like, man, you think this person's deplorable, but you're the one demanding that they go in there. So it's just like this.
Yeah.
It's sick. It's just it's the worst job ever. Like everyone seems to hate you and just or like think that you're a freak or that you like enjoy killing and stuff. You're usually poor and unable to get out of it. The psychological damage usually leads you to alcoholism and addiction. The it destroys their marriages and their relationships with people, how they engage with each other and themselves. It risks that physical health in terms of like handling incredibly sharp blades and dealing with like essentially 100-pound like hundreds of animals that weigh hundreds of pounds that are kicking and trying to fight for their lives while they're holding these fucking huge like blades that can cut through like flesh like butter. People have been like stabbed in the head and slit their own throats and stuff because they've been kicked by animals, and it's like mad. And then you've got the risk of infection and
Oh yeah,
zoonotic
yeah,
diseases, and like that's an existential threat for humanity, like, and
yeah.
it's just like
COVID.
it's wild. It's just wild. It's like you've got COVID, you got this like there's a new one on the block called like Disease X, and stuff like that. And it's like even if you think that it's man-made, which I don't blame you, right? Like I really don't. Um, Even if you do think that it's man-made, I should have used that first. I'm an idiot.
Wait, I
But
thought disease X was just a hypothetical disease.
um, No, there's like I think it's I thought they said that there's something that's been popped up or something. There was like an unknown disease has been popped up or found in a British person or something like that. But I might have read it wrong. Um, but I thought it was a hypothetical as well by the World Health Organization. It was just like if this disease pops up. But I think there was like an actual disease that they were like we don't know anything about it. But hypothetically, running with this hypothetical, this is what would happen if it had like this and that and the other. Um,
Okay, yeah,
and then
but
but
it's not known to currently exist. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's basically this thought experiment to try to get them to prep for preventing another pandemic.
Right. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. I thought they said that I must have read something wrong
A
or like
hypothetical
that.
virus 20 times deadlier than COVID-19. Oh, that's a lot easier. If COVID was 20 times deadlier, it wouldn't have spread as much.
Yeah, I know that's the whole thing, isn't it? Like, but I mean, like to be fair, like what was it? Swine flu. It depends on when it becomes symptomatic, because obviously it spreads.
Yeah.
If it's not symptomatic for as long, then the symptoms that'll kill you, then it can spread and kill you like quite far, and then you get things like that's why like smallpox was so deadly, and stuff like that. Where it's like incredibly virulent, but it and like the Black Death but like the thing is that like the like yeah, I mean 100% but in general like all of this implies that there is a risk to animal farming in general. And like I was saying, like even if it is like in a factory, like COVID in a factory or whatever, like you wouldn't have that excuse if we got rid of animal agriculture. You couldn't just pin it on the fact that like
Sure.
it started at a wet market if wet markets didn't exist.
We saw that argument for like every other like strain of flu that's been super deadly and stuff too. Um,
Yeah.
so-
And like
like
even things like what's weird as fuck, even things like that they accuse us of stuff like what's it, is it E. coli on plant foods, and it's like, man, that's the result of like using like manure. And
oh,
it's like so it's so pervasive. But yeah, like
Atraxia, thank you for becoming a member on the YouTube. By the way, that person asked me to ask you if you would nourish yourself on how is this pronounced? Boltzmann brain.
What?
They thought that you would understand. So it's a hypothetical concept where it's a sentient being, but it does not have any body. It's like a ethereal being, but somehow we're able to sustain ourselves by nourishing ourselves from it, even though it has no physicality.
Right. Okay. So it's sentient without physicality, but somehow sustains us.
Yeah, I said it would still be wrong.
I mean, it would be wrong. I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's incoherent, but I think no, it's like all right, okay.
Because it's
like,
the principle is still the same. You're exploiting something that you don't have to exploit.
yeah, it would be wrong. It doesn't make any sense, but it would be wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I first I said I don't even know what you're asking me. And I just wanted to add, when 'cause you talked about pits. When we talk about pits of the slaughterhouse workers, it actually, when it gets broken down to me, the scariest part, it sounds more like DID. It's like they develop a wholly new persona to deal with what they're facing, which then causes all kinds of
They do.
additional problems. Yeah, it's like we can say it's just pits, but I think that DID is something that really needs to be looked at in these people because that's what they're describing. This rapid
but,
change in
that's-
personality.
That's what they said about. I mean, like it depends on whether you think that's a symptom or a disorder. So they take that as a symptom. So they take it like
Oh.
a disassociative. They take it as like a psychological disassociation as a symptom of PITS.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. They should. People are more aware of DID. They should talk about it more directly because that freaks people out.
Yeah, well, it's actually mad. Like it is actually mad. Like it is. It's just disgusting. It really is. Like there is
Yeah.
no reason.
I was already
And,
vegan when I found out, and if I wasn't, I would have been horrified.
Yeah, I mean that's the
to
thing. Like
understand it.
I think that like it would have pushed me over even before I accepted like animals as being they essentially morally considerable. It would have even pushed me over then, at least to a plant-based diet. Like I'd be like, wow, I'm doing what? Like you know, like I'm asking for what? It's like okay, clearly this job shouldn't exist, man. It's not even like an oil rig worker where it's like, oh, we're damaging our habitat. Where it's like, all right, like it's wrong, but like, you know, the alternative. It's like, no, there's a clear alternative. This is just wrong.
Yeah, and we're
It's
we're
yeah,
also torturing human beings, which
they're just torturing. Yeah, they're just torturing them.
which is a big lose on when Ask Yourself named your trait to Destiny. Said I only care about humans. I was like, why doesn't he bring up slaughterhouse workers? That's such
I know.
a ace in the hole.
That's the thing. I think to be fair, I think vegan gains. I think has before, and he's a
Oh.
bit better with that. I think he does sometimes, but I don't think he. But again, like I think like he. I'll be fair. Destiny just sort of worms out of it and just says, "I don't care about this. I don't care." And he just like the whole point is that like because it's moral anti-realism, he can just say whatever he wants. He's like, "I care about this. I care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about this." You know, and it's just like okay because it's not real. Like he's just describing himself. Like why are we even taking it as to be like a form of moral generalism? It's just like the kind of Mackey's perspective of like inventing right and wrong, and he's like, "Oh, your meta-ethics aren't informed by your normative ethics aren't informed by your meta-ethics or anything." It's like, what's the word good and bad mean if it's like, if there's no meta-ethics? Like, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Like, the words become incomprehensible, become meaningless. So it's awful. Like, I hate it. I really hate it. Like everything about it.
Yeah, I would actually try to challenge him on it if he didn't already hand wave people immediately as soon as they say veganism.
Yeah, you
Because
can't.
I
You
think
can't. Like,
it's really hard to argue against. And the last time I pinned him up against something, he literally said to me, "Well, I said convince me otherwise." He said, "I don't think I can convince you of anything." I'm like, "Dog, you convince me of more things than anybody else. You never say that to people. Are you shitting me?" So like he'll just like disengage at a certain point. If there's no good answer, he'll just stop. And honestly, that it hurt my feelings because I was like, this motherfucker's argued with everybody ever, forever, and just said, I'm not even gonna try to argue with you. I was like, I've done nothing, but
Oh, no, I
be
think
persuaded
as
by you
well.
over the years.
I think that like I hate to say it, but I think if you're like I think that if unless he can make it a spectacle for his audience, like if you're gonna be a reasonable interlocutor and you're small and you're gonna be arguing from a point in which he's not exactly comfortable with, he's gonna disengage because he's got nothing to gain from that. Like just in case, in relation to his egoism that he kind of professes, ironically.
I was called on
Um,
when I came there.
Oh,
I was
really?
yes, and then the second time that I talked to him, he came to where I was. The first time I interviewed him about Mr. Girl. The second time it was when him and Mr. Girl had been falling out, and I challenged him because overnight he decided that the story that Mr. Girl told about how consent is complicated. He said that, well, this is a very, like, most people shouldn't do this. I think that you are probably fine to do it, but it's still risky. To, he's literally a rapist overnight. And I was like, you don't believe that. You're just pissed. Like, but and you're saying this, and this is, like, you shouldn't say that about people who it's obviously not true about. And, like, you didn't change your mind overnight. You're lying. And he couldn't give me any justification for that. And then the second time was about his subreddit. I was talking about it, so he came to me. But yeah, when I backed him against the wall on that, he just said, I can't change your mind, which is staggering. That's not I've never heard Destiny say that to somebody as like a starter for an argument.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's a non-starter. That's the thing, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
the like it is just it is a lot of bullshit there. Like it's like right, okay, well you just sort of you're just fucking us off, right? Like,
Yeah. Like why did you have me come here? Because another big Mr. Girl fan came on right before that. They were like subscribed or whatever, so they got to come in, and then people were like, hey, you need to go. I was like, I'm not paying any money. They're like, no, it's good, just go in. So I went in and had that conversation. That's how that happened. I was pretty disappointed.
yeah, I can imagine. Like, I mean, I had my last conversation with Destiny was really disappointing as well. Where like I don't know if you saw it, where like
Of course.
yeah, that was like
That's tailored to me content. That's you and Destiny. I watch Destiny. I watch you. That's the shit for me. Are you kidding me?
well, I can honestly say that was a very depressing conversation. Like
It
for me,
was.
that was like
Well,
yeah.
the concept of it is the shit for me. I was bummed out by the conversation.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would have been like there was points where I think it went all right, but then I think most of it was just like him just totally disengaging. He's like, "Oh God, who let him in here?" You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? All right, okay,
Yeah.
you know, and it's just like, all right, like you're just being a dick now, like you know, it's just like, look,
But that works for his benefit. People, even my wife's favorite Destiny moments is when he's being mean to somebody.
yeah. See,
So,
I don't really like that. Like, I'm not.
That's
I guess I don't watch
that's
that
the
much
tough
Destiny.
point. I watched him pretty regularly for a really, really long time. I watch him less now. But mostly just because like his shit's boring. He's at his most interesting when he has somebody who's constantly challenging. Like when Vosh was there, he's interesting. Mr. Girl was around, he was really interesting. But now he's just kind of floating around, and it's
I think. I mean, I think that there's like I think you're probably right in some respects that like but in the sense that like I think also like that it's not just that he's like sort of like not interesting, but that like he's in most interesting when he's like being challenged, or
Yeah.
like when he's doing some ways like there's something challenging him. Like I liked it when he was doing the Kyle, like
he just
was it
did a
Kyle
new one. Kyle Rittenhouse.
yeah, like Kyle Rittenhouse. That's it.
I stopped
How's
listening to the one he put out yesterday or today to come talk to you. Yeah. It's
Oh really?
interesting.
Okay, I feel honored. But that's the thing. Like, but that's the thing. Like, so when he was doing that sort of stuff, I thought that was pretty cool. But like, and like you know, like if this or like when he's talking about when he's talking to vegans or he's, you know, he's doing this sort of stuff. But when it just becomes like a, you know, you're just sort of watching Destiny like rail into someone, and he's calling someone a fucking retard, and it's just like I don't care. Like I'm not interested. Like I don't. Like he's just because it's just him like dunking on someone. You know, it's kind of like you know like whatever podcast and stuff when you know they get the dumb bimbo girls on who are normally playing bimbos. They're not like actually that stupid, and like they get them on and then they dunk on them and it's just like a misogynistic like circle jerk. It's the same sort of thing, where like it's like right like I'm not interested in this because like what this is essentially just like low-hanging fruit. There's no actual content here. There's no conversation. Like the only things you can get from this is like misogynistic self-justification. And like, this is the Whatever podcast, not Destiny. Like
Yeah.
or to check out the girls. So you're either interested in putting the girls down and dunking on them, but you're not actually saying anything of value. You're just making them feel bad, really. And saying that they're idiots and making them feel like idiots, or because like a lot of the time that positions are shit, right? Like the actual positions of the people putting the girls down.
I feel like they don't even have any. They're literally just talking shit. Also, Froggy Style, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. You know that you're You're the best. Actually, Mr. Girl is writing a thing about the Whatever podcast, um, and his explanation of it really helped me flesh out my own ideas. Essentially, is that they are trading. Uh, it's like a humiliate for advertising model. They come in, they get
It is. Yeah.
humiliated, and then to return they get their OnlyFans advertised, and it's so coercive in that like, how can somebody who does OnlyFans resist that massive audience when it's not going to
100%.
physically cost them, like it costs them no money to do it, but it's going to be at the cost of like emotional
That's all.
damage for sure. Like,
Yeah, yeah, like that's all. Like,
if
yeah,
they
but I
look
mean
at the
that's
chat
it.
for
Like,
5 seconds, it's gonna hurt, even if they take it well.
yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that's exactly what it is. I think that it's, I think that there's nothing there of substance. Um, um, it just seems to be that, and I think what's worse about it as well is that this idea of like self-humiliation for like OnlyFans is that it's almost like fetishistic in itself, where it is this what it's perpetuating is this that condemning it. It's and I say this all the fucking time. The money in OnlyFans comes from the shame. It's directly proportional to the shame, because if it was not shamed, loads of women would do it. There wouldn't be as much. There would be the market would be oversaturated. There wouldn't be as much money, and people
Yeah,
wouldn't pay. So like the shame and what you'll do. This is why more fetishistic content and like the more extreme it gets, the more valuable it becomes because it's more scarce. It's literally supply and demand. So like you can imagine it literally as if like okay, so like what they're doing is it's. I mean it is very much just profiting from OnlyFans. Like all they're doing is they're getting these OnlyFans girls on there because it's essentially sex, and they're engaging in what is a clothed sex act, fetishistically speaking, in which they assert and dominate over these submissive OnlyFans models for the pleasure of the audience, from which they can feel like they are dominating and sexually fulfilling themselves with relation to these women, such they gain like an ego boost, which is exactly what they would do on OnlyFans, such that they are then advertise this OnlyFans and then go and perpetuate that exact same sexual dynamic on OnlyFans.
yeah,
And meanwhile, there's this constant, like this perpetuation of this cultural rejection of these OnlyFans models as being undesirable and disgusting and blah blah blah, which one only fuels OnlyFans. So clearly, it's not about OnlyFans being wrong, and two is really just male sort of heteronormative fetishistic power relation. So it's like this is just OnlyFans promo. This isn't even a show. It is just OnlyFans promo. But you've turned OnlyFans promo into your commodity. And like look, like they could in many ways, like imagine these girls owned the platform themselves and
yeah.
it would be one thing. But there's an added disgusting relation to this where it's like are the girls receive benefit in terms of people coming over to their OnlyFans, but in relation to basically what is essentially the marketing, it's like a marketing structure that pervades and value and creates value for itself off these women without adding anything necessarily, except to promote these women. So it's kind of like you kind of like look at them and it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Like it seems like the irony here is that we're watching this misogynistic shit show, and in reality, like the women are doing all the work. It is like it's just pure misogyny. It's just it is just
Yeah.
misogyny getting off to itself. It's just there's nothing good about it. Like honestly, I think it is less wrong in some respects to go and subscribe. Like, actually, it's 100% less wrong. You go and subscribe to someone's OnlyFans, it's likely to be less wrong than you watching the whatever podcast or Fresh
It's
and Fit. Like
definitely
that's
so by like
yeah.
every standard. The only thing that my biggest concern about OnlyFans is that the women that aren't. So the best example I can give is that my wife said, like, I consider it. I was like, look, if you want to do it, I fully support you. Here's the only way that I support it, though, is that you're doing it because it's something you want to do, and it's not for the money, because I know you have too much on your plate. You're not going to be able to put the time and energy into it to where you can make it into something profitable. And my concern is that you're going to view your value in dollars, and if you're not making
Oh
money
yeah,
on
yeah.
it, it's going to and that's going to harm you in ways that I don't know how to help you with that. I don't know how to remedy that, and I don't know, and I'm confident that you also don't have any way of
People
remedying
get
that.
upset when they don't get enough likes on Instagram, man.
Yeah, that's what's
Like,
scary to me is that the
like
bottom 50%, it's got to destroy their
it's not even
self-esteem.
50. It's not even 50%. It's something like it's like the vast majority of
Yeah,
OnlyFans creators
it's like
make an
streamers.
average of like $150 a month. No, yeah, but like streamers, except like you're also going to be humiliated about the size of your penis and about
Yeah.
the shape of your body, and like, and I mean, like, where it gets bad, look, like people get humiliated by streaming. People get humiliated by like
Well, I meant in
Instagram
terms of
photos.
who's profitable, the
Oh
margins.
yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. It's the same model as like streaming. It is. It
Yeah.
actually is in terms of profit. But in terms of like psychological harm, it's like social media on steroids, isn't it? Like, it's just like,
Yeah.
oh god, like, honestly, it's like, I think you're completely right to say that because it doesn't even matter like
But if you want to do it
how.
because you think it's fun or like you want to do it as like an expression of your body, or whatever, cool, that's fine. As long as it's not tied to the money that you're bringing in, because that
You're
you're just not
risking.
going to have
You're
a
certainly
real sense of like what's even happening anymore.
you're certainly risking something that isn't worth risking for monetary reward then, like, which is essentially your overall well-being. Because
Yeah.
if you
Well,
even if you made a load of fucking money and you feel absolutely shit to the point in which you're not able to live a normal life, is the money even worth it? You know what I mean? Like, and this
sure.
is like, and that's like that's the point of going like, I mean, obviously the fact that they're not getting the money might be why they feel so shit, like obviously tying it to the monetary value as you say, but like it might even just be like the way people treat them, or like and stuff like that, like and open yourself up to criticism, like, because like let's be honest, right? Like I turn my comments off on YouTube, not in the sense like I turn my comments off, but the notifications of me comments coming in, because I noticed that I would just read the comments and I get like a mix, mostly positive, right? Vast majority of positive comments, like, oh, thank you so much for helping us learn this, blah blah blah, you know. And I'm like, oh, that's great, thank you very much. And then I get someone else that'll be like, word salad, what a fucking idiot, you know. And I'll just be like, oh man, like, you know, why the, like, you know, and even if I'm like, oh, what a fucking dickhead, it's still there, right? In the sense, like, and
Sure.
this is the thing, it's always there. Like, you can brush criticism off, but it does impact you. Like, some people more, some people less, right?
Sure.
And
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it'd be way, way, way worse for me, but when I read it, like I just remember like I am the most unhinged, retarded version of myself when I'm in a live stream chat. So like I just don't hold a lot of value to it. But sometimes I think about stuff, but it doesn't. I think I'm pretty good at not letting it get to me. But yeah,
yeah,
but if
same.
it's
I
on
think it's a
immutable
skill. I
things,
think it,
good God.
yeah, but it's a skill as well, isn't it? Like, letting it not get to you. Like, M said, like, some people aren't, like, some people aren't insecure about their bodies. Absolutely. I completely agree. And it's not going to, in fact, impact everyone the same. I think he's just saying, like,
If you're not
obviously, if you,
insecure,
if it's not going to have, like, one of the things is that, like, don't do it for money, or don't do it with the impression that you're gonna get that self-esteem, that if your self-esteem's tied to it, and be wary of like how it's going to psychologically affect you.
if you're
And
doing
I
it for
think
the
that's wise.
money, you're going to see not making money as a failure, and you're going to tie that back to your physical appearance. When really, almost always, it's going. You can be a
Probably your
mid-looking woman
marketing,
and make a
like,
ton of money if you're good at marketing, if you're putting the work in. But if you're
oh,
not putting the work
100%.
in, you can be one of the most gorgeous, like objectively gorgeous women on earth. But if people don't know how to find you, if you're not popping up and being shown over and over again until they finally click, it doesn't matter. It
Oh,
really has a lot to
100%.
do with the work you put in.
100%. 100%. It's like
And
me
so
and my
you have to
girlfriend
do
were
that.
watching. Me and my girlfriend were watching this girl who's like absolutely loaded, like so fucking loaded, and like I'm not gonna say anything nasty about her, but let's suffice it to say, I can honestly say that she was not a good looking person in my opinion. Like, and she's fucking like more money than like I can count, man. Like, so it's like there's like one side where it's like absolutely nothing to do with like physical appearance or anything like that. And then there's like one of the things that we were looking at is like there's women who like they've started off as like pin-up models and stuff like that. And like in many ways, I think that's incredible, right? Like, so these people are doing like a lot of like non-nude sexual content that is like erotic, but really has very little impact on their lives overall. Like, so they're like bikini models essentially, and they're making 10,000 plus a month, right? Like, they're making loads of money, right? And like essentially, they're hot, they're rich, and they're having a blast, and then they'll decide to escalate that content into like sexual stuff, and then they'll come out and say like they're not comfortable with what they're doing, and they'll stop. And it's just like, man, if you had just kept it at the level in which you were comfortable, because the audience is constantly pressuring them and doing stuff like, I want you to do this, do this, do this, do this, and it's like, it's like obviously that like getting constantly pressured by their audience, and then when they finally give in, they do it, then they're like, why the fuck did I do that? And like they've breached their own boundaries, and what's like, it's just honestly like there's so much like tied to OnlyFans, like in terms of like the different outcomes it can have for people. Like some people, I think it does their self confidence good. Some people it does it absolutely in, and I'd say even the majority of people it probably does absolutely fucking horrors to their self consciousness, how self conscious they are, and like I don't know, man. Like I'm like I can honestly say I would never judge someone for doing OnlyFans. I don't think it's right to necessarily judge. You don't know what circumstances someone's in. You don't know why they're doing it. You don't know what's going on. But I can say that like I think OnlyFans is better than Pornhub and stuff like that necessarily. I think that's fucking evil. Like I think Pornhub's like fucking evil, right? Basically, like the way that it's
Most of the
commodified
women on
sex.
Pornhub are not their own boss.
That's the thing. That's it. That's
Yeah.
precisely the
The
difference,
vast
right?
majority, yeah.
So like there is like I think Pornhub's fucking evil for that. Like how it's commodified sex is fucking evil. I think OnlyFans is better because at least the creator owns their own content. So even if the like and obviously it can get leaked and stuff, which is tragic in itself, right? But that's a crime, right? So like you can't control it, and it does happen, but like it's not like built into the platform, right?
Sure.
Although they should be doing something about it more. I certainly think OnlyFans should be able to, because like there's like like streaming sites do more to protect content than OnlyFans do from being leaked.
Oh, that's
Like
so
you
hard
can
to
just
do.
no, yeah, like it is,
Because nobody wants
but
to
like
touch anything involving sex work at all.
true, but like it's the fact that like you can do more to protect no, not in terms of like legally protect, but I mean in terms of protect, as in just like prevent screen capture like built in. So like you could like streaming sites, there's a lot of them that like screen capture device detected, like capture program detected, and like it'll just fucking lock you out. Like, but it won't do that for OnlyFans. Like, what the fuck? Like, why aren't they doing it? Like, they're making enough money anyway. Like, there's points in that like sort of where I think there's greed involved and they're not doing enough. And I don't think that we can ban sex work. I think like certainly not ban. I think ban prostitution and ban things like child sex work. Obviously, anything involving children should necessarily. I think you send those fuckers to like hard labor camps for the rest of their fucking lives. But like like Borscht is in the fucking salt mine. But like but in terms of the like consensual adult content, where they're the owners of their own content, I don't think you can ban that. Like, you know what I mean? And like I don't think it would be
Nor
right
do I
to
think you
ban that.
should. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like, yeah.
Same page.
So like it comes to this point of going like, yeah, like if you want to do it like in the sense like with your partner and stuff, like obviously like I think I think you're wise to just say like be wary. But I just imagine there must be so many fucking women specifically, men as well, but like women specifically that that are in over their heads and stuff. I mean, I saw like I think it was like a trans person posted on Twitter about like I hate OnlyFans, but I earn this amount of money. Should I quit? And it's just like, and I even commented. I was like, look, like you cannot answer that like ethical question with that limited information just because you hate it and how much money you have. I don't know what's your career prospects otherwise. What will essentially happen in your life if you do quit? Like, do you have debts? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you like like is it bearable? Are you gonna kill yourself? Like I don't like what I mean.
How
Like
much
there's
did
so
you
much.
hate your last job?
Yeah, that's it. Like there's so much involved in it, and it's just like and this is the thing as well. Like, and I think like and as Christians, I think we even have to accept this, right? There is something like the pervasive the pervasive fucking the potential for psychological harm in the work that we do today in terms of things like like sort of psychological alienation from the work that we do in like. And I think the Pope, when he was talking about how Christians and Marxists have a common goal, this is it. Well, like, there's such harm in some of the work that is perpetuated today, in the way that we engage in the workplace, our lack of autonomy, creative control, our the jobs that we'll have to do, how much we're paid, the meaninglessness of the task, all of this like sort of adds to itself to the point in which we're psychologically destroyed by our work, and then we'll have the audacity to judge someone for essentially escaping that into what mightn't even be a good job or an enjoyable job for them. Like this person saying, well, fuck, this job's not doing us any good, but I'm doing it for the money. And
Yeah.
and let's be frank, in a system in the United States where if you don't have money, you're kind of fucked. So like, you've got a system which is rigged to only care about people with money. The jobs to get money are either unavailable to them or like essentially horrible, and the alternative is essentially to sell themselves, and then we'll judge them for selling themselves. You can't do that. No. And I think this is why you need to be like, no, like you don't judge people when like walk a mile in their moccasins. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there has to be a point in which you go like, I don't know what you're going through. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't like. You don't just go like, oh well, like, and it's this whole thing of like this what fresh and fit and whatever podcast, and they just call them whores, like whores, harlots, like sluts, and it's just like, for fuck's sake, like it's just like, you know what I hate? It's just how that actually goes against like the Christian ethic and that a lot of these like trad conservative types will say that they're defending. It's like that's not what we do. I don't know.
You can't defend your own ideology by berating somebody else's. That's not how that works, in my opinion.
Or even just like, like it's like how can you be so hateful when the philosophy is about love, right? Like Jesus himself stood in front of Mary Magdalene to stop her from being stoned to death, most likely from people like you. Like, do you know what I mean? Like that's the way that it's sort of going, where it's like, if there is a mob mentality in which we're going to judge people and execute like essentially like harm upon them, like the harm has to be justified and related to a harm that they've committed. If you're saying they're harming themselves, right, then you don't punish them, right? Like there's no, they go punishing themselves. I'm going to stop that. If you're saying they're
hurting
harming
yourself, so I'm gonna fuck you up.
yeah, that's the thing. And it's in the harming society, then only so much as the people who are consuming it are also harming society, and the businesses that are perpetuating are harming society. So you'd be talking about shutting down the websites and free porn and all of this, but you never like there's like there are some Christians that say like that to do this, but usually they're not like the whatever podcast sort of like fresh and fit bunch who are calling for essentially like, it's like, look man, like if there wouldn't be the supply if there wasn't the demand. And it's like, are you taking into account your personal responsibility? It's the same with veganism, right? This is the whole point of veganism. It's like, are you taking account? Are you taking ethical? Are you being an ethical consumer? Are you taking accountability for your actions? And it's like, if you think that it's wrong to consume porn, you better not be fucking consuming porn,
Yes.
right? Like, you know what I mean?
That's not how people operate. I think that there's something in people that just want to punish. We want to punish people when everyone else will applaud it. You look at how we treat people that have been imprisoned, or like anybody that society decides is like, well, we want to keep you away from us. If you attack them, or like people talk about putting like pedophiles in a wood chipper, that they signal this and they perform this so strongly because they know that they can get their anger out and they can direct it at somebody and everybody's going to say good for you.
Hate. Yeah, it's a 3 minutes of hate. Yeah, like it's
and
like, for example, like like in terms of like pedophiles, like actually committing harm, I think it's one thing to go like they should be punished. Absolutely, I completely agree. We all agree they should be punished. I think everyone like, yes, someone violating the rights of a child should be punished 100%. That means purchasing or downloading like child porn all the way through to the process of like producing or molesting a child, like, you know, molesting a child or producing child porn and stuff. And it's like, obviously, clearly that's wrong, and they should be punished. But like when we're talking about people who, let's say, like, and this is the thing, I've brought this up before, where you say someone that's like, this is so like there's people who say like that pedophiles in the sense that they're attracted to children or like attracted to adolescents and that and stuff like that as well. And they'll be like, look, I'm actually received like that, and they'll try to go to therapy. And these are people who are not going to let's say these are people who are not going. I've used this as an example against like I mean, to be fair, like the guy that I did use it against, like he was like, he just went off the rails, and I'll say that in a minute. But like he I said like, look, like so like this person's like not gonna commit a crime. In fact, that's why they're seeking help because they don't want to commit crime. They actually don't hate children. They're not horrible, malicious beings. They're not prideful. They don't think that what they're doing would be right, or like they actually they're trying to correct themselves, right? Um,
Yes.
and like that seems to me
We should
that's
be proud of them and
pitiable.
try to help them.
That's pitiable though as well. Like it's something
Yes.
that we should like in the Christian sense of saying like there's a need there that we should try to help them with, and like and that's moral. That's them being moral people, right? Like resisting temptation and doing the right thing, and like it's like he's like no, kill them,
Yes.
like and it's just like what the fuck, man. Like it's like he's like there's no such thing as a non-offender, and it's just like what the fuck, like like well I don't
First of
believe
all,
that.
that's not true at all. But second of all, imagine how bad your life would be. Like, I'm assuming this person is just based on statistics that they're a heterosexual person. If you ever slept with a woman, people would say like, or if people found out that you wanted to sleep with women, they're like, hey, we're gonna kill you, you disgusting freak. Like, Jesus Christ, like I didn't even do it, you guys.
I think that's the thing. Like even more more specifically, even let's say like they had like a rape kink or something,
Oh sure,
right? And let's
CNC and
like
stuff.
yeah, like so like and that makes it like which is
Oh,
really
you're saying
fucking
they just
common.
want to do it? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but they never do it. Like it's like well they're not rapists, man. Like it's like don't get me wrong. Like if they were, they shouldn't indulge in that desire, right? I think that's going to be harmful. Like I think that it might lead them to actually commit that act, and that's dangerous. And I think it's harmful in how they're engaging with themselves and others. But like like if and I mean not like in the sense that like maybe it's the like rape play and it's just a kinky relationship with them and their partner. It's actually a simulation or
Yeah, yeah.
something. I think there's a
You can
difference, right?
even like
Like
take away some of the like ambiguity here. Just say like every like it's not that controversial to say like everybody's thought about like killing somebody at some point. We don't treat them like they're murderers.
yeah, like you don't imprison, but yeah, like 100%. And even the fact that like if someone was to basically have that motivation, then resist temptation, would say they've actually done the moral thing. Like
Yes.
like
Yes.
so it's kind of like goodness, and this is Christ himself was tempted, right? That's the whole point. It's like Christ himself, 40 days and 40 nights in the desert, being tempted by Satan. He did feel temptation, but overcome it.
Yeah,
That's what
that was the
virtue is.
value. Yeah.
That's what virtue is. So it's kind of like no, like what we're punishing these people for being fucking good. Like 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 it comes to the point. It's like what?
And
So
that's
it's
why
like
I so
yeah,
strongly believe that it's the whole thing is that people have this desire to be vicious, to be violent towards each other. And so when they find a person that they can do it to where everybody else is going to give them approval for it, they jump at it. And I think that's
yeah. It's
we
a justification.
it's a problem that
It's the Colosseum, man. It's the Colosseum. It's like oh, the slaves don't matter, Like
yeah, we sweep it under the rug.
it's sadism though, and that's the thing. It's immorality in and of itself. And I said this. I said
Yes.
like I made this argument. But anyway, the guy that I did make this argument against, like, I ended up having this huge fucking rift with, like, basically where he because he went off the rails like with consuming like right wing content and stuff, and like super right wing, like far right, became like started defending Nazis, and stuff like that, like. And it's just like, what the fuck happened to you, man? Like, I swear you weren't like this. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's like he started like being like talking about like race mixing and stuff like that, of like how it was basically like we shouldn't want that, and like we shouldn't want like basically that a Nigerian and a Scottish person couldn't produce a Nigerian or a Scottish child. There'd be something different, and they'd never be the same as the others around them, and that they couldn't be like, so if they were born in Scotland, they'd never be Scottish, and if the so like we have friends and stuff that were like born as like that had like an Iranian father, and like a British mother, and he's like, it's like, well, what you're saying is that they're not British, man, and I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you, because they are like the one, they've never been to Iran. They spent almost the entire time with their mom, and the way they think, I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't think of a more fucking British person in my life. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, just British as fuck.
Yes.
Like I don't know, like I don't know why you're even arguing like this. And he's like, oh, there's no such thing as magic dirt that like makes someone British or anything, and it's like bloodlines and shit, and it's just like, oh, it's just like the worst.
Show me.
And it,
But let me put 10 vials of blood in front of you. You point to me the British blood, okay? You show me which blood is British.
oh no, like they're gonna like the thing is that like even like when you look at it, like when they start talking about like indigenous English tribe and stuff. It's weird as fuck. So, and like the point in which he was even getting to the point where he's like gonna deport like the Scottish, like so he's like Scotland for the Scottish, England for the English and stuff like that. And it's just like, man, like I think that's just fucking that's so stupid because we're so intermixed in the UK where like there is no like genetic difference really between the Scottish, the Irish, and the English and that now because we've been breeding with each other for like the last 1,000 years, right?
Even
Like
if there was, what's the value in
exactly, even
separating?
if there was, but it's just like it's just dogmatism though, man. It's like it's just dogmatism. It's just like I'm not gonna lie, there's probably like there'll be people living in Scotland and there'll be more indigenous Scottish blood in me living in England, right? Like, and it just I just don't like, but they may be like proper like Robert the Bruce, like Scottish. And
Yeah.
and obviously I'm English, you know, and it's like
You'd be like, I have no clue what you fucking said, dude. I'm glad you're happy.
and yeah, I'm like English bastard, and it's like, oh no, man. But like I love the Scottish, I love the Scottish, and I think there's no reason I just don't see the value of this. Or it's just madness. It just comes down to the point of like absolute madness. Speaking of which, actually, he was really like part of the radicalization process was him like watching. He started watching like from what I'm aware, he watched like a lot of Sargon.
Oh no.
Like so, but I'm hoping to debate Sargon actually like on liberalism because I made a video like basically called like I think it's like respond to Sargon on liberalism, but it's just called like it's the like the thing on the thumbnail is just how far gone is Sargon, right? Because like Sargon of Akkad's like just he's just no, but he's just lost he's lost his shit, right? Like he never used to be. He described himself as he used to describe himself as a liberal. No, he used to describe himself as a liberal when he first started, right? And he was like as a classical liberal. So like. How do you go from like now he's like saying that liberalism is necessarily wrong, and it turns out he has no idea what liberalism is. So yeah, you think it's just for the money?
Yeah,
like,
he got what he was doing before got him pushed out of all his spaces, and now he's finding a space where he can make money and stuff. I don't think that his ideas changed nearly as much as it's probably the closest thing he has to his ideas where he can also make money. So that's probably all it is.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and I think ultimately I think it's like he is whatever they want him to be. Like that's the like, he is what the money wants. Like that's the truth of it, isn't it? Like, and he's always been like that to the point in which I don't even think he was a liberal, right? Because his knowledge of liberalism is so trash. Like he made these articles, where he wrote about liberals believing in a universal platonic nature. And it's like I don't know what the fuck you know about liberalism, but liberalism was was based upon a rejection of universal platonic nature. Like there is no form of man. Like that is like bedrock liberalism 101, right? Like it's like you cannot understand liberalism if you're understanding it from a point of like species essence, because the whole point was like they're rejecting Aristotelianism, they're rejecting like Platonism. They're arguing from a point of like nominalism, and that's why that ethic is egoistic and requires a social contract to merge them. It's like the contract is like it's just bringing people with particular desires together because there is nothing else that's going to bring them together. There's no real universal. So like it's like you have to have absolutely no knowledge of liberalism to argue for this. It's just. And then there was other stuff like where he actually contradicts himself in it. So he's saying like they believe. So he says that they mostly believe that the state of nature was a thought experiment, and then he goes on to say, but this never existed, so they're wrong. And then when I pulled him up on it, so he commented on my video, and I pulled him up on it, and I said like, look, you even said most of them thought it was a thought experiment, and that it wasn't a real thing. But then you're saying anthropologically it's wrong. Well, clearly. It doesn't matter what chimpanzees were doing. It doesn't affect what they were saying, right? Like, and he said, he's like, John Locke definitely believed it was the case. It's like John Locke rejected universal human nature. He rejected and he affirmed Genesis. Like John Locke is like a literal he's a fundamentalist Christian. So he's like Adam and Eve. And you know, and in the same way, so is Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes even goes so far as to say that God ordained a Christian commonwealth. So he never thought there was like this, like you know, state of nature or state of war by nature, because God Himself ordained that we live in a state. And Rousseau verbatim said, "This is a thought experiment." Like so, like it's just like who believed it was real? Like none of them thought that this was an actual time. A lot of them thought that it related to natural faculties, like if you remove man from nature, here's what we're left with, or remove man from society, here's what we're left with, or like if there was a revolution, or times when there has been a revolution, this is what we're left with, and like that's all. It's never like this is a real state of nature which we have been in before entering the social contract, because they are all Christians and they all say that they reject this. So it's like I don't know what, like, so that he's wrong there. He's wrong on the fact that they believe in a universal nature, and then there's times when he argues for these two things, which is absolutely incompatible, such that he gets this idea that they believed in this, that they have this universal conception of man, and also that they have this what was it, like they have this idea for like 1 second, I'll actually I'll get it up because I've just it's actually just left me mind like as I was speaking. Yeah. So yeah, that oh yeah, so it's the universal conception of man, and then that they also think that man was tabula rasa, so that so he argues for both that they have a universal nature from a Platonic sense, and also that they are tabula rasa. And it's like, well, wait a minute, if they're tabula rasa, they're a blank slate, there is no nature. That's the argument. That is what tabula rasa means. So there is no nature. And if it's a universal, but if they're arguing for a universal nature, then there can't be tabula rasa. You're saying like, on one sense that the liberals are wrong because they believed in tabula rasa, and on the other sense you're saying they're wrong because they believed in a universal human nature, but those are not compatible ideas. So it's like you don't even know what tabula rasa or the universal condition of man are, like, or a Platonic idea is. Like, so you're saying like they have a Platonic conception of man, and that they have a nominalist conception of man simultaneously. It's like they're incompatible, man, like metaphysically. You don't understand any of this. And it's just shown himself to be an absolute pseudo-intellectual. Like, it's just like, you're just such a fucking liar at this point, where you're bullshitting your audience.
Yeah, I was in a space where there was like a good handful of Sargon fans, and I would, do you know the Discord server Intellectualist? Are you familiar with that one at all?
I'm not.
It's possible they changed their name by now, but there was people that always wanted to debate race realism, and I was like, only if you want to debate it one-on-one, not in a public VC, because I couldn't even...
Putting on a spectacle, yeah.
I couldn't even do it, because I know that they're going to have other people in there that are going to... I'm not worried about me with the dog pile, but I'm worried about not being able to get my voice across, so that anybody who's popping in to hear people talking is just going to hear their dumb fuck ideas.
Yeah, it's giving them the time of day.
If I literally can't talk, then they're just going to get to
use
me, to broadcast it. I'm like, no, it's not happening.
That's that is, if you ever engage with like Marxist Leninists, were like really bad at that, and like there's like fascists and stuff, they just use you as a means to project their ideas above your head, man. Like it's the worst. Like it is these like sort of extreme like radical like political ideologies and stuff. It's just like, oh man, like why do they do this? Like it is like something that's common to almost all of them.
It's I don't like it. I don't respect it. I think it's fucked up.
I think it's even like the fact that like what you're respecting is essentially a lack of respect. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you lack respect. It's like you can't respect it because it's like, well, you're lacking like essentially the prerequisite of recognition between us, such that we can respect each other's reasons and arguments. It's like you're just a dick. You're just like you're just a dick. Like
that's essentially it, yeah. And the ideas that they're talking about are scary, so I can engage with it because I think that I'm what's the bar is low, clever enough to argue away from it for anybody who's listening, but you might not let me talk. Even when I talked to Big Papa Fascist or Andrew, his guys kept coming in to like barked me down when I tried talking quite a bit. And people that are on the farther ends of either side of the spectrum, I think if even now if I was going to talk to them publicly, it has to be one-on-one, because I can't I can't be silenced by them if they're going to have this discussion. I can't be an antenna for them. It freaks me out too much.
I agree. Yeah, and it's so harmful otherwise, right? Like where it's like because like these ideas, like as I say, like my friend got radicalized, and I'm saying like I'm not saying that like obviously he didn't have like a sort of part to play in his own radicalization,
Sure,
but
of
like
course.
but like it's seeing someone who is like I don't think ever that way inclined necessarily, just sort of lose themselves, um, to the point in which it's like, man, like, are you okay even anymore? Like, it's such like because like a lot of it is just this playing upon anxieties, where they'll perpetuate these like myths and narratives that are that just freak people the fuck out to the point in which they support whatever they want just as a way of like avoiding a false consequent of not supporting them, where they're like, oh, we're going to get replaced by these immigrants coming in and this is a planned coordinated attack to overpower us. And it's like, yeah, if that was happening, that would be shit, but it's not happening. That's a fucking lie. And like, like there's no evidence for it, but they're playing on your fears. Now, do I want a controlled, regulated, like well thought out immigration process? Yes, but that has nothing to do with being a fascist. You don't have to be a fascist to want that. Don't be a fascist. You know what I mean? you
Uh,
know, uh,
yeah. I think a lot of it just has to do with people appealing to people talking about the things that appeal to the people, and then also being a part of that. So a lot of it is just people seeking recognition.
oh
While
yeah, yeah.
other people might agree as well, but they're not interested in talking about it. But fascists are interested in talking about it a lot. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of the thing, right?
what's weird is like, and I've noticed it's this sort of baiting. I don't know if you've noticed. So like they'll start talking to someone and then they'll say something and they'll get them to agree, and they'll sort of butter their audience up. It's typically um, like sort of compliment them. So they'll be like, they'll be like, they'll sort of, it's sort of like in a way, I think of it as kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like kind of like social conditioning, but what's the like Pavlovian, where they'll
Oh,
like
sure.
what they'll do is they'll butter them up, they'll give them compliments, they'll suck up to them, and they'll be like, oh, but you're so smart, you're this, that, the other, and they might even put themselves down. They'll be like, oh, well, I don't understand, I don't know this, I don't know that, but all I do know is this. And what they'll do is they'll butter them up, they'll put themselves down. Normally that'll get the other person to like trust them a little bit more, and then they'll like induce some sort of like angst in them, or like sort of like try and like where it's like this reward pain relationship where they're like, you're really clever, you're really great because you are this, you're part of the group, we respect you, you're this, that, the other, like we're the best, we're the best, we're the best. Also, absolute fear, terror, enemies at the borders. Like how are we ever going to cope with this? We're going to get overrun. We're all going to die. The sky is falling. And it's like you see this on Twitter all the fucking time, where it's like everyone's like terrified all the fucking time on Twitter now as well. Like
Oh yeah.
I went on Twitter before for like 5 minutes, man, and I saw the first thing I saw was someone just get fucking murked by an American cop, where it's just like shot like, and it turned out they were like supposed to be like trying to rape some woman or something like. But it's just like, okay, so someone's been shot dead. That's like the first thing I seen, right? Next thing I see is some woman like a husband's going away for the weekend, and she's like locking herself in the house, and she's showing like how she like protects herself when her husband goes away, and it's just like. I mean, there's like 3 locks on the doors. Like, she's got this portable lock. She's got alarms. She's closing all the blinds. She's put up portable cameras. And she's lying in bed with a fucking rape whistle. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, rape apologetics. And it was just like, oh my God. It's like 5 minutes, man. I've been on here for 5 minutes. And I've just seen like, it's like, nah, I'm off, right? Like, and I think it's because obviously I follow like Twitch politics things, and that's normally a
Yeah.
lot of bad like Duma posting anyway. So like, it's
I
it's
see a
just
lot of
like,
people getting
fuck.
shot on my Twitter.
yeah, there's a lot of people getting shot. There's a lot of people like there's a lot of physical violence. There's a lot of and the algorithm, the thing is that these things like they're negative, right? So they capture you, and you're like, oh my god, what's going on? And because they capture you, because it's negative, which, by the way, disproportionately impacts ADHD people. Like we're essentially we're more likely to seek negative reinforcement, and so like it ends up impacting you where you'd be like disgusted, you're horrified, you don't want to see this, and then it'll feed you more of that. And it's like, no, man, like you like even if it was like a psychological bias that I'm more likely to try and see what's going on of like this negative stimulus where it captures me attention for a longer period of time, and you're like watching me mouse movements and like how fast I'm scrolling and stuff and psychologically analyzing this. I don't want you using that fucking data. That's weird. Like that's psychologically manipulative and unhealthy. You're taking that I think is definitely a breach of autonomy. Um and I think that we need to do something about it, man, because it's leading to people just just terrified of their own shadows. Twitter's just the sky's falling, trending every day basically. The sky is falling.
What's it called? Have you seen The Social Dilemma? Wait, is that what it's called? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the social dilemma was actually really good. Like it was, and
I
they
work
even
in
talk.
IT, and I didn't know about I knew about some of it, and I know some of the, like the detail, like the Facebook app, for a long time was like the most impressive piece of spying equipment ever or software ever constructed at that time. Now we have better, but it was pretty eye-opening.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just mass surveillance, man. Normalization of mass surveillance. It's just it's insane. And like like I've been watching House of Cards, with my
Hmm.
girlfriend's granddad. Like we're watching it with my girlfriend's granddad, like the American one, and like it's bringing in this whole thing of like search engines and like used to manipulate the vote, and then they're having to like counter it by using like the NSA and stuff like that, and it's like, oh man, like.
I stopped watching it when Kevin Spacey left because he was the whole show for me.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't got there yet, right? And
Oh, okay.
so I'm just. I think I'm probably just before he's gonna leave because I think I'm on the last two seasons. So, but like as far like he is the show. I mean, to be fair, I hate the character. Like actually, there's a part of us that wants him dead. But like at the same time, if he was to leave the show, it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Um,
he's everything good about the show that makes it worth watching.
yeah, it really is. It really is. And as well, like who's just joined, by the way? Who's that? Is that
I don't
Marty?
know.
Oh, hiya, Marty. It's used to go on with Destiny, if you remember. Marty, philosophy,
Chat.
oh, philosophy chat. Yeah, sorry, I almost called you philosophy tube. This is what people do to me. Um,
I'm
like,
really bad with names.
well, he used to be on with Destiny all the time and stuff like that. And he used to run like a really huge Discord, like massive philosophy Discord.
Oh,
Like,
No, I still do. It's still around. It has
Oh.
about 20,000 people on it now.
hey, you
Oh,
heard
really?
him.
Oh.
You're not relevant anymore. He said so. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
No, like obviously, 20,000 people, man. That's fucking insane. That's
Congrats.
I think our legacy might be dying though, for real. Like all the major streamers that had us on, their philosophy arc is ending, and
Oh,
there is-
fucking join the club. Join the fucking club, man. Like, the philosophy being an arc is like the most tragic thing in my life. But yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'll probably I don't know if are you cool with having Marty on here? Is that like I don't know if it's affecting your stream at all or
No, I don't care ever.
okay, I'm just making sure because obviously it's not just my stream that's affected, and I don't want to just take liberties with your stream. But yeah, like I mean, I can't remember what. Oh yeah, just Kevin Spacey and that. Like, didn't like the whole thing. Like, I know this is totally like this is not philosophy at all, really. But didn't he only really leave because of like the allegations and stuff, which were then like later rebuked? Like, was that right? It was like with House of Cards because he was accused of like sexual misconduct or something, and then he was proven innocent like twice, both in like Britain and America. And like that guy, like I'm not like, it's just sort of tragic, isn't it? Like it's like his whole career like sort of impacted by like what seems to have been false allegations, right? Like like kind of like a Johnny Depp,
Wait,
like
who?
Kevin Spacey.
Oh, yeah. Was the allegations against him proven wrong?
Yeah, he was acquitted on both in both the US and the UK.
Oh shit.
And he came out and he was like, "This has severely impacted me."
Yeah, I forgot about that, but yeah, I remember that. Now that's fucked. Yeah, the thing is too that it seems like it's more damaging for somebody to be accused of something to act than to get fucking caught at this point. Because if you're just accused, then everybody gets to talk about it and speculate and keep the conversation going on and on and on. But if you're caught, it's kind of like people talk about it and then it's over with. But it's not going to get dragged out if it's speculation, right?
Yeah, like it is, and I think like the thing is that like some like the kind of like the people who get like caught and accused sometimes like it's kind of like it boosts some people's careers, like it ends others and it boosts others. It's weird. I don't know how any of it works, but there's something weird. Like it's like some people end up just sort of living with the allegations, becoming like massive celebrities despite them. Like I say this all the time about Vorsh. I just like I'm sure if I did 1/10 of what Vorsh has done, I would not exist as a channel. Like it like whether it's like just the way that he talks about like the way that he's defended like child pornography or what he said about like you know like the like about morality as a whole or the Holocaust and like there's loads of stuff, man. Like
He defended child pornography. What?
oh
He
yeah,
said there's
like
nothing immoral. You can't condemn people consuming child pornography if you're wearing Nike shoes. Essentially, was his argument.
or like you own a computer. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he didn't just like explicitly.
Oh, no,
say
No, I think he
it, but
might have
was
also said
like-
that there's no additional harm created in
Yeah.
consuming it too.
Yeah, and actually there's one like where it's like a Discord comment where he's talking about like Hawaii and like ancient Hawaiians being like in instances of pedophilia in ancient Hawaii, but there's no record of child abuse. And it's like, but
Oh.
wait, what? I'm pretty sure that is the child abuse, man. Like, there was like other ones where like.
Also, him hitting on minors in Destiny's Discord and getting banned from it. And remember, this is the same guy too that was so disgusted with his Mr. Girl conversation that he left abruptly and said that it was disgusting.
Oh yeah, grandstand. Like yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Because he got
He, like,
pinned up
what was-
against the wall.
What's that one where he there was it was like when he was Irish laddie and he like fucking who was that one where he like was sexually harassing her with like about and there was like bestiality and everything in the like he's like you know talking about how like he just loves the idea of someone like pleasuring themselves with a horse and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
He likes
And, like,
horses.
Yeah, and he keeps going on about that, and then there was like, but like it was to this girl who was like basically like, stop, please, and he just harassed her, and then eventually apologized for it as well. What was she called? I can't remember the name, but it's like, oh man, like it was like, but then like I remember like Destiny went. I remember like the call with Destiny, and it was he's like, are you gonna hear my side of it? Like he's like if this is a trial. Like you need to hear my side of it, and then like Destiny replied like this isn't a trial, this is an execution,
Yeah.
and I do love that, man. Like it's just like no, it's, like
It's my server. No, this isn't a democracy, buddy. This is a dictatorship.
but as
And,
well he was apologizing for it actually happening, and it's
Yeah.
like so he admitted it happened, and it's like you're saying this happened, and he had to apologize for it as well. So it's not like he's like this didn't happen, I'm defending myself, like blah blah blah. It's
Yeah.
just an accusation. This is like no, this happened. And you know I probably and like I'm willing to say that, you know, people make mistakes, you forgive them, that sort of stuff. Like I'm willing to say that Christianity, that's basically forgiveness is a big part of it, and I do hope that I would have liked to have said that he's developed as a person if he didn't still stand like such like controversial takes, like unless he's willing to say like actually no, there's clearly an added harm to like, you know, like there's a different like an added harm to purchasing and like funding child pornography than owning a computer, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's
You're certainly
But,
not
like-
helping to perpetuate the system that profits off of it. No,
Well, that-
not at all.
but it's like that, but no, that's the thing though. We accepted that he was, but he's like there's nothing more wrong with that than buying a computer because kids might be mining cobalt. And it's
Yeah.
like, one, I'm against child labor. What, I'm against, like, the only people that are able to do this are really circumventing international law, like a law, and like circumventing a lot of the time, like companies don't know where they're buying from. And, like, there was like ones where they've like went and investigated and they've found like this is hot, like they've reported that this has been done with machinery and stuff like that, and then they've gotten there and it's like guys in a pit and stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's wrong. And I think that we should be doing more to enforce trading standards internationally, but that's only going to make me say like, yeah, trading standards need to be improved. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't use computers. It means that we shouldn't allow for child slavery. But like every time you buy child porn, there's not an instance, a way of even imagining the production of child porn that isn't essentially exploiting a child, right? Like, you know, so it's like, no, man, you are actually paying for children to be raped. Like, there is like, it's not, there's no like ifs, ands, and buts, right? Like, that's it, that's that. And it's like clearly this is against the law, right? Like, it's
This
breaking
is the same
the
guy
law.
that says that right and wrong is whatever you want it to be too. So there's that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just madness, man. It's an absolute madness.
Can I ask you a question that has no real intellectual value, but I'm dying to know?
Yeah, man.
I don't talk to a lot of people from your side of the world. But and I'm sorry if this is stupid, but I gotta know, is Doctor Who like considered like a national treasure in the UK? Because it fucking
Oh yeah,
should be.
like, yeah, no, it is, yeah, like a little, yeah.
I'm rewatching
Like,
it with
I mean,
my
I'm
wife,
not-
and I bawled my fucking. I knew the motherfucker was gonna die, and I bawled my eyes out again. And I had to like genuinely console my wife last night. It is one of the most emotion-evoking TV shows I've seen of any genre. It's so good. So I was just curious if there was like some sort of pride about it.
Oh no, there is, yeah, like there is a big like thing about, like, it is very well respected in the UK, like in terms of like national, like, as being a national icon. Yeah. It
That's
is.
what's up.
It's kind of like Harry Potter as well.
Oh sure.
And Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. I mean, I'm
Lord
like,
of the Rings, obviously.
I fucking love Lord of the Rings, man. I've said this for years. We should be building Minas Tirith in Scotland, a real, full-scale Minas Tirith. I will visit the White City. Like, that's like, you know, like I was like, this would make like a perfect investment. Like, a few billion in building Minas Tirith would be a great tourist attraction. Like, people will come from all over the world to see Minas Tirith. Like, you know, like, I think it's a good idea, and I'll defend that to the bitter end, right? I'm not even going to even look into the economics and the possibility of actually doing it. I'm just going to say that that's what we should be doing, and anything else is wrong. Like, single voter issue, man. Who's building Minas Tirith? Like, you know, like, I'm voting
really
for them.
I think I like Lord of the Rings enough. But I really, really, really like the movies. I tried reading them when I was young, but I think I was too young to read them.
Yeah, that's easy done. That's to be fair, I listen to the audiobooks all the time.
Oh.
I fucking love the audiobooks, man. I love the audiobooks. And if you read, like, I prefer the Rob Ingalls audiobooks than the, what's he called? Michael.
Listen to more than one reader.
Yeah, there's like two different copies. Like, it's like the guy that's actually from The Hobbit, man. What's he called?
He's Scottish. Right, you're part Scottish.
I am. The accent is Geordie. But that's because like, so I sound, in some respects, like, I can understand someone thinking that I sound Scottish, but like, yes, I have Scottish, like, ancestors and stuff, and like relatives and
somebody
stuff like
said
that.
bro went full colonizing Scotland now. LMAO. I hope he's Scottish. And I know you said something earlier in our conversation, so I just.
Oh no! I'm Northern English, so of course I claim Scotland. Like, no, I'll be doing Scotland a favor. I'll be doing Scotland an absolute favor by building Minas Tirith. We can, if there was anywhere, like, we could build it in Wales, I guess. Like, we just need the places with mountains, man. I'm doing the English colonial thing where I'm just like, it's ours. It's no, but like,
you can
Andy
have
Serkis.
it built, but you have to be dressed and addressed as Sauron the entire time and thereafter.
it's Martin Shaw reads The Hobbit, and I was talking about Andy Serkis, by the way, just to quickly clarify. I think the Rob Ingalls versions are the best. But anyway, like the yeah, man, like dressed as like Sauron and that. Like I think I mean,
Yeah,
like
I'd
I
still
wouldn't
do
be
it.
surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if the Scottish turn us into Mordor. They'd be like, well, then you're necessarily Mordor, and I could believe the Scottish would believe that. You know, with the way they're going about it, but like, I don't know, man. I think we could probably I think we could build like these kind of fun things in general. But apparently, they're talking about building a Universal Studios in England. Like, there's a rumor that they're going to build a Universal Studios over here.
Oh, I've never been in any of the really cool places. I've been to Cedar Point. That's it. No Disneyland, no Universal Studios, none of that for me.
Oh, I've been to Universal Studios. I went to Universal. It was actually really good.
It sounds like a lot of fun. I just grew up poor.
No, I've only went as an adult. Like I've never
Oh,
went like as a child. I went to Disneyland Paris when I was like 6,
I'm
and
growing old poor too.
I know how you feel, man. I need to work on it. But I think it's work. Like the thing is that you know, like if this is the thing. Maybe like you know when we're talking about the OnlyFans creators who are tying the happiness into wealth, that's us. We're just the streamer versions, man. We're just like, oh yeah, man. Like we just need to find the value in it otherwise.
No, I need to write a book. That's what I need to do. I just need to write a book.
That's exactly the same thing that I need to do. So I know that.
That's been like the one thing in my head for like the last 10 years. Like if I really wanted to take it easy, I could write a couple of books. I know I could. I just am not.
It's almost the ADHD. It's almost as if you have ADHD. No, I
Yeah,
know exactly what
something
you
like
mean.
that,
Yeah.
huh?
Something like that. No, I know exactly what you mean. I
What
know
do you guys
exactly.
what do you guys generally think about the genre of sci-fi?
I love sci-fi, man. I love sci-fi, but it depends, right? There's good
Yeah,
and
it's
bad,
what I was gonna
right?
say. It really does depend. There's 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 a lot of sci-fi that is like super duper overdone and it's super boring. It's just droll. I couldn't care less about it. But when people approach certain subjects, like I think my favorite, what's it called? Uh, it's like, do you know I have no mouth yet I must scream?
No, I'm not
Nope.
familiar with
Nope. I've heard
Um,
of it though. I've actually heard that because I think someone told us to read it when I was talking about sci-fi books.
I think it started off like I think there's like a short story of it, but it's also a computer game, and it's this giant supercomputer that becomes sentient. So it's like an AI, and it has these five humans, and it like morphs their bodies and shit. And it basically its whole existence is just focused on tormenting them. It never lets them die, and it's just always fucking with them and making them miserable. Um, and it's called that because one of
Okay.
the
All right.
characters gets no mouth, and it's like devolved. It devolved the character to the point to where like a single sentence takes it like a month to be able to form. And it's just this like pure biological terror. I really like when sci-fi stretches out hard into like the like
Yes.
unfathomable biological horrors. That's when
You're
it really
like
shines for me.
you're a big fan of what was it? Cosmic horror.
Yeah,
Like
I
that's
do
yeah.
like cosmic horror. Lovecraft is one of my favorites ever. Um, despite
Think
what we know about him now.
I don't know anything about
Oh,
Lovecraft.
that. He was a racist, like a huge racist.
Oh,
so
really? Yeah.
here's the thing too, because I thought about it a lot. It just became legal for interracial marriage like 10 years before he was born in his state. So like I wonder if he's like that racist for his time, or if he was like, because somebody said like even his friends were like, whoa, like he crossed the line. But like he had a significant amount of money and stuff. He didn't use any of his like money or like himself to enact any like change for that. So like I don't know if he's that bad, but then I also read some of the stuff that he wrote, and by today's I don't know how it would have been taken back then, but by today's standards, like holy
When
fucking
when
shit, dude.
when was this? Like
Uh, I think he. Let me see. I don't want to misquote it. H.P. Lovecraft. Um, he was born in 1890 and he died in 1937. It was a pretty
but
racist United States.
he was racist in the 19th century.
Sure.
Like, so
Well,
when he
I
was
I just think it
born,
was pretty
eight,
socially acceptable at the time.
yeah, so he's 18 what? 18 when was he born? 18 what?
1890.
1890. Right,
Yeah.
okay. So like, all right, so it's 20th century. So he died in like 19 when?
1937.
Right, yeah. Like I know it's gonna sound harsh to say, but like that's really unsurprising. Like that's
It is
like you know,
it is
yeah.
unsurprising.
It's like
I
it's at the thing is that reason why it's like kind of morally morally sort of questionable is because we're at that time when it's like he probably had the means of knowing better. Where like at least in if it, like when where did he live like specifically as well?
Rhode Island. Well, I don't know if he had the means to. I guess I just don't know how these sort of values get embedded at that time super well.
Hmm.
And we're giving him a free pass, huh?
No,
Well,
so
no,
like I said too, what I read, he has a poem or whatever you want to call it on the creation of racist word I can't say online, and it's really, really bad. But like I don't know how
really
that read at that time. I don't know how people would have read it at that time. I
like
one thing I never do is I never retroactively moralize a statement. So like I have
yeah,
to
no,
understand it better for its
it's kind of
time.
like no, it's kind. There's a lot of things like that where it's
But I still say it's
like this.
bad.
It was like a slaver who had like a statue in Britain, and like he was also like a really big philanthropist. But like
I'm
he was
wondering
this.
wondering how much the justification he was a subject to his time is actually morally permissible, or if that's like racism apologetics.
No,
I don't
so
think
here's
it's.
the thing.
I don't think so.
If he was like if he was like physically enacting violence or if he was like trying to use his money to like keep like racist laws on the books or something, like this is something that is just like outright bad. There's no product of your times, anything like that. He's really going hard into the paint. But if he just had like super strong feelings, like shit, like I guess I have to look at like his parents and grandparents. How acceptable was it for them to be? Like how far out of the United States were we from like I think we still had like segregated drinking fountains and shit then, didn't we?
No, no, no. Like it was. This is way before the civil rights movements and shit and like segregation. This is way before that. So
I
like
feel like
we're
there's a
talking
lot of
like
like general support for like those
it was
ideas.
like there's black people are being lynched like like at this point in time. So like it is pretty fucking racist in the United States. Like a lot of the United States is like super racist. So like and like I will say this is like and the product of your time thing, I think that's actually a solid defense. Because I think like look, I think there's a point in which I think there's a point in which you and I said this is why it's maybe dubious for him because he's like on the cusp of like did he have the means of knowing better? Probably. And like that's where we can start judging. But like it's like the question of what like, could they have known better is like I think when we look towards like ancient Christians or like ancient like the
I was
origin
thinking about
like
that too. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that theme in Christianity about those who do know better will be judged harshly, more harshly. Yeah, for
I
sure.
think the better question is did he have the ability to unknow better at that point? Because I don't know how much like if during his life there was the information available, but like there's going to be some people that just are not going to be capable of being perceptive to it. Like I know what I
Oh,
know, dude.
the guy had to have like a level of intellect that's above normal to write what he wrote though.
Yeah, but that
Surely.
doesn't mean he's going to come to the correct conclusions.
True,
It could just be
but
that it
he
gains him
has the
more
capacity.
confidence in his own ability to have already been right.
True, but that would mean that would he's like I would agree if it meant that his conceptualization was like impeded by his culture and so on. That would be man of your time, right? But
That's
if
what I
we're
said. I have
talking
to know
about
how that
yeah,
piece that he
that's
wrote
the
was
thing.
taken at the time, because it's
I've done that, or even
if
like what
if somebody put that out
underlying.
Well,
today, I would have
what about
be like,
this? I mean, what about we already know 120 years into the past that there were intellectuals that basically argued that, like race intelligence is already nonsense. And if Lovecraft had an educational background, then he would have had insight into these thinkers, and then he would have been able to be
Not
swayed. He wasn't.
not necessarily, man. I'm having to argue. I mean, I guess the guy's like, and like I did say that he's kind of
he's a
like far
horror
gone.
writer. He's not a scientist. He's not a like world renowned philosopher.
Yeah, but like look at Edgar Allan Poe, right? Like the guy was not just, a poet. He actually was a philosopher as well, and he wrote about politics and, Christianity and all these other types of philosophical issues. I mean, like
Sure.
how much can we how much can we like, divorce someone as like Lovecraft, who probably was educated. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to check if he was educated, but probably was from that type of thinking.
It's even the fact, like, if, like, before
I don't
making the
know.
remarks, knowing epistemologically the defend the remarks. I guess that's the point. Like, being educated gives you the means to know what you don't know, and that's a big part of it. So, like, knowing that he could go and do the research and knowing that's it. But, like, again, like, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to know. Like, and I think that, like, I think there's loads of examples of this in history, especially in British history, where, like, there's like evidence of like colonial wrongs, and there's evidence of um there's evidence of slavers, and there's evidence of various tribal instances in the birth of society. Yet we'll still say that like there are good and bad at the time, even though what they might have done is like it's in the same respect as in Homer's Odyssey, where like or Arthurian legends, like their consideration of what was noble and what was good and what was like actually admirable at that time, who was a hero figure, wildly immoral for us. Like it's like
Oh, wait,
wow.
so do we condone or do we condemn Aristotle for his ideas about slavery?
Well, Aristotle on slavery is very like
He
actually,
said it's
like
good for the slaves too.
yeah, look, that's the thing. Like
Just
Aristotle on slavery, I'm gonna give my boy Aristotle. I think he's definitely wrong on a lot. It's harder to defend him on women than it is slavery. Because like his position on women's way more radical than his position on slaves. He really didn't like it. He probably wouldn't have been okay with the transatlantic slave trade. Like, there's a solid argument to say that he probably wouldn't have been okay with that. The way that he thought of slavery was a mutually beneficial relationship, that they were a member of the family, that you would essentially do what was good for the family, and that the slave and the master would basically be friends, but the slave is that individual who can't reason for themselves and would be better off being a slave. So it's like he's like talking about them like he's probably like obviously we could agree that it perpetuates a state in the same way that Rousseau would say, if there are slaves by nature, there's because there are first slaves against nature. Force made the first slaves, and bondage perpetuated their what did he say? And their bonds perpetuate their like basically their mental state of like slavery, right? I can't remember the words he used specifically. I got so close, but
So,
like
well, my point in that was that if we're going to say, well, we condemn this person because they clearly have the cognitive faculties to come to what we're saying today is the correct idea. And me too. I'm not saying that not me as well. That this is
mhm.
the way that you should be thinking about people, get your things. I think Aristotle has. I think it would be crazy to say that H.P. Lovecraft would have had greater cognitive capacity for reason than Aristotle, and like
What I'm saying is Aristotle was actually a progressive for his time. Like that's what
sh-
I'm actually saying.
sure,
So
and I don't think
Aristotle,
Lovecraft was, but I just if it's just like how good is their mind? How much could like if we applied our standards today, could they have come to the same conclusion? It just didn't really work. It doesn't really work that way.
no, I agree, but I think that what's really being said is essentially not just like do they have the faculties, but do they have the intellectual virtues to know that they
Yeah.
should be doing a little bit of extra research to see whether their positions are right or wrong, or are they believing it because it's what they want to believe, right? So there's a kind of like intellectual honesty, and there's an ethical honesty. Are they actually being decent? And again, like I'm not saying I can give a judgment yet because I don't know. There's a lot of history and stuff involved there that I would have to like, as you say, like how did people in the time receive this? What was the position of like in relation to others? There's a lot going on there. And I think what this ties in really nicely is I take this very position, like, when the future generations look back to non-vegans and
Yeah.
they think when the harms that people perpetuate today, we're gonna have to explain to people who are like, look, my grandmother was not a bad person, I promise you.
She's
She did
indoctrinated.
not know. She's totally indoctrinated. She did not know better. Like she just didn't even have the means to know better. It wasn't even there, and you've got to try and explain this. And it's the same way of like even like with you, gonna like I wasn't vegan.
Uh,
Like
I
when I
mean,
was.
there's a lot of examples I think though when you look at it, right, like I don't know, not ancient, but like, early American colonists or whatever, just going into America, chopping down the forests, making headway for like, lumber in their housing. They didn't look at that kind of situation and then they thought like, well, this must be good for nature, It's just like, what their prerogative was. It was just they didn't care about nature. And it's just like I think it was just like a kind of a clear intent to disrespect nature and not offer it sort of the dignity that it deserves, right?
I
I
mean,
think
I
this
I'm
happens
halfway
agree.
quite
with you. I'm
often.
halfway there with you. I
But
think
It just
that
why though? But why? Why did they have that opinion of nature in the first place?
yes,
well,
it just wouldn't be on
I
their
don't know why they
radar.
had that opinion. Maybe because they had like a sort of mechanistic conception of nature, but that might have, I think, I don't know. I'll have to look at the dates on that. But I don't think,
Do you think
regardless of
that
the
was a topic
historical
at all at the time?
circumstances, like you could, huh?
Do you think
Mechanism?
that
Yeah.
no, 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 that like chopping down trees being bad for nature? Do you think that this was like a real subject that was even broached at the time?
I'm saying that even if it wasn't a subject at the time, right? We didn't have like forestry or like, ecological studies of some sort. I just cannot conceive of like a American colonialist just coming in, to North America and basically just saying something like, "Oh, well, chopping down all this tree is probably like good for nature, right?"
Eh,
It's
Yeah,
just
just when
something that they probably did, right? And they just did it because they wanted to, and wanted to build there. So,
I
and they didn't
agree.
have to do it at the gratuitous manner that they did. And I think this sort of
maybe I'm supposing your
moral
conclusion. My
justification
bad.
that people do things at the guise of the good is a sort of weak argument. Often we don't do things at the guise of the good. We do it like we just do it because we're just acting immorally and we know we're acting immorally. And I think that's like
I don't even think it's that. I don't think they knew they were
Uh
acting immorally. That's the thing.
yes, yes.
I
I'm on
think
that.
I think that they don't consider it because they don't even think this is a moral issue. It's the same way like people don't consider about eating animals as a moral issue. Like you can shock people in when you talk about veganism because they're like, what? Like there's something wrong with eating animals. Like, and they haven't even considered it, right? You're looking at it, right, Marty, from the perspective of a philosopher who's very critical, self like analyzing and actually looking at the consequences of their actions in a time when also you have the conceptual awareness to even consider this an issue. There's probably things that we
Yes.
don't even consider issues at this point that even
look,
we don't.
we already
Like,
know that there are other like, groups of people, like indigenous people at that time that did have a healthy respect for like nature,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
but they're
but they
different
thought that
culturally, man.
they
Like,
didn't even consider they thought them more animal
and
than
and
people. They thought of
and
them as
and, and
savages that were like,
The idea is
they're
that they
not going to
didn't they both didn't
transfer
have
these ideas.
philosophy, right?
Sure,
They didn't
but
have a, a philosophy. They came to different conclusions just by thinking, I think, really hard. So
yeah, but
I
that's the thing. Like, that philosophy of the time was the Protestant ethic, and the Protestant ethic at the time was very much about dominion over nature, which placed animals as subject to human power, and it was interpreted very dogmatically. And these people are raised as these like Calvinists and Puritans and fucking like various Protestant sects to like only care about humans, right? Like
um
that indoctrinated, man. Like it's the indoctrination that's the point, isn't it?
if you read the thing that I'm talking about, you would see that which I think, like I said, it's one of the most brutally racist things I've ever read, reading it through like today. But I think that a lot of people at that time just thought of them as like separate, like the other. And I've read a lot of things, people saying that that's where like a lot of the existential horror, like from him, like came from, was his fear of the other, and it's reflected in the writings. So
I could believe
I
that.
would say
Like
that it is probably a product of ignorance and fear. That's what it seems like to me,
I
and
mean
him
that's
trying to
that.
rationalize that fear.
Yeah. Well,
Lovecraft.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, he's same with Lovecraft. I'm saying with the Protestants specifically. I think that they're a product of that time, and they don't even and they're motivated. I mean, like to be fair, like in many ways, like they're motivated to just survive, right, and live good lives, and they probably think they're doing the right thing by their families, and there's so much involved in this. To just like sort of condemn them like that, oh, they're just doing the wrong thing. I think that they probably thought they were doing the right thing. I think many of them who are building these cabins and just trying to look after their families and shit, I think they were probably just trying to do the right thing. and they've just not even understood the consequences of their actions. The path to hell is paved with good intentions, man. Like they might have had the best of intentions, but being like moral idiots. And in many ways, the whole point of bringing up the animal ethics side is that I have to say it for myself. Like I've been a moral idiot. Like I've perpetuated like
Well, I mean,
some of the worst suffering that it's imaginable. Like I've bought the pain, suffering, and enslavement of countless members of another species, and also just help fund the destruction of the environment and perpetuate a system which is likely to cause millions of humans to die and also cause incredible amounts of psychological damage and cultural problems, right? So it's like, I just did all that when I was like, man, I just thought I was buying a fucking cheeseburger. Like, I didn't go like, I am fucking killing a cow and don't care. Like, it didn't even pop into my head.
let me ask you this. I mean, do you believe in the Socratic thesis that knowledge is virtue?
Um, oh, it's difficult. It's difficult.
Because I don't believe in the idea that all good acts, all immoral acts are just a byproduct of a lack of knowledge, right? I think like we are just capable of moral depravity regardless of our regardless of if we know like everything about it, right? I can know everything about it, I can know it's immoral, and yet I could still act in a way that comports to my own desires because I just have a disregard for whatever is going
Yeah,
on.
I mean, I agree, but I also think that at the same time, it seems to be, and I think the point that the sort of counter is that the only reason that you could give for doing that would be false, right? Like that the proposition, like that it would be a lie. It would be fraudulent to yourself. And if you knew that it was fraudulent to yourself, then you couldn't provide that reason to yourself, such to sufficiently motivate your action.
That
So like that,
I think the question's flawed in general. Like knowledge. You can know something, but understanding it is different. Perceiving this knowledge in a way that it's going to be able to motivate you is different. And I don't think that means that you don't believe it, but it might be that it conflicts with another value. This is way too simplistic of
it might be even the
of a
separation between
roadmap.
knowledge and wisdom. I think that like the separation between knowledge and wisdom. So you've got the knowledge, but do you have the practical reason? Do you have the phronesis? Like, and I think that's actually a solid point. I think that's actually a solid point. Because then we can see that there's a difference there in essentially not in what we even mean by knowledge. Like, do you have
Yes.
like even oh like yeah like I like that it's like the sort of ethical epistemology like I like it like
Well, I firmly believe that the only truly good thing is the goodwill. And
oh
thank
you
God I'm in a
filthy
call
filthy
thank
Kantians.
God that I'm in a call where, dude, I say this and people are like, what the fuck did you just even say? Like in people's minds, I'm so glad that, yes, insult me, thank you, but you insult me based on an understanding of what I said. I love it. Thank
Oh
you.
yeah no well no Marty is absolutely on board with you man if
It's the
anything like
only thing I can possibly rationalize as, like, if there is anything objectively good, it must be the goodwill. And
but it's an
besides, even
empty
if you believe,
formulation.
even if you believe in
Well, I mean,
objective
is it
morality, then it must still follow the goodwill as well.
well, I mean it's true enough that the only thing unconditionally good
Yes.
is the goodwill, but
Yeah.
not the only thing that's good is the goodwill. I
Well, I'd
think
say
that's
the only thing,
different.
yeah, that's objectively good. Yeah.
Unconditionally. I think that yeah, but I think that well I mean
Don't you
Marty
get
we talked about
consequentialist on me.
no Marty well we talked about this like yesterday where I think it's an empty formulation and like in my argument in relation to this so it's kind of like
I was
it's sort of
gonna
Good.
like
add a
Fill it
little bit
in with your
more, and
variables. It's open.
let me ask you this real quick to go back. What's the difference between the empty formalist critique and then saying like, well, your conception of a triangle is three-sided, right? Like, oh, that's just empty formalism. And it's
well
just like,
that's
okay, that's
no
just the definition.
like
That's just the definition of like, like what an analytic triangle, sorry, what an analytic a priori triangle is, right? And then it's just like you're
that's
going,
because you can get you can get a triangle from pure like what Hegel's saying is that you can't actually get this from pure a priori in relation to how you are conceptualizing of it. So when we're talking about the goodwill, it's a product of constant action and deliberation reflecting upon itself. It's not something that you derive purely through reason, through a priori. It can't be done.
Nobody
So
believes
like,
that.
I think you could just boil it down to saying what is good is trying to do good. That's really all that it's saying, because that is all that really can be good. And
no,
I think
no.
that in
Hell
and
yeah,
of itself,
brother.
in and of itself, the trying to do good, not the results, not what follows, but
Yeah.
the attempt to
No.
do good must be good. And I think you don't like it because it's not
Because it's
it's
wrong.
not
That's
fantastical enough. I think that there's a desire for there to be something greater, something more grand there under the source.
No.
Unless you're going to defer to your religious beliefs, in which case that's not fair.
How, well, it's like one, like I was gonna say, obviously I believe that the
Yeah,
being
yeah.
of God is good, right? So clearly it can't just be like your will and good. But it's like God's will is to will himself. Like the whole point of the will is to will the result of something, which is self-actualization, such that makes your will intelligible. So there is the form of the good that we are willing towards, and the form of the good is is essentially a perfect unity between your being and essence, right?
It's the
Or
idea
being
of
an
the
essence
good.
necessarily. So like there's
All right.
the best good you can do, and then there's the good in the sense of like that God can do, as in literally the good.
I can't speak to
What
the
Um,
about
God part, but it's to reach for what is worth reaching, right? It's to try to do something that you would call good.
but that's the thing. No,
This
but
has to
it's
be
something.
good.
There is something that is valuable in and of itself, such that it is not the just merely the attempt of trying to reach it, but the reaching of it that defines it. That it is directed towards this end. There is a teleological, there's a real telos in the world, not necessarily like an intentionalist interpretation of a teleology. Like in the way that like Kant's kind of like it's like, oh,
I
you're
don't
just trying
think
to
I can.
will.
I don't
It's
think I
like there
can
is a real
subscribe to
teleology.
that. I
Yeah,
feel like
there is
that's
a
too
teleology. It's the
fantastical.
kingdom of ends.
But the
It's the
kingdom of
kingdom of ends.
but the kingdom of ends is essentially it only reflects the rational a priori intentionality of those individuals, not the actual result. There is no fundamental being that unifies this. Like there is no unified expression of the will. The
There is.
like
It's the
it's
second formulation.
I don't
but
I
the,
don't I don't follow Kant that far down. I
I
just
don't
think
think he's
that
right.
the goodwill part is inarguable in my opinion, unless you're going to you have to have a god to fall back on in order to argue it, in my opinion. Because it's just like it's like self-evident even. It's almost not even worth saying that it's so true to me.
Well, Kant actually does agree with you there, by the way. He thinks, like, God is a sort of regulative necessity for morality, and so is the soul, the immortality of the soul. And
Because he has to presuppose this in order to explain the structure itself existing in your mind and liberate human reason such that reason is the good. Because he wants to say the same thing as Hegel, but then he can't justify it within his metaphysic. So like that's why I'm saying there is a real teleology outside of your mind, such that when it is not something that is merely the result of our rational mechanisms, but our rational mechanisms are adhering or cohering to a real structure in reality. And that is logic. As a logos.
Sorry, I guess I misspoke a tiny bit. Okay, I'll end it by saying if this isn't good, then nothing is. The goodwill must necessarily be good.
I mean,
And
I
but
agree.
if it's not, then good simply doesn't exist.
But
This
like
is
no
just a
one
false
like
idea.
I do agree with the tautology of
Okay.
good is good, right? Like because how can you say good is not good, right?
Well,
Like that's
it's
like
it's like butting right up against that statement. It's this close that they're touching, but there's a tiny bit more saying the will to do that. Yeah.
it's the
Oh, I'll mute while she's barking. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think that the thing is that if we say that the will to do good, but not the actualization of that will to do good, is what's valuable. That's the difference between my metaphysic and Kant's, where Kant sees rational structures of the world as being forced to conform to the mind, where I see the rational structures of the world being a unity between mind and reality, such that it is a rational structure, not subjectively or a point of the intuition as a whole. So like this is where like I mean, it's like,
Did you
yes,
say
Kant
the
is right.
actualization of the good? This is where we differ, because that would be consequential.
There is a point in which like the consequences matter, and I've said that. But
Uh,
intentions matter and consequences matter. I said this. I said that in terms of that they're unintelligible without each other. That the whole point of deontology and teleology
the
is such
goodwill
that
will
they
change
form
due to consequences. Consequences can affect the future of the goodwill, but the
the
goodwill in and of
under
itself is not dependent on the consequences.
the
Yes?
underlying principality is one with being, such that good and being are the same. Otherwise, there is no such thing as the good, and it is merely an abstract essence. And that's my problem with Kant, right? Like, it has to conform with reality and be real, not something that's just applied to reality and structures it in terms of how we perceive it. Like,
Well, no, I would say that the goodwill is real. I have a desire in me to do what I understand to be
Ooh, I
good.
don't think that.
you
Well,
see,
I don't know if
that,
everybody does. Well, I'm saying that. So at least for me, I can say that it is a thing because I'm impacted by it. I have a will to do good. Is a part of like how I behave, how I interact with the world, how I interact with other people. This is a very important process in my decision making regularly.
Well, I just think it can be. I think it can be epistemically efficacious without it being real. So it can inform our reasons, but reasons aren't, real. They're ideal.
see,
The
this is
fuck does real mean in that sentence?
like you see, like he wants to say, like, so he's going to say that there is a separation between, like, when we talk about real, we're going to be talking about something that is unconditioned, and
Hmm.
and when I talk about real, I don't believe there is I don't believe in unconditioned reality at all, to the point that we can't speak of it. I don't think that the noumena, as Kant proposes it, is actually comprehensible, and I reject it as a whole because I'm a Hegelian. I think Kant was wrong. So,
Oh.
like, there is a metaphysical baggage here that, like, so, like, essentially, what you're saying is that the will to do good will lead to good actions and outcomes. I agree. So will Aristotle. So will the scholastics, such that we are willing towards our final end, right? Our telos, right? That is a real teleology and a real end, such that when we actually experience it or when we perceive it, we can actually acknowledge that is a real good. Now, Marty can't say that, at least not in the sense of in a sense external to his constructing and willing the good. In terms of the categorization, in terms of rational application, he's going to say that that what is real in the unconditioned sense is not known by man. At least it can only be known by God. And what all we have is a rational application or rational faculties conforming reality and creating a moral law which we are necessarily must abide by, which is good for us. But whether it is good in an unconditioned sense, we can't know. And that's the difference between typically our philosophies and I think even yours and Marty's, because I think that you agree with me that in the sense that the goodwill
Well,
is good, but I
hold
think
on. Well, hold on, yeah. Just if I could interject a little bit
yeah.
perspective before you poison the well of
Oh, I'm not
Kantianism.
poisoning the. I'm not meaning it. Like like.
Well, it's his well.
So the yeah, so the idea, I mean, he has it mostly right. Uh, although we can have a belief in the unconditional, and the good is the unconditional thing of which we necessarily believe in. It's just not real. And it doesn't need to be real to be motivating, right? So imagine, right, just like any sort of skeptical scenario. If I have phenomenologically two properties. One is that it appears to be X, and then one that it is X, and they're both the same thing, phenomenologically motivating, right? Then there doesn't really,
Then it's
there's not really a
indistinguishable.
practical difference,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but
There's no difference really
the
there.
the
it's
issue is
appropriate to call them the same.
he can't say there is a right or a wrong way of conceiving of reality categorically, and so he can't like.
Mm.
So there's loads like in terms of intellectual, in terms of like the way it works, is he has to outsource the structure of reason that lends all of this to be possible, the phenomenological structure to be possible and motivating to an external which cannot be known in the noumena, and then that applies it inwards such that you have all of the necessary prerequisites to actually engage this way.
It's not
If
external
if you
though.
want to go that far
Oh,
down the axiomatic path, I don't even go with uh cogito ergo sum. I would just say there is a thinking thing. That's all that I can know for sure. Not even me. I don't
oh,
even know that
yeah.
I'm real. Just something must be real. That's it. That's all I can
Oh,
know. Period. But like
Oh,
past
he's going
that,
for the cogito here.
well, I'm just saying
He's
we're
going.
going way down the
it's like
reality axioms here.
I
Yeah,
think we
but that's
can.
that's
No,
that's not true
he
though.
thinks he thinks that. So I think that we can come to essentially unify ourselves with the cogito. He thinks that like essentially
I can't.
that
No.
we can't, but we can from transcendental foundations
Hey, we can't.
argue for like.
This could be
uh,
something thinking about me thinking it, and that's my experience. Yeah, but something must be thinking somewhere.
But
But
there
that
is a
might not be
unification.
me. It might not be me.
In order for it to, and the whole point of what Kant is saying in some respects, in order for it to be a thought in the first place, it already implies a unification of the being such that it is something, such that it can and implies self unity, right? And that is a unity between being and essence, right? And that's why Kant has to presuppose an actual existing object or subject external in this realm of the noumena in order to support his whole theory, because otherwise it would fall apart. He can't give an account for how this unity would work,
Yeah,
how the
I presuppose those things, sure, but I don't know it.
No, but it's
That's
not
what I'm
even that.
saying.
Like, it's like you wouldn't even so like for example, in terms of your application of the concepts, you wouldn't even know whether you're applying the concepts correctly or incorrectly because the concepts themselves can't reflect and judge themselves such to change themselves because the power that changes them is external. So you can't actually develop your rational faculties. It's like
Well, but
it's like
I am
eyes
supposing that I'm real.
like
I just can't know it. That's all I'm saying. That so I'm going off. Everything is off of me supposing what you're saying,
On the
but I
Kantian
just can't
position
know.
perspective.
I take all what you're saying for granted that it's true. I just can't inherently know because I would just be lying to myself then, right?
Team Kant wins again. Perspective.
no, can't never the can't never win a thing in his life. Like, no, but Kant's a cool guy. Like, I like Kant, right? In the sense that I like his work, and without Kant, there wouldn't be Hegel, so I have to like Kant to some degree, right?
I
Like,
hope that
but
I'm
in
not
general,
completely retarded here. I never really get to talk to anybody who knows what they're talking about. I just sort of
no,
have
no,
all my own thoughts from
you're doing,
reading and thinking on my
you're doing
own.
fine. You're doing
Okay.
fine. Marty was doing a PhD in philosophy, and I was doing a PhD in philosophy. So the fact that you're in this conversation, I think you're doing pretty fine.
Well, I think well, this thing I was like, I think I'm being coherent. I think that my objections are at least reasonable to some degree, but I don't know. Maybe you guys are just like, this guy has no fucking clue. Because, like I said, I talk to myself about this shit. This is a rare opportunity for me.
I think you're doing fine. I think you're doing absolutely
Okay.
fine, man. Like but yeah, like I mean I have a very like I even said this last time. I have a reading of Kant, and there's like different readings of Kant. So it
Well,
depends on
congrats
what you
for being
think
able to
Kant
read
thinks.
Kant. I listened to him on audiobook. The introduction before it even got anywhere was so long. I was literally falling asleep while doing an active thing. And I love
Oh,
Kant. But
oh,
he's the worst writer in the history of the world. If you read him,
oh, you've never read anything until you've read Hegel.
uh,
You like, and there's worse. There's worse. I think some of the French existentialists, man. I think the way they write is fucking. That makes me want to die. Like,
Read,
it's like,
read Blanchot or read Marion or Jean-Luc Nancy
is this
or
a critique on
Derrida.
their authorship
Derrida, like,
or their
yeah, like
ideas?
just their authorship, like,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
like it's
Like,
like
philosophers make shit writers.
yeah, a lot of them do. Some
Because they're
great
like
thing
me,
has come out of it.
they don't have anybody to talk to, so they think about it till it's a bunch of incoherent nonsense that makes perfect sense to them. To where like 30 people need to study and go, okay, this is what they really meant.
That's the thing, but like no, but that's the thing. There is a like if people say this about Hegel all the time that it's like word salad. No, Hegel has like a really fucking strict, like interpretable meaning that if you talk to Hegelians, like there's differences between Hegelians, but we'll all agree Hegel was saying like relatively the same thing. So like if you understand, if you once you learn how to decode how he writes, it's the same with Kant. Like there's a very strict reading of, and he's so systemic. Kant is like so systemic, but he's so dry. He's
Yeah,
so dry.
I had to pause the
Oh
audiobook a
man.
lot and repeat it to myself and just like literally like imagine objects and like draw my finger around to like make sure that I'm understanding. Oh my God. It's
the man
a lot
is
of work.
the man is essentially the rye cracker of the philosophy world. Like that is like it's just the driest.
I
Like
don't know, man. I mean, like,
I like
read
it.
Locke. Read
Locke
Locke,
is pretty dry. But wait, Locke on the
like, you
two
need
treatises.
like a whiskey right by you when you're reading Locke. You know.
I feel
Yeah,
like Locke reads as a more impassioned writer than anybody that you guys have mentioned so far.
Oh, I don't know. It depends. The treatise of human understanding, I think, can be pretty dry. The two treatise of government, way more. So it depends.
Strictly from a writing perspective, not
From a
from
writing
anything else.
perspective,
Yeah.
I think the treatise of human understanding, like I don't think it's as bad as Kant, but I think out of all of them, and I hate to say this, Hume is such a beautiful writer. I love Hume. Hume's writing, he writes so well. Like the inquiries, man.
I
I
just
mean,
cannot stand him though. It's just like every single sentence is like, "'Tis
Wh-
not contrary to reason to imagine X."
He's not
yeah,
contrary to reason to imagine why.
it's
And
a is it not? Yeah,
it's like I don't know about that him dude. Like
But really, when you look at Hume's system, I don't know. He's actually the most popular, I think, philosopher right now. But
Hume, yeah,
when you read
probably.
Hume, I just think it's like reading schizo posting. It's just like a world that's fundamentally disunited. There's no causality. There's just no
But it's
relationships between any
so
objects. Like
well
nothing
written.
is in like he just doesn't have a metaphysics of relation at all, right? And like everything is habit. There's just no morality other than like sentiments. It's just like such a dry, impoverished, slim metaphysics. It's just like I like my metaphysics chunky, like I want some fat on there. Like
Yeah, no, I know
balance.
exactly what you mean. Like in the same sense, like I'll read like I think there's a quote, and who is it by? I want to say it's Verno, and it's like where he says like nightclubs aren't fun, they're boring, but he's like, but the right passages of Hegel are truly enthralling. It's like I get that. Like I'll read like there's points when I'll read Hegel, and I'll be like, my God. I'll be like, I'll be like,
I
this.
just want somebody that
It's
looks at me the
also
way perspective philosophy looks at Hegel. I swear to God. So I like old dead white philosophers just as much as the next guy, but you guys ever read the Analects? Just out of curiosity.
I have not.
Oh. I read those when I was 15 and it's like warped my brain for the better. But
That's good.
I recommend it. He's honestly he's the only philosopher he probably isn't white that I've ever read because I don't know anybody else that would be like categorized as a philosopher strictly as a philosopher.
What work were you recommending there? Sorry. It was,
The Analects of Confucius.
yeah, it's Confucianism.
Well, it's not.
I
I mean,
like studied
Confucianism is derived from
Confucianism,
it.
but I haven't read that particular work.
I've
I also
I've
studied a little bit of Taoism and
Chinese philosophy for me is like non-existent. Like I'm not
Confucius
gonna.
is a particularly
Buddhism.
rare breed.
I keep getting told I should read like Lao Tzu as well, like and stuff like that as well. And like
I've noticed that a lot of them are actually ontic structural realists and like mereological nihilists, which makes sense, right? Like like the idea that everything is emptiness and the idea that there are no real substances or objects, but everything is just sort of relata without the relatum. Um, I can kind of get behind that. I'm at least sympathetic to it, although I don't agree with it. I think this sort of ontic structural realism just doesn't really make any sense to me, at least in the end of the day. I think there are like, I cannot conceive myself of relations without the thing that it's relating, right? So like
how
saying,
can
like,
how can you even look me in the eye and say that and then say the noumena is a thing?
what do
Like
you
and
mean?
talk about the noumena. Because the
The
noumena
noumena
is
is a
exact
relation.
the relation of the noumena is literally that there is no relation, that it lacks any form of cohesive self-relation. It's like it's like what you're saying is that I know it because I don't.
Oh
And that
yeah.
I,
But he's also saying something really simple, right? The a priori analytic statement that all representations have to have an object that they're representing. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to say that representations exist.
We just don't know what they are in themselves. But that's still a relation, right? It's a relation between the representation and the object that is unknown, an unknown X. So
You're not selling me, mate. I'm telling you that the noumena is that most immediate being, which is all being, which is just our universal experience, the universal experience of self. That's all it is. There's nothing else. You're looking for something beyond the self. There's nothing there.
well, let me ask you guys another question since we're not gonna agree on the Kant thing. I wanted to go back a little bit if you don't mind. It's a thing that I've been thinking about a lot, and it's basically going back into sci-fi. And hear me out
Yes.
here. This is something that a lot of people just get really irritated by at first, but I think the more that you think about it, the more that it sells. So I actually am starting to become more and more, or less and less of a fan of sci-fi for these like two following reasons. Like, one is that like sci-fi basically blurs the distinction between reality and pseudoscience, and then creates irresponsible forms of thoughts. And then two, it creates like silly utopian futures that make it impractical to create like an actual futural society. I was wondering what your guys' thoughts on that are.
I think
Oh,
what
I
you just said is
disagree.
offensive.
I was like, I just,
See,
One-
I knew that this wouldn't eventually sell, but let me give you an example, right? Like of what people
don't
typically
you say
do.
Star Trek? Don't you say Star Trek? I'll shoot you here and now.
People typically do in sci-fi. Like take for example all these sci-fi movies which depict AI as having like consciousness, right? And then like, oh, what's the giant ethical moral mistake that we don't treat these these robots or whatever as having sentience, right? Sentience. But they never do the inverse, right? Every single freaking like sci-fi writer never does the inverse, which is imagine that
We
there
treat
was a
them,
future of
yeah.
where people mistakenly think that robots have consciousness, but they really don't, and then they start making sacrifices. That means human sacrifices for something that actually just doesn't have consciousness at all. Like nobody ever picks this up in sci-fi, right? I just like think that this is one of the many examples of sort of irresponsible forms of thought that sci-fi like writers do, and then we do this over and over and over, and then people like I don't know just begin like schizo posting with sci-fi.
I don't know, like there's some tropes that are existing for a long time, but like I mean, there's nothing. I'd be more accepting of your argument if people were like outright unwilling to do it. Like the fallen angel is such a big trope, but I don't know if you've ever seen The Good Place. They had a risen demon in that, and that was wonderful. I think that having a lack of an inverse of a trope is just sort of like magic waiting to happen. Then, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say like, why don't you write it? I guess that would be the
Yeah,
response,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
yeah.
It's just write it, man. Like, but like, I guess like there's a, I mean, I kind of agree in the sense that like, I guess this is like, I guess my problem is it's like you're saying that this is like a pseudoscience and that it's the result of like fiction thinking, and it's like actually I think this is coming from the bullshit. Like I was talking to Elder just before this about how scientists often make the worst philosophers because they just come out with fucking bullshit and never read
Right.
philosophy in their lives. And it's the same thing where it's like the people reading the science are just spouting what the scientists are saying, but the scientists are coming out with bullshit. Where it's like, okay, maybe if we'll have a conversation about what consciousness actually is before we'll write books about like us making it, like that would be a good idea. You know, and it's like I would agree. I mean, I have no real problem with the idea of us perpetuating a consciousness in the sense that like it being like, necessarily impossible. I'm not sure. I'd have to work it out, but it's one of those things where obviously it could lead to like people forming like like where people essentially come to mistaken conclusions, but likewise it's only through the creative medium of fiction, or like it's most likely going to happen through the creative medium of fiction, that we start engaging with possibilities such as like what you've just said before. Well, what happens when the inverse happens? That actually is the medium where you would express like, oh, have you thought about it this way, you idiot?
Well,
Like, yeah, like
my argument is not an a priori argument that sci-fi has to be bad. It's just that it is bad, and it inductively has proven to be bad.
right. But I think the
I don't
problem.
agree.
But
Just
here,
outright.
let me give you
let me give you one more example. I think that you might this might hit a little bit home, and then I'll let you guys talk about it. Remember how we were talking about like the messianic sciences and how people think that, you know, there's a completed explanation and then there's like a nature of the gaps. I think sci-fi is like like the kerosene that just like basically fuels that type of thought, right? Because of all this magical stuff that happens in sci-fi, because of this limitless potential and utopians, like utopianisms, and then like, you know, technology doing whatever the fuck you can imagine it to do, even though it's just not going to actually occur within the future, kind of fuels this idea that everything will be eventually solved by science. Everything will be like explicable by natural
Yeah, I
means.
think I mean I would agree that I think like some sci-fis, not all, because other sci-fis do the exact opposite, where the will show that like so the sci-fis like what's that sci-fi where like the future is essentially just everyone's dead and it's everything being like there is like all there is computers making themselves on Mars for like all of eternity. Um, there's like a sci so like there is like scientism like where like everything utopias, but there's so like if anything, I think dystopias are way more common. I would much prefer more people to think utopian than dystopian because like what we've got the problem with is everyone's just so fucking doomer pilled these days, man. Like where they're like, oh, there's no way to improve. Like at least when you look at something like Star Trek, there's these like ethical, like I mean Star Trek especially because it's
Yeah, but
very ethical.
it's magical like optimism, right? It's to the point that like these things, they will not occur.
It's it's it's
I
it's
mean, like, we will not create teletransporters, right?
Well,
We're
hang
not
I
on.
don't
gonna we're not
I
gonna
don't know that. I'm not gonna say I don't know whether transporters could necessarily because I think there's
That's
like
where I think like people just start talking about magic, and that's why I'm getting
You're
more and
literally
more
doing
suspicious
your own
of sci-fi.
critique. This is crazy. You're saying this is bad because it encourages this kind of thinking, but you're ignoring all the people that got into science because they were wowed by science fiction when they were a kid or when they
true,
were a young
true,
adult,
like
who were like, "Oh my god, like this is something that we could actually do." They start looking at a computer science, go, "I want to be the guy that makes that happen." Sci-fi is
No, no.
undoubtedly responsible for a lot of people being
so many
interested in
inventions.
science
Yeah, I
to
do agree
begin
with
Yeah,
with.
that.
of course it is.
How many
Of course.
people do you think ended up being a scientist because they wanted to make a lightsaber? More than fucking one, dude. I promise.
Well,
More
yeah,
than
but the point
one.
is not. But how many of those people ended up not being a physicist and then just started, you know, basically just, you know, spitballing sci-fi ideas that were just amounted to magic, right?
But then you get that with anything though. Like you will get that like
Sure.
Like,
with just with
no,
anything.
you
Like
get it in particular with sci-fi. Like, look at fiction, right? Here's
but
the interesting distinction between fantasy and sci-fi is that fantasy from the get-go knows that it's never going to accomplish magical acts like a magic missile being shot out of, you know, your arms. It knows from the
mm,
beginning that there's limitations to what we can do. And then it has like, you know, some sort of fantastical journey. But within sci-fi, the person thinks, right? The person thinks that this is all possible, that it eventually will occur. And even in this conversation that I'm having with you guys, like, how do you know that? Well,
but
how do
like
I know that the teletransporter isn't, you know, gonna occur? It's just
no,
like
but like
probably
I
not.
mean, like yeah, but like there's a sort of theoretical basis from which it might be able to, and I think that's what makes it sci-fi, not fantasy, right? If there
Right.
was like certain
That's
things that are
just
like logical contradictions, like or like defy like unknown conceptions of physics, like break the laws of thermodynamics and like defy all possible explanations of how we could engage with reality, then like yeah, that's fantasy, and it's the masquerading as sci-fi. But like it's like yeah, I mean like but at the same time, look, you've got to have people imagining like even if we do discover these things are impossible, it's like having people imagining things like new ways of engaging with the world and engaging that creative powers is really like what fuels human development. It's the creative bedrock of human development, man.
I don't even accept the idea that these things are going to be necessarily impossible. It might be that the way that it's explained that it works in the sci-fi is impossible. That doesn't mean we're not going to navigate another way to create the same effect either.
True, true. I mean,
Like
that
this
is true.
is
Like,
nobody could
no.
have
I think the
possibly imagined.
teletransporter is impossible
Well,
why is it
for
impossible?
okay, teletransporter is
because you can't
A
impossible the way that it's
priori.
shown. But what if it's literally something in the space of like wormhole generation to where it's essentially the exact same thing.
Well, I'll let the actual physicists tell me if it's something that's possible. I think the teletransporter problem is impossible. But here, let me give you another selling point. You guys have
Well,
No,
that's
like,
a
mentioned.
look,
non-answer.
like
Okay,
the way that
what's
it's
the non-answer?
wait a minute, and even in the way in which it's been interpreted as impossible or impossible is certainly like because of the way in which it's depicted, which I think Elda's like kind of saying. It's like, so like if it's like matter being broken down into energy then reconstituted on the other side exactly the same, such that it matches the certain quantum properties and such that would otherwise be unknown, like so that you'd need like where Star Trek like proposes such thing like a Schrodinger compensator. Yeah, okay, maybe that is impossible. But like it even boils down to the fact like why would we even need the Schrodinger compensator? Why do do we have to be like is the essence of humanity transportable without an exact replica of the body to the point in which we'll consider like
No,
fundamental quantum aspects of reality, or is it something other than that? So like the structure of like the brain, the way that it relates to like consciousness, and obviously like as Christians we're going to say that there's something immaterial there anyway. So
well,
like
that's precisely one of my points is why the teletransporter is impossible, and that is why it's magic, right? And then people do blur
how does that make
like
it magic? How does that make it magic?
because we have a deductive inference for why the soul is irreducible and it cannot be a physical. You cannot just like destroy the particles and then rearrange them somehow somewhere else and then have the continuity of the soul still there, right?
But
It's
it
not just going
depends
to
on how
align.
that implies a like you understand anyway. Because let's be honest, we have no fucking clue the relationship between the body and the soul, such we can explain. Like like you get like a like if anything like Bernardo Kastrop, he'll say something like it is that the body is essentially a an expression of the soul, such that it or an expression of consciousness. I mean, he's not going to say like a soul, but he's going to say like a disassociated consciousness. Um, and even in from the Christian account, in like the Aristotelian account, we can say that like the way like Bernardo Castro brings it down to metabolism, where like the Aristotelian account, it could be like the form of the body is essentially the a reflection of the soul, and is this unity of and that's why it's united. So it's kind of like it like obviously it depends on how. I mean the issue is, and I think the real fucking issue is epistemic, and I've said this time and time again. How the fuck would I know if
Ask
I
you,
do step in the
ask you a question.
transporter? Well, wait a minute. How do I know if I do step in the transporter that I'm going to come out the other side, or another me is going to come out the other side? And how do
Well,
we
I
know
mean,
that it's not? That would be the real fucking problem, I
well, one
think.
of the interesting answers to this is let me give you a thought experiment. Let's say that I was to replicate the exact particle after particle of a burger that was made by cows today, and then 200 years in the future, when we can like replicate that particle by particle, is it now a vegan burger or is it
Yes,
actually
it's a vegan burger.
so that means that despite creating it particle by particle, it no longer has an identity relation to it because its
Because
causal
the his
history is
because
distinct.
yeah, I would agree. The historicity is different. Okay, you've got
But
us
but that's
there.
different than it being me,
That's,
though.
that's the argument for why like the teletransporter doesn't work. I have two other arguments, but there's
But I
one.
mean,
So
part of the problem with teleporting yourself and it's saying is it's still going to be me is that the electrical activity in your brain is still going to be interrupted, and the thing that makes you you is this continuous activity of the neural
yep.
network. And if you pause it even briefly, you basically your mind is a wiped hard drive. Essentially, it doesn't have
Well,
that.
Right.
So all the atoms can be in place, but it's the electrical activity that really matters, that keeps your memory and identity intact.
Well, I mean, it could be the electric uh, currency or whatever. I think consciousness or the continuation of consciousness is also a non-natural property. That's why I think it's impossible. So I think that argument,
Not
like,
even
it's not that.
consciousness. Our brain isn't a hard drive. We don't save data. It's constantly firing neurons. If this
No, I'm just saying.
electrical activity is what's doing it.
so you're
Well, you
saying
could
that
say
like
that, but
you're saying
I'm
that
a
even if
non-natural
I
property.
think what he's saying is that even if the consciousness was transferred, that the that like your relationship to self would be gone.
Yeah,
Like the relation
your
like
hardware's damaged.
you've essentially wiped you've essentially like RAM restarted,
Yeah.
like, and then it's like you've booted again. So even if you manage to like transfer the consciousness, there might be other issues there that even if
Yeah.
you did like where like you come out the other side and you're like, where the fuck am I? Like you wouldn't even be able to speak English kind of shit. Like or like you might have a damaged relationship to your language and yourself and like in terms of like a kind of Lockean the Lockean aspects of personal identity.
But people talk
Um
about it like, how do you know it's different than going to sleep? Because that storm in your brain is still going. You teleport, it stops ever so briefly, and it's interrupted.
I'm gonna have to go in a second, but I will say this as well. I will say that there's a point of saying though, in relation to the historicity, whether the historicity itself, like one, you could say that you ceased to exist and then you came back into existence, and you have a different efficient cause and still be yourself because the unity of efficient cause with final cause would still be the same, such that your form was still the same. So there might actually be a response to that, Marty, and I
That's
have to
like the
think
going to
about
sleep
that.
argument, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like, or even like if you know, in the sense like if you cease to exist, yeah, like if you were to cease to exist when you go to sleep, but like obviously
Well,
you,
but
as,
I don't think like
Oh,
when we
that's
go
the
to sleep,
anesthesia
I don't think we
argument.
cease to exist. I think we just like cease to have a continuous stream of sensuous consciousness at that point. We still have consciousness, we just don't have any sensuous component to, talk about that consciousness.
Right. I was saying that the
yeah, but
sleeping argument is flawed. I think it's an invalid comparison to the teleporter because there's
yeah,
nothing interrupting the actual
Right.
hardware.
Yeah.
That's
but this
the
is,
thing
but
that's
this is the
scary
way
about it.
what my response was just basically to say is that even if there was, I mean, the interruption of the hardware, I think it's just not something I could even like. That's like neurochemistry, and that's like
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like that's, but like in the terms of like in terms of just the sort of philosophical relation, I think that you might be able to give an explanation of a continued sense of personhood or continuation of the person, um, like despite changes in historicity. And I think that's probably, I think you could do that
I think it
because I
leads
don't think
you like if you did it, if you teleported, I think you would have an existential crisis because you could never really know if it was actually you or if you're essentially a
that's what I'm
clone.
saying.
Yes.
That's the truth of it.
You'd feel
Have
like
you
you, but
ever
you'd know you can't trust it.
wait a minute? Have you ever seen The Illusionist, man? Is it The
Yeah.
Illusionist? Oh, I fucking love The Illusionist. I fucking love that. I love that shit where it's just like it's actually is it no, not The Illusionist. What's it called? It's not. The Illusionist
Oh wait,
Christian
The
Bale, isn't it?
Prestige.
The
Yeah,
Prestige.
yeah, yeah.
That's
I love
it.
that movie.
Oh,
Love it.
yeah.
That's so funny. I thought of the same movie when you said The Illusionist, though. I was just thinking of the clones in Invincible when I said that initially, though. They both always think they're the real one, and that's. But if it's
Trippy.
just you and you're
come
the only
out-
one there, you wouldn't be able to. You'd
They
have
come
no
out
way to
in the
even
same
argue
time,
it.
by the way.
You
Wait,
what?
did you say?
Look, they came out in the same time, The Prestige and The Illusionist. That's why you confuse them. But like,
Yeah.
let me give one last salient point that will be irrefutable for why sci-fi,
Okay.
is
And then
is
I've got to bounce.
is this is kind of more like a narrative argument, right? Like if you guys have ever read Philip K. Dick, and I haven't read the story, but I know what it's about. It's called The Transmigration of Timothy Archer. It's basically Philip K. Dick's last book of where he kind of, I think, goes back, reflects on his career, and then kind of actually gives a critique of sci-fi in the sense that he thinks like it's not just necessarily good, like Perspective was talking about earlier, to just really like rejuvenate the imagination and then just like begin writing things down and then stimulating that and then eventually see what pops out, right? Schizo posting basically does that. People on Discord do that, and look what they come up with, right? Like just a bunch of fucking bullshit. And that's what my point is just like if you do that with sci-fi, like something will come out that's eventually good, but a lot more inductively, not by necessity, is going to come out that's bad, right?
How many life-changing franchises have come out of Discord shit posting? All right.
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
as well, like, look, I will say this, right? Look at it like this. What you've said is that there are clearly boundary conditions between how you should write sci-fi and how you shouldn't write sci-fi, or like good sci-fi practices and bad sci-fi practices, and good sci-fi novels and bad sci-fi novels. And I'll agree. I mean, I'm just going to agree.
No,
Yeah.
no. Not just there are comparisons. I'm saying through induction, a majority of the of sci-fi examples
A
have
majority of
sense.
all, I would go so far as to
It's
say
like
that.
saying like, okay, there's good aspects about capitalism, there's bad aspects about capitalism. Like,
But
no,
I think the
dude,
good,
this is
the
point.
the influence of the good, I think, has outweighed the bad in terms of sci-fi. And I will leave it
Yeah.
at that. I'm gonna bounce, guys, but we'll talk about this another time. Have a good
Peace
night,
out. It was
have a
it
good
was a
night.
nice chat.
It was nice. It was good. I hope you all have a really lovely night.
Thanks.
See you
Have a
later.
good night. Thanks for letting me on.
Oh, that's no problem, guys. Take it easy.
I don't know your name. What was your name?
Marty.
Marty.
What's yours?
You can call me Jay or Elderdrazi. Elderdrazi's my Twitch and YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
right. I guess I'm curious. Is your critiques of sci-fi, is this like a thought experiment kind of thing, or do you really genuinely believe that?
So I had a conversation with a bunch of my friends about this particular topic, and when I was first introduced to it, I was just like, "What the fuck?" Like they're just being like Debbie Downers. Like sci-fi is awesome. Look at TNG. Look at fucking like Star Wars and shit like that. But the more that I thought about it, the more I came to the conclusion like, look at the sci-fi world. Like look at the people that inhabit it. They kind of are, for the vast majority of the part, just kind of like really mean-spirited people that believe in science as like the messiah. And I think the two critiques that I gave, that it actually inhibits good ethical moral thinking about our future, stands most likely, and that there are irresponsible forms of scientific quote and unquote scientific thought that occurs when people start thinking through the lens of sci-fi, right? Like time travel is possible, identity, like teletransporter things are possible, like AI can become conscious, and all these things will happen, and science and technology and medicine and all that will make things better. But there's no guarantee of that. There's no guarantee, and as a matter of fact, if you start just thinking that way, it creates like spaceship or rocket ship thinking, right? Like just get to the space and
Uh,
that'll solve all our issues.
do you in general have an issue with hope?
No, I think that's part of
Or you're Christian?
Christian dogma. Yeah, yeah. I think part
Ah.
of Christian dogma is believing that things are hopeful, but what I call myself is a hopeful pessimist. So
Uh-huh. I think that sci-fi provides an avenue for which hope can eventually actualize itself as well, though. And I think that getting rid of the things that you find problematic for the everyman is going to be something that inspires the actualization of some of these hopes in the exceptional among us who engage with the material. And I think that the loss of that would greatly uh, would be a much greater bad than the everyman having some fantastical ideas, because I genuinely think, and I've talked to a buddy of mine about this quite a bit, I think that humans have this thing in them that calls them to, like, everybody wants to find like the magic in life. It seems like people are always trying to find this something that makes things a bit more meaningful, a bit more spectacular, a bit more like magical. Really, people want to feel like their life has some super special external purpose, or that life at large does. And I think that getting rid of the sci-fi isn't going to stop it. They're just going to hop to something else. However, sci-fi, like those guys that got into physics because they wanted to create a lightsaber, who didn't move on to other things and just ended up being like Star Wars nerds who do physics. These are invaluable people. The number of people that we have going into nuclear physics, quantum physics, like theoretical research, all these things are super valuable to us as a species because the things that we have gotten from them have been immensely valuable. And I think that it's worth fostering that through fantasy. And I can't
Yeah, I
imagine
think
caring about what I'm gonna think about after I watch an episode of Doctor Who really should have no bearing on that encouragement.
well, I agree that we have to have like some
some motivation for people to like, become good physicists, and some motivation for people to like develop ideas that can actually like impact the future. I don't think
Yeah.
that's ever in question, and I think like I don't think it's not a question to me of whether sci-fi can sometimes properly motivate people. That's why I said it's an inductive statement, not an a priori deductive statement that like necessarily this is bad, right? It's just
Yeah.
look at all the people that have been motivated by sci-fi and then became physicists, and then all the people that were motivated by sci-fi and then started like schizo posting on Discord about how like quantum mechanics does whatever even though it doesn't, or like time travel will be like possible in the future or whatever. And then they just double down on it and say things like, well, why is it impossible, right? And it doesn't really produce anything.
So
I
part
think
of
most of sci-fi just does not produce anything, and it like actually inhibits genuine things from being produced because people are enraptured by it, right? So it's like it's a substitute. It's a substitute for genuine, I think, forms of discourse is my argument.
um I guess so one of the things that bother me about it is that your solution is to inhibit the imagination of the masses, which I think is uh not good. I think if that's the path that we're gonna go down because of it, then that's the path. Like it's manifest destiny, really. I think that if like this is like the path we're moving on, I just don't think that we have a choice, and I think it would be wrong to impede it too. Um,
Well, I never argue for impeding upon people and their free will and whatever they want to do. They
yeah,
want
I
to
know
do
you're saying
as long as
should, and I'm
it's
saying
legal.
specifically this is why it should be. As
Well,
in
all
argument,
I would
not the argument, but in argument.
no, I think it shouldn't occur, but I want people to freely see
Yeah,
the
you want them to choose
implications.
not to.
Right. I want them to just like a Christian basically wants people to choose freely. Otherwise, it's just not Christianity to believing in God, right? But I still think it's like, I think it's like moral depravity to reject Christianity, but am I going to like force people to do it? No, because that's like the exact opposite about the essence of Christianity. And I think
Yeah,
that's the exact opposite of morality. If you force people into believing things or whatever, I don't think you can't even do that. And two, you can like ruin motivational features, like you can kind of exercise it out of society, but you can't stop them from thinking that. And two, like if you, and I would never, force any issue like that. So
I
it's not a
also
it's not a matter. Yeah, go ahead.
I also think that it's like I guess I don't really understand a lot of the like you saying like how much of it is, how much of it isn't. Like if there's a bunch of it that's like not good and stuff, like I don't know how much of that's rising to the top to where it's going to be consumed by the masses. But if what you're saying is that the current state that we are in because of sci-fi has like a direct link to this now, um, then maybe that's different. That's probably what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have like any. I don't think anyone's really done any research
Yeah,
on
yeah,
how
yeah.
much
This is
how
just
bad.
the feeling, and I'm taking it for granted to engage in this. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm
Yeah,
like following your line of thinking. Um,
yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
um, I think that for some people, there's another element that I think is really valuable. That for some people, they can't engage in fantasy like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. They just can't do it. It's too out there for them. But if they have like a way to follow this down to where it feels like it could be possible to, this is going to be people's Lord of the Rings. This is going to be people's Harry Potter. And I think that we need, or at the very least, that people deserve to have like these epics to, to engage with. Um, I like what would perspective philosophy be without Lord of the Rings, you know? I think that there's a great
Well,
value in having like super treasured fantastical stories in our lives that can't really like there's really no values that we can put on it. It's immeasurable.
well, but I mean, like, I think all of the say ancient narratives and all the ancient mythic stories, like say the Odyssey or the Iliad, or fuck, I forgot,
I like
Beowulf or
those.
whatever.
Oh, that's my I
I
love
think like
Beowulf.
there are. Yeah, I think they're like. I think they're a little bit mean spirited because I think the Greeks were mean spirited, but I think there's still something that one can glean from these types of narratives, and I think like they are informative. I think fiction is informative, but I think like fiction that resembles life, right?
Yeah.
More than just magical things has always done more wonders to people existentially and for their creative capacities and for their like theoretical capacities than sci-fi has or ever will be able to. So like, reading the Brothers Karamazov or Crime and Punishment, I think is much more informative than, uh reading like, I don't know, like early Philip K. Dick or whatever.
Well, I would say you shouldn't
So
go to sci-fi to get informed. We should seek sci-fi to dream. Yeah.
but you could dream with any form of fiction. You
Not
can
everybody
understand
can. Not
things.
everybody can identify with fantasy. Like a good example is one of my favorite streamers refuses to play Elden Ring or Dark Souls because he can't deal with the fact that like you're fighting giant creatures by like attacking their ankles. And like he just can't do it. He just can't get immersed into it. He calls them ankle slasher or whatever because it's just too out there for him to engage with. It just like doesn't connect. And I'm saying that for some people, Harry Potter is just going to be too fantastical for them to connect. But if they have even like pseudoscience to connect the dots for them to where it at least feels believable, then they get to have the same feelings that the Harry Potter, the Lord of
Well,
the Rings fans
hold on. I
did.
mean, I think when you start going down this level of argumentation, you're basically just saying let people read whatever is just desirable for
No, no,
them
no,
to
no.
fuck
I'm
it.
saying that I think that it's important for people to have that, not just let them. I think it's important for them to have it. So like at
Yeah,
the times of
I,
like the Odyssey and the Iliad, this was like the great stories of their time. But now to us, it feels like it's still good, but it's distant. It's a bit alien. It's a bit detached from us, you know? It doesn't correspond with things that are like relevant around us. Back then, when those stories were told, they had a meaningful cultural impact in a way that they just don't anymore for that same reason. So we need things that sort of like keep up with the times that people can connect with who can't connect through like, fantasy and stuff.
and none of this none of this needs to be sci-fi in my opinion. People can connect to all sorts of things. It's just I don't agree with the idea that people need to connect just for the sake of connecting, right? It has to be meaningful morally or existentially. And I feel like sci-fi is, as I've said, often more times than not, inductively serves as a detriment towards morality and existentialism and our existential
Mhm.
capacities. That's the argument, right? So if we are trying to, you know, I don't know, bolster the imagination, making people like pursue certain types of like fictional ends that have grand narratives. Well, what do you want to do? You want to create the most excellent form of art that does that. And what I'm arguing here is that sci-fi is just not the means, it's just not the medium in order to best capture that. So,
I guess my point is saying that like for some people you're absolutely correct, but for others that might be exactly what they need. I guess I'd be because a part of me just disagrees with like the conclusion that you're drawing to begin with, like because I just don't know that that's true, and like I feel like it's not since we're both kind of operating on like what we like our intuition here. I feel like my intuition struggles to come to the same conclusion that you're intuiting as well.
well, yeah, I'm offering intuition pumps. So the idea is that
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I keep pumping these ideas, and eventually, like, you're gonna say something like, by Zeus, Marty. I think you're right. But yeah, that's why I said, like, as we began this conversation,
By
I think
Zeus,
at least,
Morty.
yeah, I think, I could be wrong. You can call me wrong. You're a lot less sympathetic to this idea that you are now, right? So I think that if you sleep on it, 5 or 6 more nights and come back to thinking about it, you might be more sympathetic to the idea that good old Marty, like proposed at Discord 5 months back, that sci-fi is actually kind of, more alienating than not. I mean, but
Um,
these are, that's how intuition pumps, I think, work. They're gradual, dispositional, you know.
well, and you're also presupposing, like I said too, like a lot of things that are going to be impossible to achieve are impossible, and I don't know that they are either. They may be impossible to be like piece by piece exactly the same, but like we may be able to create some of these same effects because like you even think about uh trying to imagine cell phones before we discovered radio waves, it would be we would just literally say this is an impossible thing. Like if somebody came up with a notion to be like, that's literally, you're retarded. That could never happen. There's literally nothing exists to accommodate this. You're crazy, right?
Nothing that exists to accommodate cell phones, or
Yeah, before we discovered radio waves. Or like
Oh, okay.
like before we discovered like the light spectrum and understood that there was radio waves. If somebody proposed this like grand idea of like a modern day cell phone, you would just be like, that's literally impossible. There's nothing that could ever happen that could accommodate this. Unless maybe they were thinking about like the ether or something, but like but they didn't say that. They said it's not using the ether. So do you see what I mean?
The interesting thing I think about like the telegram, which if you look at Victorian British history, which I have, and I looked into the technology of Victorian British history, and particularly the telegram and when it was invented, is like there are news articles basically of how we've transversed space and time. Now we have like a means of communicating information, which was not a word used until then. A way of communicating information at the speed of light, right? Instantaneously almost.
Yeah.
I think there's like a level of hubris that came with the invention of the telegram and with these later inventions that I think that they are kind of like bad for human beings. So I don't know if I'm gonna wholesale like say like all of technology is bad, but it tends to have like a lot of these implications to it that like I think create also immoral behavior and kind of moral atrocities, and just kind of an overconfidence in our abilities as the human race. I mean, like my main concern when when we're saying things that are like impossible or whatever, like when I say things are impossible, if you don't like the argument that it's impossible, I would at least say, I mean, it's highly impractical and it's not something that we should just endlessly think about right now when we have larger issues that could potentially end like the human race within the next 80 to 100 years, right? I mean, like, I
Sure,
think
but I
those
also
are.
think that some of those problems are brought to the forefront of a lot of people's minds because of sci-fi as well. Otherwise, the people that aren't choosing not to do anything about it, really, they're not the ones talking about it, but sci-fi authors are.
well, I think the greatest threat to global warming right now is actually technology, and basically it's technology that's
Wait,
producing
no,
pollution right
animal
now.
agriculture. Come on,
No, animal agriculture is only
it's just
producing 20 or 18% of like all of the, all the carbon dioxide, not even carbon dioxide, it's the carbon emissions within the world. So most of it is coal factories, right? Most of it is coal factories, and then you can go down
it.
into,
My
other
understanding is
type
that
of.
animal agriculture, overall. So what you just described is, from my understanding, is literally just the animals. But then there's the other aspect of the industry that if you combine them, it makes up the second largest contributor to global warming.
I don't know if they're the second. I think they're the fourth or fifth when I've last checked it. I'm doing my PhD in environmental philosophy and things like that. So I don't think it's quite that high when I've last checked it, but I could be wrong. Hard to remember statistics, but I think if anything, what I've learned in my environmental philosophy courses is that we have rocket ship thinking. And what does rocket ship thinking say? Right? If you build a rocket big enough room, it goes into the moon and all of our problems are solved, right? What do all the major big companies think? Well, they think like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, right? Or Jeff Bezos. You build to space and then things get solved. You stimulate the economy and then you like create more technology and then global warming will be solved. Essentially, technology that's ruining the world is going to somehow as well be the solution, question mark, right? No, it's just like the solution, according to most major environmental philosophers that are worth any damn, in my opinion, is that you have to destimulate the economy, you have to slow down technology, you have to slow down basically the productions that are causing the CO2 emissions. But you're not going to do that, right? If everyone is just like, oh, look at this technology, like the sexy new gadget that I just created. It's gonna solve everything, right? that type of thinking, I think, is what's called technological rationality, and technological rationality has a sort of MO, and its MO is to think in certain rigid bounds, and then you're unable to escape those rigid boundaries because everything has to be solved through only that method, right? So
What do you think happens
techno-
to innovation without that? Do you give any credibility to the idea that without that we might um, be casting aside the kind of progress that could actually help us out of these dilemmas? Because if
well, but
without
not
this
all
is like a pretty
progress is
large.
not all
Sure.
that's just another thing, right? So the modern mind thinks that all progress is scientific. So if you inhibit scientific progress, you don't stunt progress. You open other avenues that can progress society, right?
Yeah, but
It's
none of
basically
them
the
have
modern.
progressed society nearly as much as science has.
Oh, I don't think so. I think like morality, ethics, politics. I think like architecture. Well, I guess maybe yeah. If you consider architecture as a form of technology, sure.
Well,
But I
soap,
think like ethics.
medicine,
Uh,
like soap, medicine. These are tremendous. These are some of the greatest achievements in all of mankind, right? Vaccine, like I don't know, we want to group vaccines into there too, but like telecommunications. These are just like a couple of things that have dramatically transformed the world and like made us more connected, made us more resilient, made us smarter, better, faster, stronger. Like I mean, these things are tremendous, right?
Uh, wrong, in my opinion. So
Oh,
I'm here to challenge that. So
god damn.
what I think is actually it in a way it unifies us, but in another way, and I think people do see this. They just don't see it when they're talking about this conversation in particular. Is that it disunifies people? Uh, Look at the internet and look how much people are spending time on the internet instead of like socially engaging with each other, right? It's
Mhm.
never occurred anywhere in history that people are so utterly physically disconnected that a wave of new psychological pathologies have just exploded in the last 60 to 50 years, right? Or particularly in the last 20 years with the internet or whatever, but
Sure, I
like
think
with
that we're not. Well, I mean, we're definitely in the beginning of it, and there's going to be growing pains for sure. This is a huge adjustment for a creature that takes like 90 years to start to like really like or 90 what is it, like 5,000 years or something to start to develop physical changes to their environment. So like yeah, we're definitely in the beginning of something that's going to cause some changes, but I don't know. I guess it seems like you're not thinking of it in terms of a trade-off. You're saying this thing here is bad. And so I can toss out the good too. That's how I'm feeling, but you feel free to correct me.
No, I do think it's a trade-off. I'm not saying eliminate technology. I'm not saying all of technology is bad. Of course, you can't abandon technology and go to like back to the Stone Ages. But I'm saying a reverence that we have, that modernity has with technology, has never been seen in all of history up till now, especially with the rise of the internet. And I
Yeah.
think that for any single type of technological gizmo or gadget that you can mention, as mundane as it is, always has certain types of things that backfire, right? For example, building roads as extensive as our highway systems or airplanes
Yeah.
allows us to travel long and amazing distances. But
Yep.
now that we can do that, we're going to live further away from our families. We're going to see our family less, even though we have the ability to see them more.
Who said
We're
that's
going to
bad?
immerse ourselves in entertainment instead of like reading books, because we just have so much more videos and media outlets than ever before. And look at, like, even though we have more information now, we have absolutely no idea how to compartmentalize that information. Whereas, like, I think people like say in the 1700s there just wasn't that much information. That's why you had a lot of like brilliant people like Leibniz or Kant or Newton, who could synthesize all these different types of fields in a way that we cannot do anymore. So I mean, I think there's always a trade-off, and I am arguing for a trade-off. But I'm arguing for a trade-off that people generally don't realize, and that's like technological gadgets and things like that do bring us closer to bad ends more than
Well,
we realize.
we are not without our progressions in the other fields. Like there's been philosophers in the last 100 years that have brought new to the table, new and interesting ideas to the table too. Um, like I don't think that we're losing all the stuff. I don't think we're losing all the other stuff. Like um, one of
Well,
my
we're
favorite.
definitely losing in terms of disenchantment, right? Less and less people believe in souls, Christianity, religion, that philosophy has any relevance. Has relevance, right? The scientific, the material, the physical, the things that I could touch, see, things that have falsification and predictability. We don't give a shit about like historical arguments for the existence of historicity of Christ and how he performed miracles. We don't give a shit about
Most
like
people didn't
you
care
know,
about that stuff 100 years ago either, though. That was still just the job of the philosopher. That wasn't the job of the everyman.
but we did care about Christianity a lot more 200 years
Sure,
ago,
but I
and we
don't
did
think
have to.
that's a great thing. So, like, one of my favorite philosophers is somebody who was alive in the last 100 years, and that's Anton LaVey. So, I don't think that I necessarily value Christianity in and of itself. I might value certain aspects and certain impacts that it has, but I don't see that as I don't see that as like a great loss. I see it as part of our progression that we are shedding because it's lost its usefulness. But,
Oh,
but
well, I
mostly
mean,
because
I
I
think
don't
there's
believe in the truth of it. I don't believe in the truth claims.
I don't.
So
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you mean by I don't believe in the truth claims. I don't believe that
I
like
don't believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross and was the son of the one true God, who and that he
okay,
died
but
for
you
our
do
sins.
believe, if you were to open up James, and James basically saying, "Oh, look, all you rich who have hoarded wealth, you know, like what good will that do you, within the afterlife? What good is hoarding your wealth if it means that others are going to suffer, right? These
Those
moral claims do have truth to it, despite you not being a Christian. I think it's the truth or the validity or the soundness of the moral claims that give merit to Christianity instead of the inverse, right? Christianity necessarily giving merit to morals. Although I do think it works, both ways, I guess, but it
I
can
would
work
say
one
that those
direction.
ideas that are worth having still and that are still relevant and still impactful today are going to maintain because you could everybody can stop being Christian tomorrow and people are still going to criticize people who hoard wealth and say like you're still going to die, why are you hoarding it all? This is going to be a natural conclusion that people have because we've progressed enough to have the intelligence and observational skills to assess this and represent it. Like the knowledge of the collective knowledge of humanity isn't going to go away. It might change in our framing to a degree, but it's not going to evaporate, right?
It already is evaporating because you can see already within a postmodern or modern society that we have replaced morality with forms of fictionalism, right? So people start talking about all kinds of bullshit like, oh, well, what's really good is just what's for the best interests of every individual and then like their collective accumulation. As long as, I give a shit about what this person thinks and their desires and their preferences, and I maintain my own preferences, I don't really need morality, right? I mean, like, or like morality is just all subjective preferences, or it's just a social contract where we have no metaphysical foundation. I think that this, but it would take a while to demonstrate. I do think like that this has led to a bunch of bullshit moral claims. It's
Sure.
because I don't think people are persuaded, right? People don't believe in fictions, and that's essentially what the modern atheist has to postulate for the most part, not always, but the modern atheist has to postulate that morality don't real, right? And when morality don't real and when it's a fiction, then guess what? The motivation to believe in it just vanishes, I think, quite dramatically. I think this has been
Then
proven in the
why are
Enlightenment
atheists
era.
not immoral on their face?
Why
Like
are
what?
atheists not immoral?
Yeah,
I do
like
think that there is a rise of immorality that's occurring because of increasing levels of secularization. So I think like obviously
but wait, you're not
atheists
addressing the question. You're
I think they're
sidestepping
moral
it.
because they're fundamentally taking from Christian ethos. They're building off of Christian ethics
without realizing that without the foundation, they can't actually justify any of it, right?
Okay, so if they're doing it without Christianity, but they're still holding the values that you think are valuable, then it sort of lends to my argument that the things that people don't see as like even if everybody
Well,
stopped being
no,
Christian
because
tomorrow, that we'd still be able to maintain the philosophical ideas that are still relevant today.
well, but the idea is that it's diminishing every so often, and I do think like we are becoming more morally impoverished every so often. I'm kind of a decline of moral society kind of guy. Um,
I think
so
if those
I
ideas
do think
can't survive, then they don't deserve to. Then we're becoming something different, right?
no, I just think like it's entirely possible that they can't they won't survive, but that they ought to survive, and that we'll just become so morally depraved that we'll have forgotten what it means to be good. Because it just all becomes a fiction, right? We have no meaning in our life. We have no ultimate standard of the good. Everything is going to be, it already is. Like, look at identity politics, right? Everything is judged by dichotomies between the transgressor and the innocent, right? Everything is judged in terms of dichotomies instead of an ultimate standard, such as the standard that you mentioned earlier about the unconditional goodwill or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or a moral God, or like the indeterminate concept of goodness or whatever. Once these evaporate, I do think that people will begin inferentially thinking about things differently. It will take, as Nietzsche said, 1,000 years until Christian morality dies out, because still the seculars are holding on to it without realizing where it comes from. But once they do, and we are right, we are realizing that, or at least atheists think they're realizing that it has no foundation. It won't fucking matter, right? So it like I think that's a sort of a natural conclusion that people do not believe in fictions.
Um, I think that the foundation isn't as important as whether or not it maintains relevancy. Because I, for one, am somebody who absolutely detests tradition for the sake of tradition. But if there's
No, no,
something
no,
good
no,
is
no,
on
no.
tradition that still serves
I'm
the
saying it.
value, then I think that
I'm
it
saying it will not. I'm saying
perpetuates.
it will not maintain
Yeah, and I'm
consequence if you do
saying
not
I
hold the
disagree.
foundation.
Right, I'm trying to say that I disagree with that.
Oh yeah, but you have to offer like some sort of argument about why you think this is an implausible thesis. Why is the consequence somehow going to be maintained? You have to give me a response to, I guess, the idea of why you think
Because
fictions.
I think that they will still continue to produce the same value that gave them a hold in to begin with, and that just because the source is lost doesn't mean that the value is then going to be lost. I just don't believe that. There's no reason for me to think so, because if it's still serving people to do it, then people will continue to do it.
Let me give you an example of how theoretically, right, people no longer believe in souls. People no longer believe in consciousness. They are just sort of naturalists. What happens then, right? Well, they sort of begin to be either eliminativists or reductivists. What happens there, right? You basically eliminate categories of thought like agency, and this is already happening in court, right? People are saying like, oh, well, he's not morally responsible for being this way because he's just an accumulation of his properties,
Product of
right? And if his
circumstances, yeah.
properties are X, right? So that is already, I think, removing a fundamental aspect of Christianity, which is moral agency or the will, right? Christians are the ones who sort of, for the most part, came up with the will. The will doesn't exist as a natural property that you can think of, because anytime that you try to conceive of the will naturally, you just begin to think of properties that externally influence us or determine us, whereas the will is that of which isn't something that we're externally bounded by, but something that we internally determine. And that's a Christian concept. Now, again, that's a
Yeah, I have a
Christian
dualist
concept that has
approach.
dwindled and been lost on us. Huh?
Yeah, I think that people need to adopt a dualistic approach to it.
Okay, but people won't do that, right? Because
But I don't know.
they won't be able to find, right, why they should be dualists through, rationality alone or whatever. I mean, we've already, I think,
Well, I mean,
discovered
because
that in the
determinism seems
Enlightenment.
evident if you look at things, it seems like things are deterministic. If you just observe I think it's really easy to come to a deterministic conclusion. However, based on our own personal experiences, it does also tend to feel like we have free will and we are making these decisions. So I think that it's pretty easy to just by through internal experience and external observation to adopt a dualistic perspective on the subject. No?
You can logically do whatever you want, and you can create inferences to any sort of conclusion that you want.
But you
The
asked me how
idea
would people
is
do
if
that, and I'm saying like, is this not a plausible way that people would do this when approaching the subject?
I didn't merely if I did just merely ask how would people do that, then I misspoke. What I mean to say is what motivation would the general public have that would acquaint them with dualism? The average human being is not going to be acquainted with philosophical rational inferences. The average layman is, however, going to be able to read scripture because of how it's written. It just has succeeded, and it has given them a moral beacon to live their life upon. And I think, with the exception of two or three things that we sort of have ungrounded within the West, like our Western current society, that is like, transgenderism and homosexuality, it does a pretty good job at maintaining like moral foundations, right? So I'm not saying like you can't hold some sort of like dual aspect model of the mind. I'm just saying naturalism and the current trend of how things are going is just not going to accommodate that. Secularism is just going to dwindle meaning out of the world incrementally because it's just a fiction, right? It's just something that we invented and that is not real. And things that are not real are just not motivating. So
Oh, I don't know. I think I've been motivated by plenty, mostly by that which is not real. I think
yeah,
that
you have, but most people don't. I don't think
I don't
most
know
people are
that.
motivated by fictions.
I don't think that most people know what motivates them, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I think like if you look at Americans, right, 60% of them are Christians, and they'll be able to tell you those 60% that they're motivated by God and Scripture and the good, right? And then other people are going to say, well, they're motivated by something that's good, that's really akin to the Christian doctrine, like some sort of, non-natural moral property that is truth apt. They just don't know how they got to it. But ultimately, I think that's saying the same thing as what Christians are. Then you get like a small fraction of those people, right, who uh,
Oh my
don't hold
God.
either of those positions. And I think that that's going to increase as Christianity decreases, or maybe other forms of religions decrease. I don't want to say that other religions don't have a stake at this. I'm
It
sure,
actually is staggering, the drop. I just looked it up, and within 5 years, Christianity lost 10% of its hold on the United States. I think it's
yeah,
awesome.
exactly. Yeah. Well, I don't think that's awesome. I think
I do
it's a
though.
moral responsibility. Yeah. No, I
Well,
understand. Yeah.
because I think it's not true. I think it's bad. If I had to pick one or the other. But I mean,
I mean,
that's
that's
like
definitely.
it's
Yeah, go
evident
ahead.
with like I said, one of my favorite philosophers is Anton LaVey. He literally founded the Church of Satan. So like I'm not super attached to Christian ideas.
Oh well, I'm actually the opposite. I think LaVeyan Satanism or Luciferian Satanism is
Oh,
actually a
LaVey,
more.
much different, but
Yeah, I know, but I think
okay.
well, I don't know too much about this the one that you're talking about, but I think at least Luciferian Satanism is a moral depravity. I don't know about the other
Yeah,
one.
they're
I tend to think that it's probably also because of the mythological figures that it uses. Probably bad, but I'm not going to speak
it's
on
on
it.
purpose. So Luciferian is it's just the same as any other religion. I think it's stupid. It's they're like it's just as much of a cult as the next religion. But LaVeyan Satanism is it's like humanism with a little bit of dramatic flair for like dogmatism that fake dogmatism, like it's understood as that it's just for show to sort of like work people up, but like the people who are getting worked up know this too. um as LeVay would say, like everybody wants a show, so there's like that element to it to makes it feel like more like a religion rather than just like humanism, which is essentially what it is. but it has the the documents, like, I don't want to say doctrine, but I guess doctrine is written in a way to like be a bit more motivating, a bit more charged, so that people, are a bit more for lack of a better way to put, like call to arms to it. But like it's very I'd say it's a very like positive religion,
Listen, I gotta
but with
actually go
no
here.
deities tied to it, only symbolism.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I understand. I definitely disagree, but whether Christianity is true or false is a not a discussion that I want like right now to do.
I don't think I would even have time for it, and I got to
Oh,
go
I
here.
don't.
But it's been good talking to you.
I probably wouldn't want to do that anyways. I don't like to try to debate people out of their religion. That's why I just said like I don't believe it. But yeah, it was really nice to meet you. Thanks for the conversation. It's been interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely been interesting, man. Thank you as well for your time and for letting me speak on here for a brief bit. I guess more than a brief bit. But yeah, I am gonna go probably watch some movies now and just chill out.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pop off here and watch Doctor Who with my wife, going straight to the sci-fi.
Go straight to the sci-fi, dude. Yeah. Well, at least you'll be thinking about it, right? At least you'll be thinking about the sci-fi and the implications of it while you're watching Doctor Who. So,
I'm gonna think
all
about
right,
how
brother.
much the 10th Doctor inspires me to be a better person.
I
Yeah.
hope so.
Um,
All right, brother. I'll
have a good night.
catch you later then.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Peace out. Well, oh, wait. Done. Cool. I just got invited to do a thing with Wick, and it's right up my alley. We're gonna talk about therapy. I wants to be there. Oh God. I hope Tuna's not there. He'll be opposition to me. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wrap it. I've been going for 7 hours. Jeez, that flew by. I really, really love talking perspective philosophy. Um, I don't know who was here to catch like the Pale World shit. That game is wild. I just had to take a break. I was getting a little bit exhausted. The Wick thing is Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that should be fun. Tomorrow I'll stream. I'm pretty sure. My knuckle tattoos say lady. This is my wedding ring. That's what I call my wife. That's what I called her when I first started dating her. I just call her lady. I still call her lady. If I say her real name, she gets mad at me. Or if I say her real name, I'm very, very mad at her. I could count on one hand how many times I've used her real name to express anger, because that's kind of passive aggressive and not really my style. But lady, yeah. In fact, my first Twitch name was Real Lady Fingers because I have lady fingers. But that was bad, uninteresting branding. But thank you for asking. Yeah, tomorrow probably closer to my normal time, but I'm not 100% sure. I might start earlier. Perspective Philosophy just got a hold of me yesterday and asked if I wanted to talk to him today, and I did. I might stream earlier if Krysspeaks. I was supposed to talk to Krysspeaks. I went way past. I didn't even realize how much time had went by. I really enjoy Perspective Philosophy. And like I said a couple of times during the stream, I just don't get to talk to other people, at least at this level, about a philosophy like this. So it was super, super fun for me. If you guys had 10% as much fun as I did, then I know you had a blast. This was excellent for me. I even said in the beginning of it too, I used to be somebody who paid to have conversations. Like part of the Patreon membership like level that I was at included 1 hour conversations with him for a good while. And the fact that he's willing to reach out to me to set up a conversation is it just means the world to me. That's exactly the like I don't, people giving me subscription money and stuff like that. That's always super nice and I super appreciate it. But the kinds of things that are like huge to me is like that kind of thing. That makes me feel like I'm doing the kind of stuff I want to do. That I'm getting the it shows how far I've come actually. Yeah. A lot of people get like super like obsessed with their numbers and stuff like that. I don't care. I just want to do the stuff that I want to do, and the kind of recognition that I can get, like from Perspective Philosophy, the kind words that like Lex Friedman said to me, like these are the things that like really um make me feel prideful. Like seeing people in chat, people like talking to each other about what's being talked about. These are the kinds of things that I really really enjoy. Seeing that somebody sees some value in this stuff that I see value into. Um, it feels good. That's the kind of like communal feeling that I really like about doing this. The Mr. Girl stuff's been really, really cool for that because for almost the whole time all that stuff was going on, I felt super like alone with like all the stuff that I felt like everybody just disagreed with me when I talked to somebody about Mr. Girl and like debating with them. And then to see people like sharing my opinions or people who just like want to like ask questions and things like that when I was going over it. But even some of the criticism, like it was a totally different vibe than just arguing with people about it. And it was really nice. Um, uh, what did Lex say? You know what? I'll pull up his donos messages. That way I don't have to guess at it. But I know that he subscribed to my channel after he donated, which was in a way like pretty validating. Somebody who has as much going on as him and like who has access to talking to some of the most interesting people in the world to understand that like he finds my content interesting enough to even hit the button. Like he didn't have to do that. He had no reason to like tell me that. There's a sense of validation, like I guess, and pride that it's just very hard to come across when somebody that has that kind of like access to information or like an engagement in ways that like I just can't. It kind of fills that gap of uh like not gap. I don't know why I'm saying this. It's sort of like it's just nice to know that somebody who like pays attention to things, um, and has that kind of access, like says like there's something going on here that's good. Um, who has no reason whatsoever to do so, uh, other than their own honesty. How do I see? I know I can. Oh, duh. There we go. Oh, can I not see the whole thing? Oh. So he said he was doing prep for the Destiny debate with Shapiro, and that he says interesting channel, keep it up. And then we had a little bit of I talked to him a little bit about Mr. Girl, because he said that like he thought it was like it hurt his feelings, how Mr. Girl reacted to him and stuff, and we had some conversation on that. And then him telling me that he's subscribed, and then him to stop by on the 28th and toss me $100, say happy holidays. I guess that makes me feel like it wasn't just like a one-off, that he is watching sometimes. There's no reason for him to come back after the first time. So that was really big to me. But also, like it's not about like the money, but like the fact that people do gift subs to people. It's like that action that like people like care at all to do that. That's huge to me. Like it's just all these things are super super nice. And then when it ends up being like some of my favorite streamers want to talk to me, huge. um and I know like I had the whole like the spicy chat stuff and all that. That stuff never really bothered me. Because like I don't really care about any of that stuff. Like if people don't like any of the stuff I do, like that's just not for you. I don't give a shit. Um so it's not like I need to like have like any like reverse of that effect. I just I guess I spent like a lot of my early life, I wrote a lot of stuff, and I tried to talk to people about stuff. And like when I was younger, like nobody had any of the same interests as me, unless it was like maybe somebody who liked video games or manga. But like any of like the the nerdy shit that I would read. Like I read the Analects of Confucius when I was 15. Who the fuck's gonna talk to me about that? Nobody thinks it's interesting. So just to see that anybody's getting any value out of these like weird things that I've just sort of like kept off like on for myself is a big deal. Like even things like I'll like spurt some like philosophy stuff off to my wife, and she'll like engage to like the like as much as she can. But like I know that's not like an interest of hers or anything like that. So part of it's just like kind of making those connections just feels nice. Like I've kind of like I found some of my people that are like scattered around. Okay, cool. So yeah, next time I see Krysspeaks streaming, just gonna hop in. I'm glad that he saw my tweet to him. Yeah, do I have anything else before I go? I might play Pale Worlds more. Also, I got a Switch. I'm gonna do Super Mario Maker stream soon, just because I used to play it when I first started streaming, and my cousin who is not alive anymore was like a pretty. I hadn't seen him in a lot of years, but like one of the times that we would like communicate a lot is when I was streaming Super Mario Maker. He made some levels, and he was like pretty invested in the game, so it was really cool to get to interact with him when I played those. When I played Super Mario Maker, and it's also like one of my favorite games. So like part of it's just me trying to like recapture that too. But I'll be doing other stuff. Oh. Before I do the last couple things of the Mr. Real Destiny, I'm gonna play Super Mario Maker and find out about the UK or the Royal Mail scandal, because a bunch of people I chat told me about it, and I'm so interested in it. And like enough people chimed into where like obviously they have some interest in it. From everything that I've heard and the little bits that I have, it is one of the craziest government scandals I've ever heard of my entire life. And I like need to know more. And I'm sure I'll have a lot to say about it, because like it's it's like fiction levels of fucked up. And like some of the stuff I heard about, I said it's like that's like overthrow your government bad. It's just like out of this world. So I might do that tomorrow, after I talk to Chris Speaks. But I think after 7.5 hours, I need to stretch out my back and maybe eat some food. Thanks for checking out the stream. Maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow.